The History Things podcast is brought to you by TR Historical, your one-stop shop for all your historical fan gear needs. Visit trhistorical.com and use the promo code HISTORYTHINGS to receive 10% off your next purchase. Thanks for listening. Now let's start the show.
Are you ready?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the History Things podcast. I'm your host, Pat McGuire, and joining me today, as always, is your co-host with the most, author, historian, park ranger, my good buddy, your good man, Matt Borders. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, bud. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm very excited to be doing this episode today in quarter two, not just because we have an excellent guest and an awesome story and subject to talk about, but
huge topic.
But I'm pumped up just to be broadcasting from the place we're doing it, I guess you could say the rig, the recording equipment that we're doing it on. We've had some serious upgrades, as your ears can probably tell right now, because we probably don't sound like we're sitting 20 feet apart from each other using one microphone. That's because that's not the case anymore. We have had some serious engineering upgrades, thanks to our good buddy over at TR Historical, Dave there, who has been sponsoring the show for the first half of the season here. We're very grateful for that. So make sure you go over to TR Historical, use the promo code HistoryThings, and get 10% off your next purchase over there at trhistorical.com. So we've had some engineering upgrades, so we're using a much fancier, much more professional setup here, and we've also been doing a lot of framing and drywalling, thanks to and electrical work, thanks majorly to our good buddy Eric Money, the producer for the Addressing Gettysburg podcast. He's a good friend of mine, and he's got some construction skills that I don't have. So whereas I do other things remodeling wise for a living, he knows how to do framing and stuff like that. So
and I've got less skills than both of y'all.
What we have learned, though, is Matt is good at carrying lumber from the truck to the basement.
I am good at that.
And helping to hang the drywall and drive in screws. So no, but it's been instrumental, man.
Mud.
Yeah, we just finished the mud the other day. So it's we're starting to hit these like milestones, like, oh, now we got to sand. So yeah, if you could try to imagine what room we're sitting in, it's a nice big gray room with a bunch of drywall mud patches all over it. So we're getting there, folks. But welcome to quarter two of the History Things podcast. So today we got a very special topic. We're going to talk about the Lincoln Assassination, which is an often, I guess, not completely forgot about. That would be maybe too much of a dramatic way of describing it. But if you think about the way we discuss the American Civil War, it seems like Lee surrenders and then the conversation ends.
Right.
I mean, we barely remember that Johnston's out there. We forget about Kirby Smith, Stan Wadey, things like that take into May and June, for their various surrenders. And then we often forget that after Lincoln is shot, it's like, okay, cool. Like, there's a whole manhunt for the most wanted man in American history. There is a trial, which changes a lot.
The trial of the century.
It's the trial of the century. It changes almost everything about how our judicial system worked at the time. We, had a military tribunal for civilians. It was kind of wild. So we're going to get into all this stuff. And joining us today to do that is a very good friend of ours. He's the acting director and the education coordinator down at the Surratt House Museum in Clinton, Maryland. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Coby Treadway. How you doing, bud?
Good, man. Thanks for the welcome. Thanks for having me. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Thanks for making the trip up here. I know that it was quite a journey for you to get up here, so I appreciate you doing that on Saturday morning, brother.
No worries.
So before we get into what you do for a living, just let's quick get into the story of how you and I even met, how this even came about, because it's so random.
Yeah.
So, everybody knows I do like the remodeling as my main gig to make actual money for a living. And one day I had like this weird 30 minutes where I was like too far from something else to get into, and I had like a cancellation in front of me, and I had this like dead space, and I was like, I got to kill just like a half an hour. and I realized I was near the Surratt House Museum, and I'd never been there before. So I was like, cool, I'll go there. And I get there, and the parking lot's empty, and I'm like, oh, yes, I love quiet sites because then I can take them in on my own and like without any distractions. It's great. And of course, it's quiet because it's like the one day of the week that they're closed. So I'm like, wow, wow. Yeah. So I'm walking around, I'm taking pictures because, you can still gain a lot from walking around the site. And this guy comes out kind of, I assumed you were being like, who the heck is this guy? Because, I
worried about this creeper wandering
yeah,
around.
because it was like super hot. It was like one of those summer days. So like I had changed into shorts when I shouldn't have. If anybody from work's listening, F off. It's hard to do my job in the summer.
Right.
But no, so I imagine, this guy comes walking up like, who is this guy with this work truck and these shorts? And he's just walking around taking pictures, and it was Coby, and we had a great friendship started right there, and we talked about the site and all that. So Coby, what was that experience like for you, seeing this like rando, contractor just like checking out the site?
Actually, it was kind of like one of those super exciting moments because, it was a day we were closed. I was the only, my boss was there, but the two of us, only ones in the office. We worked on separate floors. I was bored to tears, and, it was coming on my lunch break, and I was like, it's nice enough outside. I'm going to go for a walk, and then I saw your truck pull in, and I was like, that's a work truck.
What is this?
I wonder what's going on there. And then so I see Pat get out and start walking around. I did not know that it was Pat at the time. I go out there, and we start talking, and I'm looking at him, man, he looks familiar to me. And I had actually been following History Things with Pat.
Oh, that's right.
And so, that came up, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's where I know. So I fanboyed a little bit, and then I said, hey, man, you want to go into the Surratt House?
I got super awkward, but yes, I did want to go. Dude, it was awesome.
So I took him in, and, it was great because, getting to talk history with somebody who loved history, and, next thing I know, I'm making a trip up to Frederick so that we can.
Yeah, man, we sat down at Brewers Alley in downtown Frederick, and I just kind of listened to you tell this story because back before this show even started, I wanted to somehow tell this story through the solo version of this brand, History Things with Pat, where I kind of just tell a wider variety of things where I don't have to have the all-encompassing eye of Matt Borders. No, I'm just kidding. No, that was the gig before there was a podcast, right? So like before the podcast existed, I was like, cool, I want to somehow do like maybe a video version of this. I wanted to tell the story and I didn't know how, but I did have Coby come up and kind of tell me the story so I could start to digest it in a way that I could digest, because I'm a big reader, but like when somebody tells me something, like I just soak it in. So
different mediums, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and if you're a really good storyteller, like everybody's going to find out Coby is today, right? I was like, all right, and I had like this whole notebook of notes, which I have right in front of me here, and it was like one of those like this story is bigger than I can do visually, so I like shelved it until I had some good place to put it. And Matt, when we talked about doing our second season of this show, it clicked like it instantly. So we booked this for Q2, but you were the first guest we decided we wanted to talk to this season.
Nice.
Because like this story excites us. So I thank you again for taking me on that tour. It was really cool. Like the rifle stashes, stuff like that. It's awesome, man. So if you are able to make it down to Clinton, Maryland, go to the Surratt House Museum, not only because it's amazing to support small historical sites, but because this is an amazing small historical site. And when you see where it is tucked right in the middle of, you will not believe just how good of a job they're doing, because in the middle of a downtown, you have like a meat market right across the street. There's
it's a liquor warehouse.
Oh, wow. I thought it said like liquor and meats on it when I was thinking
it used to be a grocer's. Now it's just completely a liquor warehouse.
No more meats, just if you want booze. But like it's a very busy intersection down there. Like I've never been down there and been like the only car. Like there's hundreds of cars going through there. So, but then right there, suddenly there's grass and a house and everything's well manicured and there's good storytelling there. So go to the Surratt House Museum in Clinton, Maryland, and see Coby when he's back out there able to give tours and stuff like that. So, all right, well, let's get into it, right? I've wanted to tell this story forever. When I pitched it to Matt didn't even put up a fight. He was ready to go. He was like, yes. And so now, Coby, where do we start the story of the Lincoln Assassination? Because I know a lot of contemporary tellings almost start right away, either the day of the assassination or they go to either the impromptu speech that Lincoln gives or the his second inaugural or something like that. So where does the story start when Coby Treadway tells it?
For me, it starts Usually I'll bump to March 17. March 17 is the final kidnapping attempt for Lincoln that Booth and his conspirators tried to do. But
How many attempts are there?
3 total. But only one do they actually really go out to make it happen. The circumstances on the other 2 just never really pan out. This third circumstance on March 17th is perfect for it because Lincoln is going to go attend a play at Campbell Hospital for Soldiers. And he travels pretty light. He doesn't take much of a guard with him. And
No Secret Service detail?
Nope. So Lincoln had a real issue with traveling with a bodyguard because he felt it was imperial.
Sure.
And he was a American citizen,
He's
right?
a president. He's not a king.
Exactly. And of course, what do presidents have to fear in our country? Presidents are elected out if you don't like them.
Sure.
So so he travels with a small guard.
Much to the annoyance of that guard.
Yes.
Is that Ward Hill Layman? Is that the...
Oh, he really would be annoyed about that, yeah. But no, there was a small detachment of military attached to Lincoln as well.
Yeah, just
Right.
a cavalry troop.
Oh, yeah.
And so John Wilkes Booth, John Surratt Jr., the other conspirators, they get together and they want to go and kidnap him. But Lincoln changes his mind at the last minute, and he doesn't go to attend this play. He actually goes to visit a bunch of Indiana soldiers that are veterans and sends somebody else. And the party sees this carriage going by, but the man they see in it is not Lincoln, and so they don't act because they can't. And at that point, they're freaking out. How does Lincoln know that we're doing this? Why isn't he going? Have we been betrayed? And so you see...
Now, who is the we real quick, right?
Yeah.
Like, so there's obviously like an established thing going on at this point, a group of people involved. Like, who are some of these people, right? Booth's involved. John Surratt Jr., whose name will come up frequently. Okay.
Lewis Powell,
Okay.
another conspirator. Samuel Arnold and Michael O'Laughlin, who are 2 of Booth's oldest friends from Baltimore.
Okay.
You have George Atzerodt.
I forgot Booth's a Baltimore guy.
Yeah. So you got George Atzerodt from Port Tobacco.
Okay.
He is like the expert smuggler. He runs the blockade on the Potomac all the time. He knows his way from Port Tobacco to the Virginia side like the back of his hand. No problems.
Okay.
And then you have David Harold, who's another local boy born in Anacostia, and he hunts all the time in southern Maryland. And so these are the main conspirators, and they're the ones that are after Lincoln. John's...
These are names we're familiar with from the assassination, so they're involved in the kidnapping plot as well.
And that's how it started.
Okay.
And so where I like to start on March 17th, sometimes it's better to jump all the way back to December 1864, because December 1864 is really the nucleus. It's where it all begins.
Right.
Of course, the war is going badly for the South. A lot of Southern sympathizers are trying to figure out something they can do to change the tide. And so what I like to do is just imagine for a minute that you're John Surratt Jr. and his buddy, Louis Weichman. Louis Weichman works for the U.S. War Department. He actually deals with Confederate prisoners of war. And he and Surratt Jr. were old classmates. They're walking down the street in Washington City, which is D.C. at the time, and he hears this very familiar voice behind him, Mr. Surratt. So he turns around and he sees a very familiar face. And this very familiar face is accompanied by another man who has a really familiar face, though he's never met him before. The man that he knows is Dr. Samuel Mudd. Samuel Mudd from Bryantown. They know each other because Mudd actually treated John Jr.'s sister, Anna Surratt, when she was going to school in Bryantown. And so they recognize each other. Pleasantries are exchanged, but John Jr. is really distracted by this other guy because he's this famous actor, John Wilkes Booth. So they make this introduction. It seems happenstance. It's December. It's the holiday season. You know, Christmas is around the corner. Best thing to do, let's go into a bar, get some milk punch, which is eggnog, have some cigars.
That sounds so gross, though.
I know, right? Milk punch sounds awful compared to eggnog,
That sounds
right?
disgusting.
And can you think of anything better to go with eggnog than cigars?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's so gross.
So they get together in this bar and they start talking, and that is where the partnership between John Surratt Jr. and John Wilkes Booth is formed, because it's very soon after that John Jr. will take John Wilkes Booth to his mother's townhouse on H Street. And what looks like a happenstance meeting is not chance at all. Samuel Mudd recruited John Wilkes Booth to help with this Confederate Underground, and he made the introduction between Booth and John Surratt Jr. because Jr. was also in a Confederate agent, and there was the beginnings of a plot to kidnap Abraham Lincoln, and they needed a Confederate agent to help them. And John Surratt Jr. had a lot of connections in the area, and he was the one to hook up with because not only did he have those connections, he has a friend working in the War Department, and his mother has a house on H Street in Washington, which is close to everything. So it kind of is the perfect meeting. And that's Samuel Mudd's first introduction to the conspiracy.
Right. I like that you did that because when we all started planning the show, we were discussing what we knew, how we felt, things like that. And like everybody agreed that like these guys have met, like Booth and Mudd had absolutely met. Like this wasn't like I just broke my leg and you're treating me. Like there was an established, like at least a acquaintance minimally, going back in 1864. So real quick, when you say that he's this real famous actor, like who is John Wilkes Booth, as a celebrity of the day? Like, is he just is he like a reality TV star, kind of cheap fame, or is he more like in your, like Anthony Hopkins, Brad Pitt, I'm in serious movies kind of thing?
I think if you wanted to try and make some kind of comparison to somebody today, maybe look at the Sheens. You got Martin and Emilio Estevez and Charlie, right?
Which one is he?
In my opinion, he'd be Charlie. But,
Tiger blood.
But the thing to think about it is the Booths are a famous acting family, and that's why I kind of compare them to the Sheens because that's kind of like acting royalty in America, and the Booths are like that. I mean, his dad was English, but famous actor. His brother's a famous actor, right. And he is as well. Some people think by 1864 he's kind of washed up. Really, it's more a case that he kind of left acting because he wanted to pursue other things like the oil boom in Pennsylvania.
Which didn't really pan out for him.
No, he lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
And then, of course, he's got this conspiracy he's a part of to kidnap Abraham Lincoln, which kind of takes, the primary focus in his life. So, and women. He's always into women. But, Charlie Sheen, right?
Yeah.
Tiger blood.
That's a good comparison. Can you expand a little bit more, Coby, on the organization itself? You said that he was recruited by Dr. Mudd. Who is Mudd working for? Is this something within the Confederate government? Is this independent? What's going on with that?
So what you see happening, especially in Southern Maryland, which really is just an extension of Northern Virginia in 1861 to today, but there is a group of farmers, plantation owners that are pro-Confederacy, pro-South. And they use their wealth and their access to the rivers to consistently smuggle men and supplies, medicines to Virginia to reinforce Lee's army. So they're kind of an independent group, but at the same time, they're operating with the knowledge that the Confederate government knows they're there and can use them. So it's part of a larger underground that you see throughout all the Southern Maryland counties. And so Mudd has connections to the Confederate government, just like most of them do, through the Signal Corps.
Right. The Confederate Secret Service runs through the Signal Corps.
Yep. And that's the thing is we think of the Signal Corps as, a bunch of guys standing on a tower somewhere or a mountain waving a bunch of flags and giving information, but there's more to it than that.
Was that an H?
Right.
You're zigging when you should be zagging, Bill.
So you've got this Signal Corps, and part of the Signal Corps is the Confederate Secret Service, which is run by Judah Benjamin. And Judah Benjamin is the Confederate, he's the Secretary of War, and
he's Secretary of State at one point. So he has several hats.
Yeah, and what's cool about Benjamin is he's the highest-ranking Jewish person in the Confederate government, and that's just an interesting side note. But anyway, Benjamin is, he's like a wizard when it comes to the Confederate Secret Service. He recruits brilliantly. He's operating brilliantly. He's developing a special bomb-making department. That's the torpedo department. These guys are specializing in IEDs and things like that, what we would call IEDs today.
Right.
So Benjamin knows about all these loose links because he's got handlers in the field. And some of these handlers are like Thomas Jones. Thomas Jones is a Confederate. He's part of the Signal Corps, but he's really that Confederate underground handler for all of Southern Maryland. So all the information kind of filters through him back up to the government channels like Benjamin, and then Benjamin shares what he thinks is relevant with Davis, and then he doesn't share some things with Davis, probably to give Davis a little plausible deniability.
Sure.
And then on the other side of the Potomac, you have Thomas Harbin, and Harbin is kind of the same figure as Jones on the Maryland side. He runs all the operatives through Northern Virginia. So while Mudd is part of an independent group, they are still attached to the Confederate Underground and linked through Thomas Jones to Judah Benjamin and the rest of these guys. So it's a really deep organization. I mean, it's brilliant, really, when you look at it. And there's a lot of things when we look at our Secret Service and our CIA and all that stuff today that you can find roots to in what Judah Benjamin was doing.
There was like a post-Civil War Operation Paperclip.
Yeah.
Let's take your good ideas and implement them on our team.
Uh-huh.
I like the face you're making right now.
Yeah, I don't know if I quite agree with the comparison.
Well, I mean, in a loose way, if we have ties in modern day institutions to practices, that would be the same thing as like grabbing a Werner von Braun and being like, hey, make us a rocket that puts us on another planet or the moon at the very least.
I think, too, you look at it maybe because it's distasteful, you think about it, that there are aspects of the way we do business that are inspired by a rebellion, right? The Confederate government. But at the same time, when you think about some of our more effective military units in our special forces, the Green Beret, the Rangers, SEALs, Marine Recon, where do they have their origins? And that's Robert Rogers, right?
Right.
Who did not support the Revolution. He was a hero in the French Indian War and was a villain during the Revolution. So, I guess at a certain point, it's helpful to take a step back and see what the contributions are. And then that's what's going on here.
Yeah, for sure. It's just interesting how these things all can appear in a certain light. So, all right. So we've got a kind of like a loosely connected network of things going on here. Matt, how is the war going at the point that we're discussing? Like, in late 1864, like when this meeting with Mudd and Booth and all them takes place, or like, as we head in 1865, sort of where are we at, as the war?
Well, as we head into 1865, the war, as Coby was saying, is not going well for the Confederacy, and that's not going well for the Confederacy pretty much across the board. Okay, in March of 1864, Grant had been made the General-in-Chief of all federal forces. He has told his commanders across the board to go, and they have pushed the Confederacy to the breaking point at multiple engagements, multiple campaigns that are all being essentially supported by one another.
What was the date of the meeting with Mudd and Booth and all them?
It's in December of 1864.
So like Franklin's happened or happening.
Oh, yeah.
Nashville's happened or happening, right? So like the Confederate Army down there under John Bell Hood is getting effectively smashed into bits.
Yeah.
Well, we've got the Army of Northern Virginia has been pushed into the defenses of Richmond and Petersburg.
Right.
You have the Union Army of the James on the Virginia Peninsula pushing towards Richmond. The Army of the Potomac is around Petersburg. You have federal forces in the Shenandoah Valley who have just crushed early and are now beginning to maneuver back towards the Army of the Potomac as well. Out west, Atlanta has fallen. The March to the Sea has just about wrapped up.
Yep.
Savannah's going to fall here shortly.
Yeah,
so,
December is a Christmas present.
Right, exactly.
What a cool gift.
I know, right?
The gift.
You think he was like, thanks, Sherman?
I think he absolutely was.
He was way more excited than that.
Yeah.
Best gift ever.
Yeah.
Best gift ever. That's
He
right.
was the N64 kid. Lincoln's just bouncing around the office like, yes, yes.
That's a good description.
Yeah.
Good comparison. But by 65, Abraham Lincoln and the United States government is beginning to think beyond the war.
Right.
They're beginning to look towards reconciliation, reconstruction, and how we move past the war. And of course, there's arguments to be made that they've been looking at this for a while, with the federal government being set up in Louisiana and other territories that have been taken by federal forces. But by 65, it's the ball is really starting to roll. They're really starting to look that direction. Just look at the second inaugural in March of '65. It's very much directed towards reconciliation.
Yeah, it's very healing. You can get that vibe out of it for sure.
Yep.
All right. So the war is going badly for the Confederates.
It's finally going well for the North.
And you have a loose network of people with very destructive skills on the Confederate side. Judah P. Benjamin seems to be is he the top of it all at this point? You know, as if you want to coalesce it as much as you can, he's the guy at the top of whatever pyramid this looks like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, don't put Davis there. Judah Benjamin is the one who's running the show.
Yeah. All right. So where do we go from here, Coby?
So we can bounce back to March 17th and the attempted kidnapping and ask ourselves why target a president, right? It's never really been done before in our country. Well, I mean, Andrew Jackson had a duel and was stabbed and all that good stuff. But, why target a president? Pretty
bold.
It is, right? And there are a couple reasons for it. As Matt said, the war is going horribly for the South, and they're losing men left and right. They don't really have a lot of veterans left to conduct the fight. So the idea is, hey, maybe if we kidnap President Lincoln, smuggle him to Richmond, we can use him for leverage, and we can ransom basically all of our prisoners of war back.
How do you smuggle a 6'5" man?
Yeah, well,
6'4".
Sorry, Matt. God, detail. But I mean, damn, 6'4". How do you smuggle that guy?
So we do have some hints on how they intended to do it.
Is that Lincoln? No.
No. Do you see a top hat?
This is Babe Schlinken. This is not your guy.
So we know that chloroform was involved in the kidnapping plot. So
because they say chloroform makes your mouth taste like pennies. Do you think Abe would be familiar with what those tasted like?
I don't know.
God, I love making Matt just shake his head.
That's a good one.
All right, so chloroform, sorry.
Chloroform, right? So that's the idea that's put forth, is they want to kidnap Lincoln. They want to ransom him for all the Confederate prisoners of war. It's a bit of a stretch to me. The reason they want to do it is because by 1864, once Grant takes over, he starts seeing the flaw in the plan of exchanging soldiers that are prisoners. Why are we going to continue to give veterans back to an army that we've been fighting for 3 years? We know are good soldiers. Also, the Confederate government was refusing to exchange black prisoners of war. So any U.S. colored troops that were captured were not being exchanged. Some were being sold back into slavery. So, the decision by Grant was, until all of our soldiers are going to be treated fairly, we're not exchanging.
Right. And the federal government had actually kind of started that already before Grant was put into the general-in-chief position, but he was very for that. He had seen African-American troops fight in the Western Theater. He had promoted their use in the Western Theater, and he definitely was not happy about the lack of communication between the Confederate government and the Union about the exchange of these men.
Right. And, it's a crucial point. You're looking at, 180,000 armed men by 1864-65, they're a huge portion of the fighting arm of
almost 10%.
The federal government. Yeah. So, it's essential that they're treated just as fairly as white soldiers.
What is it, more than 250,000?
220-ish when you include the Navy.
Okay. But, that's a sizable number.
Yeah.
Yep. The reason I think it's a bit of a stretch, though, too, is if you think about the conditions that these Confederate prisoners are experiencing in the prisoner of war camps, while it's no Andersonville,
right.
Point Lookout was one of the big camps. It's not a pleasant place to be.
You live down there.
I do. I live about 35, 40 minutes from Point Lookout, so I've been there frequently.
So just for frame of reference, for those of you clever enough with a map, the drive that I talked about Coby taking was basically Point Lookout to the city where they bring John Reynolds' body after Antietam or Gettysburg. So, but just go look that up on a map. So we're very grateful for that trip.
Yeah. So thankfully it was a Saturday morning. Other than that, we might have had to discuss it a little bit more if it was like a weekday. But no.
You had a better time getting here than Reynolds did.
Yeah, that's for sure. But so Confederate prisoners being exchanged, how effective are they going to be really? A lot of these guys probably aren't healthy, not going to be able to march very far, certainly aren't going to be able to carry a soldier's load. So I think that's a bit of a stretch. What I really think is we're seeing Lincoln targeted. It really reflects back on Dahlgren's raid, and that's a whole thing unto itself. But Ulrich Dahlgren and Judson Kilpatrick conducted a raid in 1864, and there were papers because it was foiled, and there were papers found on Dahlgren's body. Now they could have been forged. They might not have been. Right. That's a big debate.
It is a huge debate within the Civil War community. What's fascinating about those papers is that Lee was so shocked by them, he had them photographed and sent to Union lines and to ask Meade, what's going on?
Right.
Are you aware of this? And of course, Meade has no clue, or at least he says he has no clue. It's I'm sorry to step in on that, but that's a fascinating aspect.
It really is. And so what the paperwork shows is that the Union government is targeting Jefferson Davis. So Jefferson Davis is a president in his own right, according to the Confederacy, right? So, maybe it boils down to...
but we don't assassinate foreign leaders.
Right.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink. So maybe what we're looking at...
You're not a foreign leader, Jeff.
So really what we're seeing maybe here is the Shadow War really coming to the fore. I mean, by this point in 1864, it's the bloodiest conflict we've ever experienced and probably will ever experience.
Hopefully.
Yes. The Civil War is by no means civil. And
a lot of people really got hurt.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
Duh.
That is a meme that a lot of people that are listening to the show are going to get, I promise you. It says, did you know the Civil War wasn't really civil? Like, a lot of people really got hurt.
Yeah. So maybe what we're seeing is the actions. I'm trying to hold it together.
Got him.
It's the actions of Judah Benjamin and Edwin Stanton playing out here. Because if there's anybody in the Union government who's going to support or push an effort to eliminate Jefferson Davis, it's Stanton.
So the shadow chest just kind of had some light shed on it.
Yeah. So what the Confederacy looks at this as, and really I got to stop saying Confederacy. It's a bad habit I'm trying to break.
All right.
The rebel government is trying to...
Rebels.
Yeah, but then that makes me think of Star Wars, and we like the rebels, so I don't know.
Yeah, different Civil War.
Right.
And
Still
American
a Civil War.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah. So we'll just stick with Jefferson.
And the American Revolution, it's okay because,
right,
it established us.
Yeah, so I don't know.
But
But
still flaws there, too.
what we see is they take this as like open season on Abraham Lincoln. And I think that's, where this really begins. It's a justification. If you're going to target our leader, we're going to target your leader. And in all honesty, maybe we do need to target your leader, because if we are going to do anything to win the war or turn it around at this point so we can get a negotiated peace even, we got to do something bold and desperate. And so let's kidnap the president. And who's going to do that? How are we going to find people who are going to kidnap the president? So Judah Benjamin reaches out through his agents to all the various Southern underground networks in Southern Maryland and Northern Virginia, and they find a recruit in John Wilkes Booth. John Wilkes Booth is a narcissist, probably. But what's interesting about him is he's really, and it's an odd thing, he's really taken with John Brown. Right, John Brown, he was there to see John Brown hanged.
Right.
He really felt that John Brown was kind of like this huge figure, which is funny because John Brown was all about the abolition of slavery, and John Wilkes Booth is definitely not.
It's not.
Right.
But I think it's the idea that this guy believed so strongly in his ideals that he was willing to fight and die for them. And that, for some reason, through John Brown, resonates with him. And I think he sees this as his chance to become the John Brown of the South. And so that's where I think when Mudd approaches him, he's very receptive. And when I say Mudd approaches him, he doesn't just approach him. They go to church together.
Right.
Booth stays at his house. He buys a horse from him. I mean, he spends a lot of time in Bryantown.
Right. I didn't just randomly show up here because my leg broke and I heard you were a doctor.
Yeah.
I know who you are.
That really speaks to what you'd initially said about Booth being a narcissist, and I completely agree with that. This is giving him that special role. He's not just the private in the ranks fighting against the Union. Now he's his own man. He is Booth doing this. It's not a random action.
Yeah. And, there's definitely got to be a part of Booth where we will look in and tie all these connections to these other agents and potential Confederate links and all that good stuff. But, Booth, there's a part of him that just sees it as his show.
Oh, absolutely.
And then that'll pan out, too, by the time we get to the assassination. But Booth still can't do it by himself. Right? So that's why Mudd introduces him to John Harrison Surratt Jr., and then we get into the Surratts.
Ooh, we're connecting dots, though, which is nice. Because like we said, this is a much bigger story than just famous actor becomes radicalized and kills the president.
Yeah.
There's a plot. All right, so let's get into the Surratts. Who are the Surratts?
All right, so
Wait, real quick.
Yes.
Surratt.
What do you like better?
I've always said Surratt.
Yeah.
I usually say Surratt or Surratt, depending.
Wait, that's
Depending on who you're speaking
Depending
to.
on who I'm
what are you
talking
running
to.
for office? That was the most political answer ever.
Right? No.
Both.
We say, I say Surratt.
Okay.
I know a lot of people who say Surratt. I have staff that say Surratt. They really both seem to go.
Is the family still around?
There are descendants of John Jr. still alive and Anna as
Are they
well.
using the name?
Yeah. Yeah, John Jr.'s descendants, I think he's still got a couple male descendants.
How do they say it?
I have no idea.
Oh, well, that's cool.
I've never had the chance to.
Clinton, Maryland was formerly named Surrattsville, right?
Yeah. But this is where you start to see Surratt.
Surrattsville.
Because Surrattsville or Surrattsville, which one's easier to say?
Well, if it was Gettysburg, they'd be fighting for their Surrattsville.
That's right, for their Surrattsville.
You are on fire this morning, Pat.
It's the good equipment, I can tell you. I feel like Howard Stern right now.
There you go. So Surrattsville. But yeah, Clinton was originally Surrattsville, and so let's talk about the Surratts.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Surratts now, just because I said Surratt earlier. So
What are you fighting for?
my Surratts.
That's Surratts.
So the Surratt family is a middle-class family in Southern Maryland. Mary is the mother of John Jr. Mary is who everybody thinks about, but of course she's Mary Jenkins. She's not born a Surratt. She marries into the Surratt family. Her husband is John Harrison Sr. His parents died or abandoned him when he was young, so he was raised by his aunt and uncle who were wealthy. They have a pretty decent-sized plantation outside of Washington City, and he inherits some of that land. In 1851, he has a mill on that land that's burned to the ground, more than likely by disgruntled slaves, which is very common. Instead of rebuilding the mill, he decides he wants to look for land somewhere else.
Interesting move.
Well, he's kind of been under his aunt's thumb. She's only going to let him do certain things with the land that she's given him, at least until she dies. And John Sr. is kind of one of these guys who wants to kind of make his mark, and he doesn't want to be beholden to his aunt. So he finds land available in southern Maryland in Prince George's County, being sold by the Calvert family. Yes, that Calvert family.
Nice.
And he purchases about 300 acres of land.
It's a big chunk of land.
Yes. And included on that land is a crossroads. And this crossroads is the same crossroads that Pat was talking about earlier when he came to visit the site. And this crossroads, it's a stagecoach road at the time. And it runs from Richmond to Washington. Washington, you can get out from Washington to Baltimore. You can go west. So it's a really important crossroads.
Is it busy back then for the standards of the day?
I would imagine yes. Just because it is a stage road and it's running between two major population centers, three really if you count Baltimore and the routes to Baltimore. And that's why Surratt builds a tavern on the crossroads. And when we talk about a tavern, we all think about a tavern and we're like, yes, pints, awesome. This is not like that. It's more of a hotel.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that, but it's more for like sleeping, boarding. It's kind of like a country version of what Mary does in the city.
Right. And then, when we think about a tavern, what do you guys think of? What's the image that runs through your head?
Low lights, tables, peanuts everywhere.
Big fireplace. Yeah.
And see, I probably shouldn't have asked you guys this question because you're historians, right? But if I ask my normal visitors, they start to talk about what we would experience in the Wild West or what they would think would happen in like an Irish tavern or something.
Oh, like
where you're going to get fighting. You're going to have women of loose morals. You're going to have all of this horrible stuff going on. And really, the Surratt Tavern was much more like a country club.
Yeah.
I mean, it's wealthy clientele coming through there. I mean, he's basically treating all of his local plantation owners So it's a popular place. We know from his records, his ledgers, that he's seeing almost all the surnames in the Piscataway district, part of the Aquasco district, all of these Prince George's areas. But there's more to it than that, because eventually the complex builds up and the federal government decides, hey, this guy's really put a lot together here. We need to incorporate it. And so they create a town, Surrattsville, and John H. Surratt Sr. becomes the postmaster. And because he became the postmaster, the town took his name. Now, when he lost that position, his son lost that position, the town would have become named as Robiesville, because the next postmaster's last name was Roby. So that was a practice. Towns would change their names because of the postmasters, and eventually the government was like, this is really confusing.
Wouldn't that be confusing for the post office?
Don't you think?
Like, say you're like 3 guys removed, but it's some old dude that wrote the letter, and he's like, I wrote it for Surrattsville, and it's like Billsville later,
Yeah.
and you're like, who the f is Surrattsville?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What town is this? Sorry, return to sender. And the dude's
Right.
like, I needed that information.
So Surratt becomes
So dramatic.
Yeah, acting.
life or death.
Acting.
Surratt becomes the postmaster, and really what he does with that role, because by the time he becomes the postmaster, the Civil War is brewing. You have Lincoln's election. The post office becomes the polling location for the districts, and so they come to Surratt's Tavern to cast their votes on the presidential election, and one man in Prince George's County, out of the entire county, voted for Abraham Lincoln. Pretty much in Southern Maryland, I think we got a total of 10 guys, if we're lucky, who voted for Abraham Lincoln. Most of them are voting for Breckinridge. And so
The state goes for Bell, doesn't it?
Yes.
I think?
Well, yeah, they do, but because of the north, the northern
Right.
part of the
Exactly.
state carries it for Bell. But it's close. It's really tight. And Douglas doesn't do very well.
Yeah,
But he
screw you,
does-
Stephen Douglas.
He does better than Lincoln here.
Yeah,
so,
Lincoln doesn't do well at all in 60.
No.
And there's a reason why, especially if you look at Southern Maryland, why aren't they voting for Lincoln, right? It's Maryland, and, a lot of people are like, it's above the Potomac, it's a northern state. Well, you're wrong. It's below the Mason-Dixon. It's still a southern state, and it is a slaveholding state.
Yeah.
And Southern Maryland is is based off of a huge slave tobacco economy.
Right.
And so Lincoln threatens that just like every other Southerner who believes that slavery is the key to industry. And so they don't want him elected. And John Surratt Sr. is in the same boat. And when war breaks out, he wants to support the Confederacy, but he doesn't want to fight. He's kind of old. So what he does is he uses his post office as a part of that Confederate underground we were talking about earlier. And it becomes a safe house. So any agents coming through Prince George's County, Charles County, Calvert County, they know they can go to John Surratt's Tavern, and they're going to be protected. They can smuggle information because it's a post office through him to Washington, to Richmond, to wherever it needs to go. And the federal government knows this. And they're watching, but they don't act on it. They're just observing him. But they know about it. We have records where they list Surratt's Tavern as a hotbed of secessionists. But they don't act on it. And so that's what John Surratt does. He runs information. He sends agents from one spot to the next. He probably would have been aware of Thomas Jones. He certainly would have been aware of Mudd and his guys who were doing their thing in Charles County. But then he dies in 1862, right around the time of the Battle of Antietam. And we don't really know how he dies. He probably had a heart attack.
Okay.
Some people think maybe he drank himself to death. There's a lot of debate about the character of John Surratt that I just don't get into because we don't have real good information on it. Whether he was a drunk, whether he was abusive, we don't know. But he does.
I am fascinated by that idea that, or not idea, apparently fact, that Surrattsville was part of the secret line.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. And for those of you who are not familiar with the secret line, it's the Confederate underground Secret Service, whatever you want to refer to it as, literally using the United States mail service to send information. You'd have spies, agents, what have you, in northern parts of the country, New York, elsewhere, sending information to Southern Maryland, and then from there, using the postal service, and then from there it would be smuggled across the Potomac and elsewhere.
Yeah. So I mean, it's again another example of the depth of the networks that they
Fascinating.
were
That's a
using.
19th century hack. If you think about the way hackers work,
Absolutely,
where they
yeah.
get in on our systems and they move information that way, they didn't have to build any of the infrastructure.
Right.
They just tap into it. That's
Yep.
so the Confederate secret spy people, whatever, have tapped into our postal service and are now communicating within it. So there you go, computer guys. That is a 19th century hack for you.
There you go. And then they're not just sticking within the borders of the United States either. I mean, information's being smuggled up to Canada. There's a
Right.
huge Confederate network in Quebec, Montreal. I mean, they're all over the place up there too.
Yeah, they worked that. So one of my, I love always being the pop culture sort of guy on a lot of the historical topics we talk about. One of my favorite ties to that is in the TV show Copper, which
Yeah.
was a BBC show. And they killed that show way too early. Basically, if I like a TV show, they're going to kill it within 3 seasons.
Firefly.
Like it is absolutely my fault that a show gets canceled. If you like it and I also like it, it's doomed. So Copper season 2, and you could tell they wrapped that one up crappy because the show was great and then it was like quick. But
Yeah.
what they touch on in that is the plot to burn down New York City, and they have a Confederate espionage team that is kind of anchored out of Montreal, things like that. So they just kind of worked that in there, but it's such a real thing, and that was, we're going to get into it in the story, but like that's one of the worries with Booth once he's on the run is like if he gets to Canada.
Yeah.
You know, basically, if he gets below the Potomac, we have a really hard time of finding him. But if he gets to Canada, he's gone.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's, you know,
And who's in charge of the Confederate network in Montreal?
who is that?
Edwin Lee, cousin of Robert E. Lee.
No,
Yeah.
Saint Robert.
Yeah, Saint Robert.
Saint Robert. So what is he doing up there in Canada? What is his job?
His job, he's running the agents.
Oh, so
He's working for Judah Benjamin.
so he's a
running-
plant. So like he was sent up there to do that.
Yep.
There's some pretty heavy hitters up there. A previous a member of the Buchanan administration is involved with them up there in Canada. There's some very big names operating out of Canada, part of the Confederate Secret Service.
So a much more extensive network than a lot of us realize coming into studying the Civil War. I mean, it's just and again, you know, it's really a brilliant network. What
So
they're
with this
doing is brilliant.
information being available, how do people continue to make this? You know, it was just a radicalized Booth and da 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 da. Like, how does that? I mean, just
Well,
I
part
always
of
ask
that's
this.
the traditional interpretation.
Yeah.
It's the safer interpretation. That's for darn sure. It's just one crazy guy as opposed to a massive conspiracy.
Right. But
Is this the same thing we do with Oswald?
With Oswald, I would say we almost swung the other direction. We're looking for more of a conspiracy than there may have actually been.
Episode for another day.
There you go.
There you go. You know, but we'll make
That is a deep rabbit hole.
it is. And I like rabbit holes, but that one
Yeah,
we may never come back.
That is a deep one.
Yeah, we'll be here until tomorrow.
I will say Edwin Stanton, he thought the Confederate government was behind the Lincoln assassination. That was part of the goal for his main investigation was to make those connections.
Yeah.
That's why Davis was in Fortress Monroe for a year, because they were trying to make those connections.
Yep. And maybe one of the reasons why Judah Benjamin fled across the pond, you know, to Europe.
You can't
so
touch
quickly.
me over here.
That's right.
Deuces.
Peace out. so yeah, John Senior is and he's good at what he does by all stretch of the imagination and everything we can tell. That's
Well,
one
he's
of the
not that good. The federal government's aware of him.
They're aware of him.
Is he aware that the federal government's aware of him?
I think he has to be.
Okay.
And so I think you do definitely see a bit of a cat and mouse game happening. And so the key is to continue to do this traitorous activity without being obvious about it. Don't give them any real excuse to grab you up unless they're just playing him for a small fish and they're hoping to get, you know, bigger players in the grand scheme of things.
Sure.
But I mean, intelligence gathering in and of itself doesn't always require action so much as just that gathering of intelligence. But when John Sr. dies, there's this void, and who's going to fill it? And that's where John Jr. comes into play. And we jump to John Jr. because he is the only son in the area when John Sr. dies. They have 3 children, John and Mary. You have Isaac, you have Anna, and you have John Jr., who's the baby. Isaac, when Lincoln was elected, he kind of did one of the rebellious sort of young man, teenager thing to do in 1850s and 60s and say, peace out, I'm going to go to Texas.
Wow.
And that's where he was when the war broke out, and he spends the war fighting with a Confederate cavalry unit against Comanches and raiders across the Rio Grande and Unionists, and I mean, you name it. He's fighting all kinds of guys down there. He's involved in a couple of pretty shady situations that we would term as massacres today, and that's what he's doing. Anna, of course, can't inherit anything because she's a girl, and neither can Mary because John died suddenly. He didn't leave a will, which tells us he wasn't sick. And so that means that John Jr. is the one that's got to take over the Postal Service, and he's more than happy to do it because he wants to be a spy too. But he's not quite as good as John Sr., and he's pretty overt with it, and he does get arrested. So the agents, they pick him up.
He stamps the letters, P.S. Feds don't read this.
Yes. For Southern eyes only. So he gets grabbed up. They take him to Capitol Prison. He spends about a whopping 3 days in prison, and he's like, okay, I'm going to sign the oath of allegiance so I can get out of here.
Is this the same prison that his mom is in later?
Yeah.
So this is modern day Fort McNair?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Old Capitol Prison was a big damn deal.
Yes.
That's Lafayette Baker's territory.
Yeah.
All right.
I imagine he was the guy kind of keeping tabs on Senior.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Baker's running all those agents that are, and he's a really interesting character too. Baker.
He is.
His memoirs were pretty interesting. But,
Read those, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, John Jr. He swears an oath of an allegiance to the United States. He won't take up arms. He won't be a traitor. Any of that good stuff. And he's released. Yeah, and that's what I usually say. He treats that about as well as you'd treat a piece of toilet paper, right?
Visual.
There you go. Is it ever a good conversation if potty humor doesn't come up?
No.
Never, especially when you're a parent.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, I say things and some of my friends are like horrified, and I'm like, all right, you guys don't have kids yet. You don't know. This is a normal thing I do.
Yes. So the federal government does pardon him at that point in time, but they're like, hey, you burned us once, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to strip the post office from you. You will no longer be a postmaster, which is kind of a big deal for the Surratt family because it was a good amount of money coming in. That's kind of what was keeping them afloat because John Sr. ran up a lot of debt just through running his business. And so now they have to finish paying off this debt, but they don't have that federal money coming in. Also, now that John Jr. is no longer working as the postmaster, he's eligible for Lincoln's draft.
Right.
And so, yeah, this becomes a big concern, not just for John Jr., who manages to escape the draft once because he had a fever. He probably was, he had a flu or something at the time. But it really becomes a big concern for his mother.
Like
Mary.
a real fever or like a...
Yeah, no, from all stretches or all counts, it looks like, he was legitimately sick.
All right.
But Mary cannot stand the thought of her son fighting for Lincoln's army. And so she pushes him really hard to find a job. And so he has this connection. Former classmate, who we mentioned earlier, Lewis Whiteman. Same Lewis Whiteman who is with Surratt Jr. when he meets Booth and Mudd in D.C. And Whiteman is working for the War Department. And whatever Whiteman does, he manages to get John Surratt Jr. a job in the War Department working in the division that deals with Confederate prisoners of war. So just let that sink in for a second, right? You just arrested this guy, but he took an oath of allegiance. We know he was dealing with Confederate agents, but let's bring him into the War Department and let him work for us dealing with prisoners of war from the South.
The oath of allegiance sometimes to me is the dumbest thing in the world because some people, there is no way to enforce it other than if you get caught betraying it. There's nobody checking in and you're like, are you still being loyal to the Union?
Right.
Uncle Sam kicks your door in, shock and awe style. You're eating dinner and you're like, yes. Then he's like, I see a rebel flag on your wall. You're like, crap.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
What is this picture of Jefferson Davis doing here?
Yeah, so just making people do it to me, it's it just, I get it, but it just seems so stupid.
Right. And it is stupid, and it really does come back to bite him in the butt, right?
Right.
And so the one interesting thing about it is now John is set up, and he's in a really good position, but he quits that job. But he quits it because he's had a meeting with Judah Benjamin, and he's been recruited as an active agent in the Confederate Secret Service. And so he is frequently gone from D.C., and he's in Richmond, and he's in New York, where he's scoping out Elmira because there's a prison camp there.
Right.
Big one.
Yep. And he's also up in Canada. And so he's operating all over the place. He's taking money. He's taking information. He wouldn't be what we would consider like a Black Ops agent or anything like that. But he plays an important role in the transmittal of information from one place to the other, and money. And of course, money makes everything work. So it's a huge responsibility that he has. And so now we see Mary Surratt kind of left with trying to run all of this stuff by herself. And she can't do it. So she's got this tavern, but she also has a townhouse in Washington on H Street that John Surratt Sr. purchased when he bought all that land. A woman running a tavern is not as taboo in the 19th century as a lot of people would have you think. There are lots of women running taverns in main cities, Boston, Philadelphia, Richmond, New York, you name it. There are all kinds of women tavern owners. But it still seems to be one of those things that's a little bit on the edge of acceptability in Southern Maryland. And it takes a lot to run it. And Mary doesn't want to do that, especially with her daughter Anna. So she decides that she's going to move to that H Street boarding house. And she's going to do one of the few things that a widowed woman can do that's respectable to make money. And that's turn that into a boarding house. So basically another type of hotel situation.
Sure.
But she's not going to sell the tavern because it can still make money. So she needs somebody to run it. And this is where she turns to another guy who's going to factor into this whole assassination plot and the manhunt. And that's John Lloyd. So that's yet another John. That's like, what, 3 or 4 now we've hit?
Yeah.
There's more. So John Lloyd is a former Metropolitan D.C. police officer. He's retired. He wants to kind of retire to the country. And the Surratt Tavern, running that and renting it from Mary, seems like the way to do it. And so that's what he does. He goes and he
An
rents
old
it.
cop retires and runs a bar.
Yeah.
And hotel. Well, the hotel not so much, but the bar.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cliche thing.
So, and that's John Lloyd becomes a huge deal in Mary's trial, which I know we'll talk about later. But
Oh yeah, in the follow up. So again, like last year where we did our White Star episode as a big long story, and then we changed the follow up to be less question and answer and more a continuation of the story. We're going to do that with this. So if you're looking for the trial aspect of the Lincoln assassination with the conspirators and stuff, hang on, folks. That's coming in the follow up about a month and a half after this comes out. So, but yeah, no, John Lloyd is somebody that I have lots of questions about, some strong feelings. Obviously, when we were doing our pre-show discussions, he's a guy I brought up a lot because there's a lot that confounds me about him, and I can't wait to discuss that. So John Lloyd's in the story now.
So John Lloyd is in the story now, and that's a crucial piece of the puzzle. And so John Surratt Jr. is now fully operational as a Confederate agent. He has made contact with John Wilkes Booth through Samuel Mudd, and together they put together an A-team. I mean, that's the best way you can think of it. They're an action team. And it consists of the men I was mentioning earlier, Samuel Arnold, Michael O'Laughlin. They're the first 2 recruits because Booth knows them. He trusts them. They're staunch Southern loyalists, from Baltimore. Interestingly, when you look at all of the conspirators, with one exception, they're all from Southern Maryland. If you want to consider Baltimore Southern Maryland, which we don't technically anymore, but at that time, it's still Southern Maryland. The one exception is Lewis Powell.
Lewis Powell, yeah.
Who's from Florida, which maybe says it all. And
the original Florida man.
Yeah.
Florida man.
But Powell is...
Isn't he at Antietam?
He is. Well, he's at Gettysburg for sure.
He's not... He's sick at Antietam. When you look at his records, he's in hospital. But he is at Gettysburg.
His regiment was at Antietam.
Yeah, his regiment. So the 2nd Florida, which, when you look at him, a bunch of hard fighters.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Legitimately.
Is he captured at Gettysburg?
Yeah, well, he's left in a field hospital.
Yeah, he's wounded and captured and winds up in Baltimore.
The other day I was walking around old downtown Westminster because I live close by there, and I was checking out some of the historical markers, and they were mentioning that the guy that his name's escaping me, Herman Haupt, I believe, takes command of the Western Maryland Railroad Railway,
Genius.
which has a huge presence in the town I live in, but I guess up few miles away, up at the next station area would be Westminster, and I guess he took control of the depot there and really built it up. But I was reading, to get on my point, that about 7,000 Confederate POWs came through Westminster in the aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg, and I couldn't remember because I knew that he didn't leave with the army, but I didn't know if he was a prisoner or if he was wounded. So it sounds like he's not with the 7,000 that comes through. He's probably... How long is he in the hospital for? Do we know?
It's not long. His wound is actually pretty minor. I mean, it's a wound to the wrist.
Right.
So like walking wounded,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
So he might have been with that too. Lewis.
Well, there's thousands that get shifted through Frederick, too, so it's really debatable.
Interestingly enough, he's, part of Anderson's division of the 3rd Corps. My fifth-time great-grandfather's name was James Porter, who was also in Anderson's division. He was at the 14th Alabama. He was detailed to remain behind in Anderson Division's field hospital to help treat the wounded until they were captured. So
You should time travel back and tell him to kick Lewis Powell's ass.
Go kill this guy, right? Take care of him.
I don't know if I'd want to get into a brawl with Powell. He is a big boy.
All right, so before we continue any further with Powell, can we settle the Payne-Powell conversation?
Yes. Payne is an alias.
Okay.
Yep. Powell is his name.
Powell's his name.
And Payne is just one of his aliases. He uses many, including Brown.
But Payne's the one we know.
Payne is the one that...
Like the big one.
Yeah, so, it's a very frequent question we get. Is it Powell or is it Payne? I always thought it was Payne. Well, Payne is his alibi.
That's
or
the
his
one that
alias.
the newspapers really latched on to. Yeah.
Well, when you look at what he did, I mean...
Exactly.
Payne kind of...
I could use this normal word, or I could do this one that elicits emotion.
Exactly. And,
That was my William Randolph Hearst impression.
I was going to say the press never
Joseph
does
Pulitzer.
that. So, yeah, so that's Powell. Powell is he's what, 6'2"?
Yeah.
He's, he'd be considered a strong man. His pictures hit the paper and the ladies loved him. I mean, he's, I guess, by all accounts, an impressive looking dude, but a little bit unhinged. And a very
He's like
much
a crazy bad boy.
Yeah, he's very much an action guy, not a thought guy. He is probably almost everything you want in that strong guy, in your group. The guy that is going to be able to maybe wrestle Lincoln to the ground in a kidnap plot and tie him up,
Wait, you just keyed in on something. Let's not forget that Lincoln's no slouch. Not only is he a big, tall dude, but Lincoln's not afraid to scrap. You think you're just gonna grab a 6'4" guy and he's gonna be like, oh, this 6'4" guy was a wrestling champ.
That's right.
Yep. He was like Vince McMahon's 8-time great grandfather scouted him for the pre-WWF.
That's right.
WWE. That's a joke I made. He didn't scout him and none of that McMahon stuff. But he was a wrestler and he was a wrestling champ.
Yep. Yeah.
So you can imagine if Lewis goes to grab him or anybody goes to grab Lincoln, Lincoln's going to be like, not today.
Well, and that brings up, it's something that we talk about in this, again, we're bouncing around, which is the best thing ever. But had Booth made any sound when he went into the presidential box, even with the knife that he was carrying,
I fully agree with that.
Lincoln would have
beat his...
to break him in half.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's really interesting. It kind of brings up a point. Booth is...
I just got this image of just like this limp body hitting the stage and Lincoln just from the balcony like, not today, asshole.
He's going to turn into, what is that commercial? No,
yeah, exactly.
Not in my house.
But he just destroys him and he stands, he's like, freedom.
Right.
It's like a movie scene.
Yeah. America.
But no, like you're right. Like this is something that I guess we don't talk about a lot is that Lincoln is, I guess he's getting older at this point, but like he's not a feeble old man. Like he could probably throw down still to defend himself.
Well, and he would do the things with the troops where he'd like hold the axe handle out just to kind of show how strong he was and stuff like that.
And Rathbone's in there too. So
Rathbone's in there.
If it goes south, he's getting munished either way.
And when you look at Lincoln, and you look at the doctors and what they say about his physical shape when they're examining him while he's on his deathbed, they write about it. He's impressive. He's in good shape. He's still got muscle. He's strong.
Well, too bad Booth didn't make a sound.
I know, right? But it does bring into mind, initially after the attack, the murder, it's called heinous and cowardly. They paint Booth out to be a villain, and rightfully so. But
do we use the term murder enough?
I don't think so. We
were just discussing this the other day.
I stopped saying assassination at work. When I talk about it to anybody, I say it's a murder. He murdered him.
I mean, assassination is correct because it is what it is. I mean, it was an assassination, but Matt and I were discussing that it adds this like sort of like grandioseness to it that gets away from the simple baseline what it was, and it was a murder. And I think when you get into the more modern day discussion about the sensitivity of the legacies of the American Civil War, and there's this like idea that what Booth did was this like glorious revenge thing, and that somehow makes him sympathetic to a number of people today. Like, I like to say that, call it what it was. I like to say it was a murder because, I mean, it honestly, how do you glorify this?
Yeah.
Right.
It was a murder.
It was a murder.
I mean, he killed a man, defenseless, shot him in the back of the head, sitting next to his wife.
Yep.
Like, this was a murder. So I, when you just said that, it was something that Matt and I had discussed was, do we use it enough? So
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more.
You know, you hear that assassination plot, but for me, it's a murder plot. I mean, they're plotting to murder him.
Right.
They're not soldiers on the field. I mean, you can say maybe it's an act of war, fine, but it's still a murder. But one thing that I tend to think that, you know, we talk about it being cowardly and all that because he's shot in the back of the head, but there's definitely an amount of courage to what Booth had to do. Whether or not you like that courage or whether or not you like how he used that courage. Sure. I mean, he is going into a box that, you know, there are two men in there that could very well take him out. I mean, you know, so
he's athletic, but he's not a big guy.
Right. So yeah, you know, they're as a historian, you know, I try to separate myself from a lot of those things, but, you know, I can see acts of courage even when they're negative acts of courage. You know, it still required something of fortitude for him to carry out his act.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just being honest, whether you're comfortable with it or not. It took some stones for Booth to pull off what he did. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Like, sucks. Hate it. Not a fan, but I mean, I couldn't be bold enough to do that. If I was, I mean...
It's because you're a better person.
Well, for sure. But I mean, even if I, you know, you just think about it, right? It takes some effort and some bravery, which... All right, end of defending Booth.
Yes.
I want to kill that. I want to squash that right away.
Yeah, because we're not defending him.
Not at all.
John Wilkes Pooh.
Exactly.
That's his name.
That's right. Get the whole notion that it's a romantic thing out of your head.
It was a murder.
It's a murder. And so we went down a rabbit hole. Where were we?
We were talking about just sort of the boarding house. Mary had gotten out there to the boarding house now. It's the respectable thing she can do.
Yes.
Because she's a widow now, and John Lloyd has entered.
And so now we have this location in Washington City where we can bring the guys we're recruiting if you're John Surratt Jr. and John Wilkes Booth. So that's what happens. They start bringing these men to Mary's house on H Street. And that Samuel Arnold, Michael O'Laughlin, the old friends from Baltimore, that's where we got sidetracked by Southern Marylanders.
Baltimore, the top of old Southern Maryland.
That's right. And so then you get Lewis Powell, who we talked about.
Payne Powell is where we came off the rails.
Yeah, so Payne Powell's cat.
It's all coming back to me now. Thanks, Celine Dion.
That's it. Captured at Gettysburg.
That's right.
Manages to escape. Links up with John Mosby and his guys.
Yep.
Who they develop quite an opinion of Powell and his character.
It's not a good opinion.
It is not a good opinion. And he leaves. He flees from them. He leaves them, whatever you want to call it. And he goes to Baltimore. And he ends up in Baltimore.
So he rode with Mosby's Rangers?
He does briefly.
Very shortly.
But there's a lady supposedly in Baltimore. Is that why? I've one account says that he goes back to Baltimore because of this gal he met when he was recuperating there.
Yeah.
Is there anything to that?
I mean, I haven't been able to find a lot of connections to it, but I mean, I'm an Occam razor kind of guy.
Sure.
And
very much so.
There are a lot of things that men will do when a woman is involved. And so I tend to think there's probably some element of truth to that because it's not that he didn't want to fight.
Sure.
Because he liked that.
I mean, that sentiment is part of this story coming up.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what men will do.
Yeah. And it's a place and he potentially has a better idea about, knows a little better, and if he's got a connection there, all the better.
Right. And he does get in trouble there with the law. It's just another indication to you about his character. He gets arrested and imprisoned for really severely beating an African-American woman. I'm still not sure on all the details on how he manages to get away from that.
Right.
But it's right around that time that he's recruited. by Surratt Jr. into the conspirators into that group. And then, of course, so now you've got your two friends that you can trust in O'Loughlin and Arnold as far as Booth is concerned. You've got your strong man. Any kidnapping of Lincoln is going to require you to get him into Virginia, which means you got to cross that beautiful body of water, the Potomac River, which isn't so beautiful down by where I'm from. It's much nicer up here. And you got to get across that river. And so that river is blockaded. I mean, there's Union gunboats, picket boats, all kinds of troop presence. You know, they're patrolling it because they know it's access to Virginia.
Right.
And so you need somebody who can get you guys across the river. And that's where George Atzerodt comes in. Now, George Atzerodt's a really interesting character. He's German-born, immigrated to the United States young, lived in Port Tobacco, spoke, according to most accounts, with an accent. So, you know, sometimes hard to understand. Try to be careful on how I describe him, but if there is a thought that he would be a candidate to be on the spectrum today. Now, whether or not that's accurate, whether that's just because he was German-born in a predominantly Scots-Irish, English-dominated heritage area, I don't know. You know, I mean, I wasn't there. I didn't know him. I didn't talk to him. But some of his actions show that maybe he is a little bit operating with lesser faculties.
Yeah.
So, but he's brilliant on the river, and he knows how to smuggle things left and right, and he's really good at it. So he's a good person to recruit because that's what you're going to use him for. Notice that's why they recruited him. That was his understanding as well.
Right.
I'm being recruited to take you across the river, something I do many nights of the week. No problems. I can do that, you know. And then you need a guide, someone who, because, again, Booth is not from the area. Surratt is a city boy, even though he was born in the country. Powell doesn't know anything about the area, and O'Loughlin and Arnold are also city boys. You need somebody who can get you through southern Maryland to Port Tobacco to get you across the river, and that's where David Harold comes in. And David Harold was born in Anacostia, and he spent much of his youth hunting and tracking throughout southern Maryland, particularly Charles County and southern Prince George's County, which is exactly the region of southern Maryland you need to know to be able to get to Port Tobacco. So when you look at the group they put together, Surratt and Booth, there's some forethought in it. You know, with the exception of O'Loughlin and Arnold kind of being like, man, you know, I grew up with these are my childhood friends. We're always going to be a tight unit. You know, I trust them. They're going to be part of my crew forever.
Right.
Everybody else is brought in with the purpose. Surratt Jr. is the link to the Confederate government and money.
You think guys like Atzerodt know the overall purpose, or do you think it's just like, hey, when you appear in front of me, get me across the river?
Well, Atzerodt's confessions tell us that he knew a lot.
Okay.
I mean, he's part of the kidnapping plot, you know, so he knows who they're going to be bringing across the river.
So they're not like compartmentalized into their tasks.
No, they are definitely not.
Though he's not particularly comfortable about being moved out of his box.
Yes,
there
he's
when
not.
it comes down to it.
He really wants to run the river. That's what he knows. That's what he's good at. That's what he's comfortable with. And again, that's why you recruited him. So that's what makes things later on a little bit, you know, troublesome when he's involved. So you've got this group of guys now, and there's a couple other agents to talk about, like Sarah Slater. Sarah Slater is probably one of the best spies to ever serve an American government ever. We still are not completely sure on who she was.
Wow.
You know, we have a pretty good idea, but she's a Confederate agent, and she is works really closely with John Surratt Jr. On taking information to Canada. She goes with him frequently to New York. She knows Booth. She's a woman. There's probably odds that Booth made some passes at her or even succeeded. You never know with Booth. So, but Sarah Slater is... There are two conspirators that eventually we'll talk about that get away, according to some people. And one of them is Junior, John Surratt Jr., and then Sarah Slater's another. We don't know how much Sarah knew. We do know that she's present for some of the meetings, that she went to that H Street boarding house like all the others. But she's so shady. We don't know enough about her to really be able to dig into that story too much. And there's research currently going on that will hopefully help with that. But
wow.
So Sarah Slater,
More to talk about.
Keep her in your mind. You might hear something more about her moving forward. So you got your A team together, and now you got to use it. And it's still the kidnapping Abraham Lincoln plan, right? Twice circumstances didn't pan out. The third time is the Campbell Hospital plot. It gets to the point where David Harold takes a wagon full of supplies and he goes to Surratt's Tavern with this wagon full of supplies, probably March 15th, March 16th. And the kidnapping's supposed to happen on March 17th. And the supplies consist of 2 1863 Spencer repeating carbines, however you want to say it, some chloroform, some rope, some whiskey, and maybe some binoculars or something. So, everything you need for a good party. And he takes
in Texas.
So he takes these supplies to the Surratt Tavern. David Harold is not with the kidnappers on the road from Campbell Hospital to Washington. He is at Surratt's Tavern. He's between Surratt's Tavern and one of the local houses because there's people there in the area that he knows. And his job is to guard those supplies. And then the kidnappers, they're going to grab up Lincoln. They're going to make their mad dash from Washington, and they're going to get to the Surratt Tavern. They're going to toss Lincoln into this wagon. They're going to tie him up. They'll chloroform him if they have to. And then they're going to book it for Port Tobacco and then across the river and then to Richmond. That's the plan. And so it points out or brings up an interesting point that Surratt's Tavern, whichever plot or plan you look at, is always the first stop.
So kidnapping or murder plot, first place they're going to go
is Surratt's.
Is the tavern.
Yep. Regardless of whatever plot or plan is carried out. Have
we discussed why they're doing this, where they're going to try to do this for the kidnapping part of this? Like, have we discussed the location?
Not really.
So I like to talk about this because this is a kind of a unique thing, especially when you think about the modern presidency and how like inaccessible they are as far as the general citizen of the United States. Like, we're not just walking up to President Biden or former President Trump or former President Obama. We're not just going to walk in there and be like, hey, bud, right? You used to kind of be able to do this on some level with our commander in chief. Yeah. And I think one of the reasons that this area is sort of keyed to snatch Lincoln is because when it's near this old cottage that Lincoln and his family were staying in really early in his presidency, because a couple things I like to touch on about this. One is with the Lincoln family, when they came to Washington, they were a grieving family, and they wanted to get away from the hustle and bustle of the White House, to give the family some time to sort of, acclimate to running the country from a new city in the wake of a family death. I believe they had lost one of their sons. And I don't know if it was found for them or somebody volunteered it, but they ended up staying at this cottage, which if you go to D.C. today, you can, go tour the modern day Lincoln Cottage. But it is next to the old soldiers, and it's modern day old soldiers and airmen's, I believe, hospital, things like that. But it was like an old soldiers' home next to this cottage at the time, which was filled with a lot of like Mexican War veterans, things like that, and some of the older veterans of our country. But Lincoln would ride or commute to the White House. He would ride his horse, like the 11 or 16 blocks it was between the cottage, and he would do this by himself. Like, you imagine a modern day president just like living in an offsite facility, like getting in his own car, driving on like modern day Beltway, just pulling into the White House, and anybody at any point could stop him along the way. And like Lincoln would do this, but like this kind of became known that this was a not super well guarded, or it was because Washington City, especially out at this part of the city we're talking about, isn't the city that it is today, where there's buildings everywhere.
Right.
Like, a lot of this city is still a swamp.
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of sight, sounds, and smells, specifically smells.
There's a lot of farmland around
that would be unfamiliar to people today if they saw what Washington, D.C., Washington City then looked like. So this is a very wooded area. There's a lot of places to kind of disappear with somebody. So it almost is an ideal place to snatch and grab him from.
Yeah, I mean, the circumstances are perfect. Really perfect. My question, something I've never been able to figure out, is how do Booth and them learn of it? that Lincoln's plan is to go and attend a play.
You've been
I don't
listening
know
to
if
the
it's
History Things
publicized.
podcast.
I don't know
Follow the
how
guys
they
on
find out.
Facebook
They
and
definitely find
Instagram
out
at the
because
History
they
Things
go
podcast
to try
for
and
all the
kidnap
latest
him.
news and
But-
exclusives.
Well, it's publicized
Make
later
sure
in
to
our
also follow
story.
Pat
So
and Matt
Yeah, so
on their
maybe it
social
is.
no
media
reason to suggest it
at
wouldn't have been
History
publicized
Things
earlier.
Pat
Right.
Possible.
And at Matt Porter's Books.
I mean,
Have a
record by
question,
all
comment,
stretch,
or compliment
so
for
I
the
don't
show?
know.
Send us an
You know,
email
and
at
I think it's important to share when you don't know something, so if somebody out there knows.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah,
We
I
hope
don't know
you
is a
enjoyed the show.
perfectly acceptable answer. It's definitely better than doing the alternative, which is making something up and feeding people wrong information, and that's how we get carried away with all the stuff we deal with as historians and storytellers, interpreters now, where we're like, yes, that was real. No, that wasn't. Where'd you learn that? The internet? Oh, you read it on the internet. Cool, thanks. Somebody didn't say I don't know to you once upon a time.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it just like Pat was saying, it's the perfect spot to conduct a kidnapping. I mean, when we think kidnapping the president, our modern minds automatically go to that is insanity. You can't do that.
Because you're thinking like Jubal Early brings the army, you're storming Washington. It's a kidnapping out of the Oval Office chair.
Right.
There's like Confederate soldiers rushing in the White House.
It's Olympus has fallen, right?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And it's not that at the time. I mean, he is so lightly guarded.
Yeah, they're going to try to just pick him off a back road.
Yeah.
Right.
Just grab him. There's enough of them with the element of surprise that they definitely could overwhelm any guards that he might have and get him out of there. And so I like to, when I tell the story, I like to take it from David Harold's point of view because he's the one that's not there. He is still at the Surratt Tavern. And, he's enjoying himself. He's meeting up with old friends. He's having dinner. He's getting some drinks. He's talking with John Lloyd. He's, probably finding some lady friends. He's having a good old time. And when he wakes up on March 17th, he knows that's the day, so he's trying to bide his time. But the evening comes, and morning of March 18th shows up, and there is no Lincoln, no Booth, no Surratt Jr. There's nothing. And so he has breakfast, visits another local farm, and comes back, and still nothing. And so he starts to begin to wonder, what happened? Where is everybody? Did something happen? Were they arrested? Did something really bad happen? Are they on their way here now to arrest me? Is the gig up? And he's starting to panic. I've got all these supplies. They show up here. I've got cavalry weapons.
Shooting iron.
Yes, shooting irons, right? So he sees himself in pretty desperate straits here. And just when he's probably about to just lose it, he sees a horseman come riding down the road. And it turns out to be John Surratt Jr. And John Surratt Jr. shows up, and Harold's like, dude, you didn't call,
What
you
is
didn't
going
text me.
on?
What's going on, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to think that they said, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is wrong with you? I've been sitting here worried all night, right?
Yeah, Harold's like, dude, and Surratt's like, bro, you don't even know.
Dude, where's my car? Dude,
Where's my Lincoln?
Yeah. Right. So Surratt sets him straight. Lincoln never showed up. The kidnapping couldn't happen because Lincoln didn't show up. The carriage came past with guards, but it wasn't Lincoln in the carriage. More than likely, it was probably Salmon Chase, Chief Justice, who we do know attended the play at Campbell Hospital that night. And again, I think we said earlier, Lincoln wasn't there because he decided instead of going to the hospital, he was going to meet with a bunch of veteran troops from Indiana.
The 40th Indiana, if I remember right.
Yes, I think so. I think that's correct. I trust your memory better than mine on that one. But so they don't know that he's meeting with these Indiana soldiers. They're wondering, have we been betrayed? What are we going to do now? So the first thing they got to do is take care of these supplies.
So they think the carriage was like a reverse, if we're playing Uno, like a reverse. Like you're trying to reverse plot us. You're going to send the carriage, hoping we spring it, and then,
we got
like 100 more cavalry come out of the woods and surround everybody.
That would, I have to imagine when you're in a conspiracy of some sort, there's that element of paranoia. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them thought that.
I mean, honestly, it's almost safer to be paranoid like that because then you're at least thinking about your contingency.
Keep you alive.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what they didn't think about, though, is what were they going to do with those supplies if the kidnapping didn't go off? And so this is where John Surratt Jr. comes to save the day again. Because remember, he grew up on Surratt's property. He knows the tavern, and he knows that where the kitchen wing is, it's a good 1.5 feet almost lower than the upstairs wing of the house. And that creates this really nice little crawl space between the ceiling of the family dining room and the floor of his sister Anna's bedroom,
Right.
that you can access through the attic or loft space above the kitchen wing. And what he does is he has the carbines. They're the only things that he doesn't trust to hide just generally on the farm. He's going to hide them in the tavern. But he needs somebody to know about them so they can be protected and oiled and ready to go whenever they might need them again. Enter John Lloyd. So John Lloyd's account says that on March 18th, John Surratt Jr. calls him into the formal parlor. He walks in and he sees these 2 carbines sitting on the couch. And he's like, what are those doing there? And John Jr. says, we're going to hide these here. I'm going to show you where. You're going to oil them. You're going to wrap them. You're going to make sure they're in good shape and they're functional so that if we ever do need them, we can use them. Now, this is Lloyd's chance to be like, no.
John's a cop.
Right.
Why is this not happening?
He's a metropolitan police. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's why it's not happening. John Lloyd, for whatever reason, my thought is probably more along the lines of they're paying me to run the tavern. I'm renting it from them, but they're still paying me a salary, and I like that salary. Okay, I'll hide these. Don't tell me what it's about.
Yeah, like
but
don't
I'll hide
ask.
'em.
Do we know anything about his sympathies?
It's really hard to say. My thought on the matter is that Mary and John would not have found somebody to run that tavern who didn't have Southern leanings.
No, that's a good point.
Just because it's still part of the underground, part of that secret line. So I think he's probably got Southern tendencies. I don't know that he's, I think he proves that he's not diehard.
Right.
But, a number of them prove that later on. So I think there's probably sympathetic feelings towards the South on his part.
Well, a lot of people, are all hat and no cattle by the time their lives become part of the conversation.
This is true.
I mean, that's a very real thing. It's you get a lot of people who, I'll do anything for the South, Southern Confederacy, and then it's like, oh, that is a pistol in my face, or there's a gallows very realistically in front of me, and I will tell you everything I know.
Yes.
Yeah. You want me to do what, when? No.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So Lloyd is like, okay, I'll hide them. I'll take care of them for you. And so the key point is to know here that Lloyd knows these guns are in the house. He knows who supplied them. He knows who's involved in the plot because he's interacted with them. So he's by no means completely on the outside. But at the same time, he's not on the inside either. He's kind of one of those, guys he's a tool. He's a means to an end. You're running a place we're very familiar with and comfortable with. We're going to involve you just so much as we need you to be involved, and that's about it. And whether or not he knew about a kidnapping plot, I think he's smart enough. He probably would have figured something like that out, but I don't think he had any knowledge of the assassination or the murder plot that's going to develop. But he does know where the supplies are, and so that's key. So now what are we going to do? We've hidden the supplies. The kidnapping attempt failed. There's a bit of a fallout within the group. The 2 guys that Booth counted on, his best buddies, O'Laughlin and Arnold, are like, man, you don't know what you're doing, and we're done. And they leave. They go to Baltimore, and the group kind of fractures. John Surratt has his official business he's got to do for the Confederate government. And so you see more and more Booth is hanging out and operating with Harold and Powell in Surratt. Which is a much smaller group and really a less dynamic group than what he had going for him prior to that and up to that 3rd kidnapping attempt. But then the situation gets really crazy. I mean, in history, we see that events generally take control. Humans have the best plans. What's the old saying? Man plans and God laughs, right?
Laughs, yeah.
And so that's events are spiraling out of control. So this is March 17th, March 18th. By the time they're back in Washington and Arnold and O'Laughlin left, we're talking March 19th. The siege of Petersburg, if you want to call it a siege, is running to its end. Lee knows it. Grant knows it. Lee knows that it's desperate enough that he's got to try one last time while he has the strength to do so. To break out of the lines. Right. And so on March 25th, you get the attack on Fort Stedman, which you can call it an initial success if you want, but it really probably had no real chance of success. The breach in Fort Stedman is sealed. what was left of the real good fighting Second Corps is pretty much lost as a result, and so Lee's losing some more of his diehards, and it's within a week that Five Forks happens, and the lines are broken, and Petersburg is falling. So we're talking in a 2-week span, everything that they thought they understood about the war and what was going on and what good it would do to capture Lincoln is drastically changing. Now, when the attack on Fort Stedman fails, Lee tells Davis, all right, it's just a matter of time now. We won't be able to hold Richmond or Petersburg. It may be time to think about evacuating the government, all this good stuff. And so there becomes this undercurrent, especially when you look at Judah Benjamin's actions and some of the accounts later on, that we need to do something drastic to buy time to get Lee and his army out of Virginia and maybe to North Carolina for the possibility of a link up with Johnson or something. That's the best hope. We link up with Johnson, maybe we can turn on Sherman, and then maybe we can turn on Grant. Good luck with that. But so a kidnapping plot by March 26th, but definitely by April 1st, is no longer valid. You're not going to get prisoners back because it really looks like the war is speeding to a conclusion. So what's going to be more effective to buy you time? What about decapitating the Union High Command? What if you target Lincoln, Johnson, Seward, Stanton, and Grant? Is that going to throw the Union war effort into a huge amount of confusion? Is that going to create just enough space for Lee to get away? Probably better than a kidnap of Lincoln. And so we start to see a trend towards this murder plot. Now, if we talk about Judah Benjamin's plot, which we're going to get into, do we want to call that a murder plot? Or because Judah Benjamin is operating as a government official in a wartime situation, is it really an act of war? I mean,
I would say it depends on the context, or I guess like Judah P. Benjamin is probably trying to perpetrate more of an act, an extreme act of like a desperate act of war.
yeah.
I could be wrong.
I don't know. I tend to feel the same way. But at the same time, it's like a drone strike.
Yeah, and we come back to tomato. I mean, we're basically killing somebody.
Right.
So the target's just a lot more important than your average target of assassination. We're talking about the target.
Yes. And all of the targets. I mean, this is big. And so this is another indicator to me. And so as we go on now, you're going to start to hear more and more of my personal thought and feeling on this, having done my research. This is an area to me where the targeting of those individuals really shows some level of understanding of continuity of government that I think Booth probably would not have had, but that Judah Benjamin would understand clearly. So I feel this is where we start to maybe buy into some of the theories that the Confederate government is legitimately involved at this point in the idea of, if not killing Lincoln, at least putting him in a position where he could die as a result of the actions that they're going to take, or be hurt or whatever. And he's not just targeting Lincoln. It's important to remember that. It's
permanent incapacitation.
Yeah, I mean,
incapacitation.
Decapitating the Union. I mean, that is what they're looking at, the Federal High Command. And how are they going to do this? Well, it's really an interesting plot. I call it the gunpowder plot. And we come to know a lot about it because of George Atzerott's confessions. But there are multiple action teams. No respectable intelligence agency or Secret Service agency is going to operate with one action team. There are multiple throughout Maryland, Virginia, New York, Pennsylvania, Canada. And there is an action team in New York that George Atzerodt has connections to, through Booth even, that they learn about this gunpowder plot, the explosion plot. And the explosion plot has to be Judah Benjamin's baby, because it involves a guy named
Harney?
Harney, thank you.
So yeah, it's Harney.
Thomas Harney. And
Thomas Hardy?
No.
Harney.
Oh, sorry.
And you'll see why I blink, because there's, Thomas Harbin, Thomas Harney.
Yeah.
So
and
we
then
get
super famous actor Thomas Hardy.
Yes. Who,
Stud.
I'm not gonna deny that. I don't look at that man and think, wow.
He's so dreamy.
Especially.
I love him in Peaky Blinders.
I was just about to say, especially
He
in
is
Peaky Blinders,
the man in Peaky
He's
Blinders.
fantastic, Solomon. He's awesome.
I am usually a fan of Arthur Shelby, but every single time Tom Hardy's character is on there, I am every word he says, I'm hanging on it.
So my wife watches it because she loves Killian, right? She loves him, but she knows that I watch it because of Tom Hardy.
Yeah.
And she's like,
everybody gets something out
I
of
know,
Peaky
right?
Blinders.
I know, it's great.
Matt can get the First World War backdrop subtleties out of it, right?
Fantastic. Honestly, even the nuances, we're so off topic, but the nuances towards
It's okay.
This is going to be it.
World War II and, the development of socialism. And,
Yeah.
the last season was really
It's
good.
one of the better history shows, I'll tell you that.
I love it. And it's not just because Tom Hardy's in it, though. That plays a big part.
So we're talking Thomas Harney and the gunpowder plot.
And the gunpowder plot. So Thomas Harney, he's an acolyte of the Baum brothers. The Baum brothers are Gabriel Rains and his brother. They are, is it Gabriel and Thomas Rains, I think? So another Thomas. I can't remember off the top of my head what Gabriel's brother's name is.
A lot of Toms, a lot of Johns.
I know. These guys had the Confederate torpedo department. Gabriel Rains in particular has been instrumental in developing all kinds of mines, not just mines like what we see in the sea, but early versions of landmines. He develops like the pressure fuse and friction fuses for bombs and things like that. I mean, he's brilliant. He is a brilliant man when it comes to explosives. And Harney is his best operative. And the plot is going to be that Harney is going to have two other agents that are part of the torpedo department. They're going to be smuggled into Washington City. They're going to carry with them some fuse cord, and they are going to be provided with explosives. They're going to have access to the West Wing of the White House, where a party is going to be thrown, and they're going to detonate some explosives beneath it. And everybody who's in that party, including Lincoln and his cabinet, is going to be caught in the explosion.
Somebody's been reading Guy Fawkes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like it a little bit, right?
Another gunpowder plot.
The gunpowder plot. So,
Good reference, though.
It is. Yeah. V for Vendetta. But
Don't do it, because I had said we could talk about that movie too. Get out of the rabbit hole.
all right, I'm jumping out. But so this is the gunpowder plot. There are indications that Surratt Jr. and Sarah Slater are also aware of this plot because they have meetings with Judah Benjamin.
You've been listening to the
at
History
the same time that
Things
he's meeting with Harney.
podcast.
So,
Follow the guys on Facebook and Instagram at the
this
History
seems
Things
to be a
podcast
legitimate
for all the latest
plot,
news
and
and
there's more
exclusives.
legitimacy added to
Make
it
sure to
because
also
you
follow
can't just
Pat
smuggle
and
these
Matt
guys
on their
into the city
social
right now.
medias at History Things with Pat
Washington's heavily
and
guarded.
at Matt Porter's
The
Books.
most
Have a
defended city
question,
in the
comment, or
world
compliment
at
for the
this
show?
point.
Exactly.
Send us an
And you
email
don't
at
want anybody seeing these guys come across.
historythingspodcast@gmail.com.
So
Thanks
you
for
have to
listening.
hide it.
We hope you
How
enjoyed
are
the
you
show.
going to hide it? There's that thorn in the federal side that is known as Mosby's Confederacy, and John Mosby. And so John Mosby's guys are probably amongst the most elite of what's left fighting in the South. And they are great at raids. And they're expected to raid. I mean, that's what they've been doing for 3 years. So Benjamin reaches out to Mosby, at least I can only imagine being Benjamin, and he gets Mosby to put together a special company, Company K. And Company K is, I'm not sure the total number. It could be about 100, 150 men, but they seem to be the best of what Mosby has to offer. To me, I feel like 150 men is a lot of guys left.
That's a big company.
Managing something like that would be very difficult. So I don't know the total number of guys that are involved. Maybe 30 seems more logical to me. Whatever it is, the idea is that Harney and his two fellow agents are going to hook up with Mosby. Mosby's going to conduct a raid into Maryland, and under the cover of that raid, Harney and his two guys are going to be smuggled across the Potomac, so that in all the hubbub, these three guys going across the Potomac are going to be lost. And that's the plan. And the plan actually...
Where in Maryland? is the raid supposed to be conducted?
Sweep through northern Maryland.
You talking like starting up around Frederick County area?
Yep, and then down into northern Virginia. So it's a long raid. And in all honesty, off the top of my head, I cannot
I just wonder if it's one of those like go up around the Harper's Ferry area where there's a bunch of crossings and then swing down somewhere around Edwards or White's Ferry area, in Montgomery County.
Well, and that area had been well traveled for raids. I mean, we see almost that specific route. It's a little further north when Stewart comes over in 62. He goes up near Williamsport, goes over to Chambersburg and down and crosses back over near White's Ford and White's Ferry. We see Mosby doing the same thing in 63. He burns all of the blockhouses along the B&O Railroad and the Potomac River right there at the beginning of the Gettysburg campaign because he's specifically trying to get the Federals' attention, the Federal cavalry's attention specifically, so that the Army of Northern Virginia can move north unimpeded.
Yeah, I guess the whole area from like Williamsport down to like Darnestown, Maryland, which is a series of like endless cavalry scraps and raids and defenses and reconnaissances.
Well, that's why we've got a whole division's worth of troops there in 61 is right along there.
Well, the Phony War is...
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love that time of the war, the Phony War, where first Manassas has happened, everybody's like, oh, crap. And they just kind of stare at each other like... Your move. And they're like, no, your move.
That's right.
And then suddenly Ball's Bluff.
Yeah.
What are those tents? No.
Wah, wah.
Yeah, I know. But
so we've got Mosby, I guess, coming in somewhere around Frederick County, somewhere between Washington and Frederick County, we'll say, and then his goal is likely to sweep out anywhere between like Point of Rocks and probably like White's Ferry and Poolsville. Most likely places you could speculate because those are the best places to cross the river with a sizable number of riders.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, and, I'll leave today and I'll remember the route of the raid.
We're going to text as soon as you hit the street and I'll be like, we should have put that in the show.
Like the other day when I was like, oh, hey, guys, I forgot to tell you.
Yeah, that's cool.
But, so, anyway, the important thing to remember is that this raid is supposed to provide cover for Harney and his guys to get across. And it so happens that the raid occurs on April 9th, which is...
the same day Lee
surrenders.
Right.
Now, did Mosby and his guys know that Lee surrendered or not?
I doubt it.
I doubt it, too.
Yeah.
Whether or not that would have stopped them from conducting the raid, I don't know that it would have played a factor into it.
Outside of Appomattox, I think the only people that were aware of what happened were within telegram signal. Would have been people important enough to get those signals directly from the armies. So we're talking like Washington and maybe some very important people in Virginia were able to get that information.
Yeah.
But loose, or I guess because at that point, Mosby's guys are essentially on their own. They're not taking orders from anybody in the field. Like there's no Lee coordinating with him anymore and things like that.
Exactly.
So, so I don't think they know.
Yeah, and so that was a point that I wanted to bring up. That's great transition, Pat. Is that these guys are at this point operating blind, and they had been really since April 3rd because Petersburg fell, Richmond fell, the Confederate government is on the run. And they really don't have any contact with Benjamin anymore and any of their Confederate agents who were involved in sending that information around. So they're all operating off of the idea that Lee is still trying to get south and that they're playing a part in his escape. That's it. That includes Booth and his guys. That includes Harney and his guys. That includes Mosby's Company K and everybody else who doesn't know yet what's happened. And so... Mosby's guys go to conduct their raid, and they run into a cavalry patrol from, I want to say it's the 14th New York Cavalry, and this running gun battle happens. And Mosby's guys end up being overwhelmed. They can't maintain the fight, and they book it. They retreat. And Harney and his two agents are kind of left on their own, and they decide they're still going to carry out their part of the mission. So even though they don't have this cover anymore, they're going to try and go across the Potomac. And they're spotted by some of the same cavalry troopers, and they're grabbed up and they're arrested, taken to Capitol Prison, and they do have the fuse cord on them. So they're known to be agents.
What?
Yeah.
How did that get there? What-
It's not mine, really. I'm just holding it for a guy.
Yeah, I swear, officer, it's not mine.
Really, yeah, no. So he's got to explain this away. And Thomas Harney's he's a known entity. He'd been arrested. He'd been captured as a soldier. The federal government knew of him. They know of the Raines brothers and the fact that they're developing all these devious devices.
There's so many people that have been arrested and then turned loose that they're just popping back up on the radar.
And some of that's on purpose so that they can continue to follow them, and some of it's just because they signed the oath of allegiance, and like you said,
Oh, the toilet paper.
right?
Yes. And when Harney is exchanged, I mean, he was captured and exchanged.
I want to be very clear for a minute. I don't think being loyal to a country that you live in or feel like pro towards it's toilet paper. I was going back to what I said about just like there's no way to enforce your oath of allegiance.
Right.
It's like it's symbolic at best. It's crap at worst.
No one thinks you're a traitor, Pat.
Yes, I want to be very clear.
So, so now Harney's captured, the fuse cord is taken, and the gunpowder plot is over. That leaves Booth. We know Booth knows about the gunpowder plot because Booth mentions it to Atzerodt, because Atzerodt shares it in his multiple confessions. His confessions are great. If you ever get a chance, I'll read them. Read them. They're fantastic. And maybe that's one of our indicators that he's not quite right.
It's called the new book. It's called, you know what else I just remembered? By George Atzerodt.
What else can I say? Oh, don't worry. I'll say a whole lot more.
Followed up by Another Thing by George Atzerodt.
He was desperately trying to save himself.
Yes, he was. I really feel bad for Atzerodt, honestly.
You're not the first historian I've heard say that, too.
Yeah. He's, there are a number of tragic figures that get involved and are caught up in it. I don't consider Mary one of those.
Thank you for saying that. I don't either.
Well, we were going to get into that in the follow-up, but we'll just say it now. Nobody on this show feels that way. Mary, we all very equally feel, she was guilty of one of two things. She was either guilty of being directly involved herself, or she was being guilty of directly knowing her son's involvement and not being honest about that. So
it's aiding and abetting regardless.
I'm a big proponent of F around and find out. And a lot of people in this story, sometimes sympathetic or not, F'd around.
And they found out.
Yeah. And I kind of come back to that with George Atzerodt because I don't feel sympathetic towards him ever. I come very close to it. Mm-hmm. Because he is kind of just drawn out of his box in ways that he never wanted to be. But you know what? He did it anyway.
Yep.
He F'd around.
That's true.
He found out.
Yep.
So that's personally how Pat feels about that.
I get that.
I get that you guys are sympathetic. I get to the line, but you know what? No.
So, what's going to happen with Lincoln now? Booth, what's he operating off of? He's operating, if he knows about the gunpowder plot, like Atzerodt says, he knows that the plan is to kill Lincoln. So now we get into this idea, all right, and this is another debate. Does Booth act all on his own, just a mad moment, right? Or is he a part of a bigger plan?
Right.
Well, at this point, it's probably clear that I think he's part of a bigger plan. And so what I think he's probably going to be one of the group that hooks up with Harney and his guys, maybe going to provide gunpowder, protection, support to some sort of element of that. But knowing that Lincoln is supposed to be killed, I think he's plan B.
So I was going to say, so he's either support for plan A or he's plan B.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
How do you think his personality likes being thought of as plan B?
I don't think he appreciates it very much.
But you're B team leader.
Yeah, right? And Atzerodt says as much. Yeah. I mean, Atzerodt definitely hints that Booth is really annoyed by this whole New York gunpowder plot because he knows about it through the New York agents. Sure. And, there is this feeling and this sense with Booth that he wants to, we're supposed to kill Lincoln regardless. I want to be the one that does it.
Oh, remember John Brown. He wants to be the martyr.
Exactly. Right. And so, I mean, there's this unspoken knowledge on Booth's part that he's going to involve himself in the death of Lincoln one way or the other. And I think he was always probably trying to do it before the gunpowder plot. But the failure of the gunpowder plot lines up perfectly for him. And I imagine, I can't be Booth, right? And I don't want to try to imagine to be Booth, but if I'm somebody like Booth and I've got a role to play in something like this, and the A team just failed, I'm like, heck yeah.
Yeah, you're a zealot. You're
This is my chance.
radicalized. Like you're vain enough,
Yeah.
right? You believe in the martyrdom of it all.
Yeah.
Like,
So this
And
is,
I still debate how much he believed in the martyrdom, because I totally think he wants to get south and live off that fame.
Yeah.
This
I
is what
think
I
for
did.
him,
I
I
don't
think-
think he wants to die.
I think Plan A is to live, but
Yes.
he's like, you know what? If I don't, at least I'm going to be a freaking legend.
right.
well, there's
That's
that.
his.
Plan A is I'm going to survive. Plan B is if I'm not going to survive, I'm going to go out in a blaze of glory. I will not go out like John Brown.
So Booth is present for one of Lincoln's speeches where we kind of get like Booth involved more from the kidnapping into the, all right, I mean, we need to kill this man. What's sort of, how does that come about?
Okay. So this is that other side of the debate. Now, the speech by Lincoln happens, and that Booth didn't like it is obvious because of statements that he made to people around him. But there is one side of the debate is that this speech by Lincoln, which was impromptu, was not planned. They, people are celebrating the victory at Appomattox, and Lee has surrendered, and they know the war is coming to a close. Right? We've had the Night of Illumination, and
Right.
Is Harney's like arrest and plot public information at this time? So it's like they just snuffed that out and they were like, shh,
right. So you
we
get
won the war, dudes.
yeah. We're not gonna
Don't talk about that.
That's right. And there are still a lot of Southern sympathizers within the city.
Okay.
And so, you have this crowd of people, and they call for Lincoln to make a speech. And he does. And, it's a really interesting speech because it's kind of an off-the-cuff sort of thing. And what's really cool about it is it does give us some insight into what he's thinking moving forward,
Right.
among those being suffrage for African-American men, right? And the theory, the other side of the debate where Booth is just a mad moment is that this is the breaking point for him. The idea that black men are going to be allowed to vote within the country means the country is doomed.
Yeah.
It
It's
is.
contrary to everything he's ever been raised on
Right.
and believed and whatnot.
Yep. He definitely does not value African Americans at all, as more than what most people valued them as in the 19th century.
Farm equipment.
Yeah, that's what they are. Property. They're a tool, right? They help you make money. And so the idea that they could vote, whoa, no way, right? You're going to ruin the country's good and dead. Regardless of the war, if the South loses it, there's still hope for the country so long as slavery is still in place, right? And Lincoln is now for sure the architect of the death of our country. And so I'm going to save it by killing Lincoln. So that's that other argument that Booth snaps at that point, and that's when he decides he's going to kill Lincoln.
This is a fairly well-established theme, if you will, in a lot of the earlier histories of the conspiracy and the assassination and whatnot. In our pre-work for this show, you'd kind of talked about how it wasn't necessarily the angle that you really felt was accurate, and even some of the things you've said already kind of imply that the plot to murder Lincoln was already well established by this point.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
And I think that was, for me, that's my eye-opener. Coming into the story, I know about the speech. I know about Booth's reaction to the speech. About Booth wishing that he could have maybe done something with Lincoln at the second inauguration, the fact that he's in the picture and all that
Right.
stuff. But finding all this other information, learning about the gunpowder plot and how deep the conspiracy runs, I don't think Edwin Stanton was off the mark at all, thinking that the Confederate government was involved. And I think that Booth and his guys knew it clearly. I mean, if you take Surratt at what he's saying, and I mean, what value does he have at lying at that point? Right. He's trying to be honest so that he can save his life. So it's not like he's trying to cover anything up. I think that if you look at Booth's reaction to the speech, that's Booth's character. That's his personality. He is definitely not happy with that speech. Maybe more than anything, it just reinforces to him that it is essential for Team B, his A team, to take out Lincoln. But then you still get to the how.
Right.
How is that going to happen? How are we going to take out the president of the United States? And again, this is one of those moments where events kind of take control because, there, as part of the celebrations, Ford's Theater and what's the rival theater?
Grover's
Theater.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I think it's Grover's. It sounds right. Grover's Theater. They both hold big plays, big productions. The big deal about Ford's Theater's production is that it's Our American Cousin, which really is an old play by this point in time. It's been seen a lot, but the lead actress, it's her 1,000th performance of that play, right? 1,000th or 100th. I think it's 1,000th, but it might be 100th.
Probably 100th. Probably 100th.
Maybe
1,000 is a lot.
I can't remember now. I might have just.
I mean, 1,000.
It might be 100.
It's a lot of years. How many?
Well, I mean, they're doing the show. It would be running every day of the week, multiple times a day.
Maybe it is 1,000.
It's going to rack up pretty quickly. Yeah.
So don't quote me on it, but check it out.
I'm just stressed out as a retired performer. You know, like having to play a couple shows with my bands a week was pretty stressful. Like I can't imagine like playing like 1,000.
Yeah.
You get back on that stage, Pat.
No, yeah, like oh no, God.
So this play, it's mainly the fact that it's this actresses or actor.
It's like a milestone.
It's a milestone for her, and she's famous. You know, it's so that's their claim to the night, and that's why Lincoln likes to go to Ford's. Now he covers his bases because his kid goes to Grover's, but Lincoln goes to Ford's, and not only that, Lincoln's not just going to go by himself. I mean, Mary's coming. But so are Ulysses S. Grant and Julia.
Right.
Or Julie Grant. And that's a huge deal because if there's any man who's the man of the hour, it's Grant.
Right.
I mean, he's orchestrated the defeat of Lee and seemingly very soon the defeat of Johnson and the end of the war. And so Ford's is like, hey, these are bragging rights, man, and they publish it. They put it on all the papers in the press. Lincoln and Grant to attend Our American Cousin at Ford's.
Yeah, I'm looking at my notes right now. So it was actress Laura Keene, and it was her 100th portrayal.
Okay. 100.
Dude, I told you 1,000. I was having an anxiety attack. I was like, oh my God.
Double check it.
Holy crap. But no, 100.
I'm glad you had those notes there because I'm looking at the book Manhunt over there, and I was like, I know it's in that.
Definitely sitting in it, yeah.
But so 100th and Laura Keene, yes, thanks, because her name was slipping my mind. But and she plays a little bit more drama into the actual events of Lincoln's death. But so that's one of the big reasons that Lincoln goes there. And it's announced, it's published. And so here's Booth. He's mad. Lincoln's still alive. He's operating off the assumption that it's still a kill call, right? A kill order on Lincoln.
And now Grant's part of it.
And
so
Grant's
he's like, oh, bonus.
Also, George Atzerodt is staying in the same hotel in Washington City as Andrew Johnson because Johnson doesn't, the vice president at this point does not have a private dwelling within the city. And everybody knows where Surratt is because he's been in an accident and he's stuck in bed in his house.
Did he have like a carriage, like a really bad carriage accident?
Very bad.
Like he almost died.
Yeah. And I mean, they know he's laid up in bed in his house, which is not far from the White House. It's not far from H Street, honestly. Nope. And while he doesn't have, so we all have this assumption, this picture in our mind over the years that he's got a neck brace on that is like
a modern day,
yeah. But it's not. It's more of like a wire thing around his jaw because it's his jaw that's broken. He didn't break his neck. It's his jaw. But it's still going to come into play and save his life on the night of April 14th.
$1 million shot block.
Yes. Yep. So everything is falling into place for Booth. Maybe the one downside to it is that he doesn't have his whole team with him. What he has is himself. He has Powell. He has Harold, and he has Atzerodt. He may have John Jr. It depends on who you want to believe. There are 4 witnesses who say that they saw a man fitting John Surratt Jr.'s description in New York, near Elmira, wearing a Garibaldi coat, which is a very flamboyant coat, so it would make him stand out. And then there are 15 witnesses who say they see him in the city, in Washington, on the day of the assassination, including a barber who says that he shaved not only John Jr., but he shaved the necks of Booth and Harold Atzerodt.
Oh.
When you're going to do evil stuff, you got to have a slick neck.
Yeah, you got to look clean, right? And then you have 2 federal artillery sergeants that are veterans who are attending Ford's that night. And in a break, they're sitting on the steps, and they see a man who's constantly checking the time, and they say that he looks just like John Surratt Jr. So much so that one of the artillery sergeants is spooked. His spidey senses go off, right?
Right, he's tingling.
He's tingling, and he talks about the fact that while he's watching this guy, and he's paying attention to somebody who's in the bar next door, and he's relaying information to him. Well, on that last intermission before Lincoln is shot, Booth is in that bar.
Right.
So
Getting a little liquid courage.
That's right. And so now you start to, knowing what we know, we want to connect the dots. Well, he's saying it's a guy who fits Surratt's description, who's calling out to the bar. And we know Booth is in that bar. And this federal sergeant, this artillery guy, is so troubled and unsettled by what he's seeing that he actually reaches into his coat pocket where he has a pistol. And he thinks something's about to go down and maybe he needs to be ready for it. And his buddy, he sees him and he's like, what are you doing?
Dude, you know how much paperwork you're about to bring into our lives?
You're about it. Let's just see the show.
I'm making a joke, but that is a very real thing that is probably taking place
for
here.
sure.
And
Yeah.
a very human thing, which you don't ever like to admit that, but there are people in places of importance, service positions,
Yep.
police, fire, medical, things that just don't want to do paperwork.
Yeah. I see their discussion kind of like the discussion of the two stormtroopers in The Mandalorian. If you've seen it.
You lost me immediately.
man.
You had me at Star Wars.
So there's a great scene, right? They're on there. They got their speeder bikes and they've got the baby Yoda. I don't want to say anything more in case it's a spoiler, but they're having this conversation and it's like, dude, let me hold it. And the other one's like, no, man, do you know how much trouble we're going to get into? And they just are going back and forth. It's like Carl and Carl, right? They're just going at one another. And I kind of see these two artillery sergeants like that now. The one guy is like, dude, something's happening here. And the other one's like, man, come on, just stop.
It's like, stop.
Just stop. It's not worth it. The war's almost over. Like, let's just enjoy our night, smoke our cigars. Maybe we'll go find some entertainment later. And so he talks him off the ledge. And then right before intermission ends, that guy that they think is Surratt Jr., he steps out, says something to the guy in the bar, and then he walks off down H Street. Who lives on H Street?
Would it be Mary freaking Surratt?
Yes, it would be.
You've been to the site of the house on H Street, correct?
You mean Walk and Roll?
The Walk and Roll.
Walk
That's
and
exactly
Roll
what
Chinese
I wanted.
restaurant?
Yeah, the Walk and Roll there. I think there's a marker there, though.
There is.
Yeah.
There's a very small bronze or brass plaque on the side, but you can buy some dope egg rolls.
I was going to say, it's some pretty good Chinese.
They're good. They're good.
Yeah, the Walk and Roll, go.
History and Chinese.
I mean,
the restaurant will do nothing to interpret it for you, so go down there with your own research ready. But
That's right.
Yeah.
just understand the building you're standing in.
Yeah, what purpose it served.
Yeah.
So the intermission ends. Booth goes into the theater, goes up the back stairs, presents his card, basically his actor's card, which is like a business card, to one of Lincoln's aides who's kind of sitting outside the box.
Right, because Booth can go anywhere he wants because he gets mail here.
Yep.
He's been in plays here.
This is his home court, if you will.
He's known just in the industry.
Yes.
So
he has free reign of the place. I mean, he's brought money into the place.
So he's a ghost. He's literally hiding in plain sight.
And it wouldn't be uncharacteristic for him to say he wanted to go and see the president and present his card, and for Lincoln to accept him. Lincoln actually really liked interacting with actors and people in the creative arts. So
Lincoln likes celebrities.
Yeah,
we've had some presidents who like celebrities.
Right. So so he presents his card, and then the guy says, "Yeah, we know who you are. You're Booth. Yeah, go ahead." Right? Because there's no way that John Wilkes Booth Jr. is going to do anything.
Of
but
course,
go say
Charlie
hi.
Sheen, go meet the president.
Go ahead, Charlie. And so he lets him in, and then that's where Booth begins to show that he has planned all this out. From the moment that he heard Lincoln was going to be at Ford's Theater, he put a very detailed plan into motion very quickly, without a lot of time to prep, which is really impressive. The plan is he is going to shoot Lincoln. It was always going to be that way, right? He was never going to give it to anybody else. Whether or not Surratt Jr. is there, like the sergeants say, or whether he's in New York, we don't know. All I know is if you have somebody who fits your description wearing a bright coat, because you know you're going to be a part of something, to create an alibi, that's a good way to do it at a time where, there's no satellites and cameras on every corner to figure out whether or not it's really you. And I also tend to put more weight on 15 witnesses to 4. So I think Surratt was probably there.
Yeah.
That's me.
But then again, I'm pretty big into the old flying saucer conspiracy. And I can tell you, it doesn't matter how many people saw something. If people want to deny it, they're going to deny it.
It's true.
You're like 30,000 people in Arizona see something, and the government's like, no, you didn't.
Right. Well,
swamp gas.
That's it. That's exactly what it is.
Nope.
Yep.
You didn't see that at all.
Never.
Okay.
One of the reasons that people discount a lot of the witnesses in D.C. Is they think that they're after reward money. And there is a part of that, but here's what I would say. So let's take out half of those witnesses. I mean, 8 out of 15. That still leaves you 7,
That
right?
means you and half of a person, Coby.
Right.
You maim her.
I know. So long as it's the half that can still speak.
Dewey, you have
That's
me.
what's important here.
That's right. But so I still think there's more than enough witnesses to buy into the thought that Surratt is. It's enough to debate anyway. So Booth is going to kill Lincoln. Surratt is perfect to kill Johnson. Really not perfect, mentally wise, but location wise. I mean, he makes sense. And Powell and Harold are going to go and take out William Seward because Powell's the strong man. He'll do the killing, and Harold knows his way through the city where Powell doesn't. And so he's going to guide him there and guide him out. Now, when George Surratt learns of this plan, he's like, whoa.
Nobody said nothing about no stabbing.
That's right. I didn't hear anything about murder or nothing like that. We talk kidnapping. I'm smuggling you across the river. I didn't sign up for this. And he almost looks like he was going to back out. But Booth is kind of like, well, you know what? I've already written a letter, and I've included our names, and I've already sent it to be published.
Yeah, do you think that letter really existed?
I don't know.
Nope.
Okay.
I don't know.
If it was already sent, it would have shown up.
Yeah.
I think he hadn't sent it when he said it. I think he intended to send it. There is the thought that
So where is it?
I don't know. Here's the thought. He wrote it probably on maybe a piece of brown paper or notebook, newspaper, not some fancy stationery. It was a real quick note that he wrote to be sent. He wrote it, handed it to a clerk and said, make sure you send this on this time at this day. And then everything happened, and maybe the clerk lost it. Maybe he never wrote the letter. There's enough around it that I wouldn't.
It's a great blackmail, though.
But it really is, like, regardless of the situation, what he used it for, whether or not he wrote it, by saying that to Surratt, it's like, I've already included you.
Yeah, we're all going to hang together in this.
That's right.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think he did it. I don't think he wrote it.
He's definitely, Booth was calculating enough to lie about that and keep George in line.
Yeah.
And so that's what George's job is. He's going to go and knock on Johnson's door, and he's going to shoot him.
I thought he was. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought he was supposed to stick him, but you're right.
Yeah,
that's Powell.
That's Powell. And when you look at the situation, we think about Johnson's hotel room. Well, it's in a hotel room. He's in the hallway. He'll knock on the door, he'll shoot, and you get out. But Johnson's hotel room is behind the front desk of the hotel. Surratt's not just going to have to kill Johnson. He's probably going to have to kill the clerk at the desk as well. It's not going to be an easy task by any stretch for anybody, but someone like Surratt who had wanted nothing to do with murder, it's going to go badly. And then, of course, because Seward has been in that accident, there's an easy in for Powell.
Right.
Powell's going to show up and say that he's got medicine from Seward's doctor to give to him.
Dr. Verde.
Yeah, Dr. Verde. And that's how he's going to get in. So they get to this point, right? Everything's there. Booth goes into this box. He's disappointed because Grant isn't there anymore. Grant didn't go to the play.
Why not? I love this part of the story. This is, I like human things.
Yes.
This is a very human-y thing.
So later in life, and even during her role as First Lady, Mary Lincoln earned quite the reputation of being unpleasant to be with, for lack of a better term.
A sockdologizing old man trap, you could say?
Exactly right.
Wow. Use the line.
I'm going to ask you to say it again later, too.
I'm timely. I'm witty from time to time.
So fully crazy, really, is what a lot of people think about Mary.
Oh, I mean, she would do like seances with psychic mediums to communicate with like her dead children, things like that.
And I cut her some slack on that because...
as a parent, I would do anything if I was in a grievous situation like that.
And that that form of spirituality is actually really taking root at that time.
Yeah,
I mean, it's kind of like the new thing. So, you know, she's dabbling in that, and so is Lincoln himself. But Mary shows
Just this image of Lincoln, like, you know, with his sleeves up, sweaty, dabbling in psychic mediums.
yeah.
Like, you got to stop doing it. He's like, no, I can't. I really, really like it. I like talking to the dead
I'm gonna see the other side.
through this other person.
I need to see where the boat's going in the dream.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good reference.
So, really, what it boils down to is that Mary is a very jealous personality, and Grant doesn't mind attending the play, but his wife will not be in the same place as Mary Todd, and that goes back to the one time Lincoln and Mary and Grant and his wife were reviewing troops, and Grant's wife was riding next to Abraham Lincoln, and Lincoln was talking to her, and she was talking back very personably, and Mary thought they were flirting and made a comment.
Mary's like, that's my man, Julia.
I will
back up.
I will cut you. Right?
Yeah.
You know, so
Grant's like,
that's what
calm
my
down.
wife would say, right?
Yeah.
And
Well, wasn't there
Your wife, my wife are the same woman.
wasn't there also some bitter feelings there too, because Mary thought that some of the officers and men actually felt that Julia was Mrs. Lincoln as
Yes.
opposed to her. Okay.
Yeah. So you have this very jealous personality who just really rubbed Julia the wrong way, and she did not enjoy being around her, and so she looks at Ulysses and she says, as probably only a wife could to, you know, the 4-star general,
The man who just won the war.
right? You know, future president. Well,
Yeah.
not such a good one, but still, his cabinet was bad.
You were
but-
one of the most important figures in our country's history, in cement at this point.
That's
and
right.
Wifey says,
Wife says,
no.
I will not be attending a play with that woman. I will not with that woman. You know what we're going to do instead? We're going to go up to New Jersey and we're going to visit our kids and take care of some paperwork. That's how much she didn't want to be around Lincoln's wife.
dear.
Grant, to be honest, was probably like, all right, I'm good with that plan.
Fine, yeah, we'll go see the kids.
He was really into his family.
That's what I mean. Like, there was probably not a part of him that was like, oh, man, I really want to go to this play. But he was like, you know what? Like,
Yeah,
Though he did regret it for the rest
of his life.
Well, because obviously he felt he would have been able to do what Major Rathbone attempted to do.
Right.
And he just felt he would have been more successful.
And there would have been more of
security.
Exactly.
Yep.
Much more of an entourage.
Yeah.
Well, for Grant, it would have been Grant's entourage that had been there. It would have been not really so much.
Imagine Eli Parker just whooping the...
Oh, I know. I think about the group that would have been there. I mean, you're talking some hard guys. Like, they'd seen some stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's ripple effects, right?
God, the what ifs in all parts of history, they're everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the what ifs here.
Yeah.
What if the sergeant had gone up and been like, what are you doing? Like, just why are you asking for the time? Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Like, civilian, because essentially in Washington, which is, I think, technically still a military district, like especially in the time of the Civil War, a uniformed service person could basically stop any civilian and be like, I'm questioning you. You have no rights right now. Like, stop.
Yeah.
And like, so like, what if he had done that?
Right.
Oh my God.
So many what ifs. But nobody acts on them, right?
Right.
And that's why they're what ifs.
We would have either a shorter or no episode today.
At all. Yeah. So, what ifs I could go. Like, you know the what if for George Thomas?
No, hit me fast. Go.
I will. George Thomas, the plantation that he grew up on was near Nat Turner slave rebellion. Mm-hmm. His neighbor's plantation was one of the ones that was burned. They stopped before they got to Thomas's. Thomas is a child, but he was home. Had they attacked Thomas's and burned his and killed Thomas and his family, we have no George Thomas. What happens with the Rock of Chickamauga out of the Battle of Chickamauga? What happens when he's not there for Nashville?
Nashville, I like that conversation a lot more because I am critical of Chickamauga for a moment, if I can, just because he's plugging a hole that was created because he perceived another hole to have been created, and there was.
Well, he's plugging Rosecrans' hole.
Oh, sorry. Is it Rosecrans that believes their
That sounded
holes?
bad.
That did. Yeah.
Sorry.
There's people in the Southern Confederacy who'd be like, "Yeah, he was traitor George Thomas."
That's right. So
except George Thomas was loyal.
And his wife was a Unionist. She was from Pennsylvania, so they might have something to do with it.
Right. Okay. So Grant and Julia, they're not.
Don't go.
They don't go. And so in their place, we have
Major Rathbone and
Mrs.
Clara, his fiance.
Yeah.
It's over a dozen people, though, that were asked to attend, wasn't it?
They're the very last ones that were invited who actually accept. Nobody else accepts. So it's just the four.
Is it because people just don't like Mary?
A lot of people don't want to be around Mary, but I mean, the city is celebrating. There's
a lot of
parties and stuff.
Yeah,
happening all
I don't
over
want to
the
go to a
place.
play. I just want to rage.
Especially Our American Cousin, which most of them have seen, you know. So, and once word got out that Grant wasn't going to be there, a lot of other people were like, well, then why are we going to go? We've seen Lincoln at the theater all the time.
Grant is really the guy.
Yeah.
Like he's the guy. That's so when the papers are putting out who is attending, like they're doing it because of Grant.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're name dropping U.S. baby.
Yeah, that's right. So, despite all that, Booth goes on with the plan. He goes into the box, and this is where you see his forethought. He had whittled a hole in the door and in the wall, and he wedged a stick. I mean, stick makes it sound brittle, but it's probably almost like a cut from a broom or something, something like that. He wedges that into these pre-made holes, and that actually wedges the door shut. So he just bought himself a serious amount of time for after he carries out his act. He's timed it so that it will get to the funniest part in the play.
Right.
He's going to pull the trigger on that pistol as soon as the crowd erupts in laughter, and that's when he's going to shoot Lincoln. And then after that, he's not going to go back out the other door because he wedged it shut. He's going to jump from the box onto the stage and run off. Either before or after shouting, "Thus always the tyrants."
Right.
And so that's his plan, and he carries it out. So he.
Do you think that was a planned moment, or do you think that was just him just being like, you know what, I'm an actor, and I know, because like I could tell you, there's been times on stage where I've just improvised something because I knew it was the moment to do it.
Yeah. He's an actor, and he knows it's the moment to do it, but he loves Caesar, and he loves Shakespeare, and he loves...
So you think he was like, no matter what, I'm going to do it over the corpse of this guy?
I'm going to be Brutus right now, and I'm gonna shout out that good line, you know. And it's a great line, and it fits, and I think he was thinking of that the whole day. I think he was waiting for that more than even shooting Lincoln. I think that
just
was...
to have that moment.
He was ready for it.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, the Ford's Theater National Historic Site has the pistol, and they may even have the bullet, if I remember, but they have the pistol for sure, and it is a pocket Derringer, single shot.
Single shot.
Why, when we've got all this tech, multi-round weapons, everything else, yes, it's convenient for a pocket, but why risk it on one shot and the potential misfire?
I mean, it's going to be quieter. So you are going to...
I also have the speculation, what if he does get stopped by the one guy sitting outside the box?
Well, that's why he has a knife.
Yeah.
So Booth has also got a huge knife. I mean,
Rathbone finds out about that. I know, but
so I mean...
But I mean, it's easier, like if he gets frisked, it's easier to get away with a flat blade knife and a small tiny pistol versus if you had like an Army Colt or Navy in your pocket.
Well, that's a good point.
And there's the theory, too, that coming in with a single shot that could not work... maybe adds a little bit more daring to
and that's where I was
operation.
Getting at. I think it's the drama of the situation that he's just eaten up.
So Booth is this much of a narcissist where he wants to add his own drama to the most dramatic moment in our country's history.
Yeah. And what would be the most dramatic moment of his life? Yeah, for sure. I know.
I mean, sometimes I think I'm pretty vain, and then like these things happen, and I'm like, man, like there are infinity levels of vanity that are just like I can't comprehend. Like that's to be so in love with your own self that you fantasize about this own moment, what you're gonna say, like, oh my god.
Yeah. So Booth goes into the box. It's dark. Some people in the stands do see somebody enter the president's box, but they can't quite tell who it is. And it's not unusual. It could have been his aide coming in to deliver a message, so that they don't pay much attention to it. Somebody does see that it's Booth. And they're like, oh, well, it's Booth. We're at Ford's. No biggie. He walks up behind him. He's quiet, pulls out that pistol, and points it at the back of Lincoln's head. The famous line comes up.
You suckdologizing old man trap.
The funniest line in the play, in which the whole theater erupts in great laughter, including Lincoln and probably even Mary Todd.
Almost saved his life.
Yeah, so you hear the laughter, and something catches Lincoln's eye, and he turns...
He half turns.
He half turns his head to look down into the lower seating, at something that catches his eye at the same moment that Booth pulls the trigger. Well, the Derringer works. Shot comes out, hits Lincoln in the back of the head, coming to rest by his right eye, and he slumps. No noise, just he slumps. There's smoke. There's
down, not forward.
Not forward. He just slumps into the chair, head to the side, right? So Booth knows that the shot went off and appears to have struck the president, but he wasn't counting on Lincoln to turn his head. So did he strike him cleanly? Is it a killing shot? He doesn't know, but he draws his knife. Major Rathbone comes over.
Right,
knife comes
the
out.
reaction's instantaneous now. Mary screams.
Mary's screaming.
Claire's screaming. Rathbone's like, you're freaking done.
Right, and so Rathbone charges.
Oh, you have a knife.
He has a knife. He gets cut. Some people think that he didn't get cut nearly as badly as he lets on. He loses some blood. He's apparently on the point of passing out from a loss of blood.
Yeah, that's a pretty good cut.
I think
it's
he
a
gets
good cut.
down the majority of his
It's a huge radial cut.
Yeah.
So I think that his reactions are general, like that they're legit, right? Booth cuts him, of course. He cuts him, and blood's everywhere. You know, Clara gets it. Mary gets it. I mean, it's all over the place. This is where some people think that Booth yells out "Sic Semper Tyrannis."
Up in the box?
Up in the box.
Well, Booth claims that in his little journal.
In his journal, yeah.
But Booth says he says it in the box?
He says it in the box and then jumps out.
So why would we not take the guy at his own freaking word?
Well,
Because they think he... Oh, sorry.
I was going to go ahead.
I think he's
that's
lying.
okay.
Yeah,
He's building his own legend.
Yeah.
Okay.
He also talks about in the same entry how he made the horse ride with a bone sticking out of his leg, and his fracture was not sticking out. Like he had no bone protruding from his leg.
All right, so Booth's a liar. We can't trust him.
That's right. So whether he said it there or he jumps onto the stage and says it there, he says it. I mean, the accounts are clear. He says it, and then he runs off the stage.
All right, so before we get into where Booth breaks his ankle, because that is something that I go against the popular belief on with my personal beliefs, I want to get into some of where the other conspirators were at, because remember, this wasn't just a plot to eliminate the president. This was a plot to decapitate the whole head of the government. So it was president, vice president, secretary of state, things like that. So Lincoln has been shot. Who we have Lewis Powell, who is targeting the Secretary of State, the recently grievously injured William, my good buddy Bill Seward.
Bill Seward.
Bill Seward.
Bill Seward, William Seward. And then we have, is it Atzerodt, who is supposed to eliminate Vice President Andrew Johnson.
Yep.
So what happens with these situations?
We'll jump to Atzerodt's first because it's quick to get through. So George Atzerodt stews on this whole thought that he's got to kill somebody. And time has come for him to, it's getting close anyway, for him to do that.
You're a long way from crossing the river now.
I know, right?
No joke.
Not in Kansas anymore.
Yeah.
And
Not in Port Tobacco anymore.
that's true. That's a nice place. My mom lives there. But,
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we'll tie into Port Tobacco. But so George, he does what a lot of guys would do, and he visits the bar, right? I'm going to do something drastic, so I need a little fortification.
Liquid courage is a thing, like Matt said earlier.
For sure.
Like you need it.
You need it. And so he orders a drink. He has it. Not enough courage. Gets another drink. Gets another drink. And then finally he's decided, I can't do this. And he ditches the plan and he leaves. Now, he doesn't directly flee the city, but he starts to meander his way out of the city. He just completely abandons the plot.
Now, which direction is he heading?
North.
Okay.
Yep. And he has family in northern Maryland, so that's why. He stays the night in the city at a boarding house, and then he leaves.
Not at H Street, though.
Not at H Street.
Okay.
Nope. So he avoids anything tied to the conspiracy from that moment on, except talking about it.
All right. All right. So he doesn't do it. So
Right.
Andrew Johnson doesn't even have an attempt made on it.
Nope. Andrew Johnson doesn't even know he's in danger until after Secret Service shows up and security shows up and says the president's been shot and we're here to protect you. He doesn't know he's even a target until they find notes and letters indicating such.
So days and weeks later is when he finds out.
Yeah, it takes a bit.
Now, William Seward's not so lucky.
William Seward is not so lucky, and so are several other people in his household.
Yeah,
So
right. His
unlucky.
parts of his family are
Right.
very unlucky.
Yeah. So Seward is there. His daughter is there, Fran. His wife is there. His two sons, Frederick and I say Fran, I meant Fanny. Frederick and William, and then Augustus is there too. So his whole family's there. Plus, he has a federal soldier who's convalescing, who's taking care of him. His name is George Robinson. Mm-hmm. And then you have William Bell, who is the house servant. So all these people are in the house. But Harold leads Powell there. Powell gets off his horse, goes up to the door, knocks on it. Not urgent, not demanding. He just knocks on the door, playing his part. William Bell answers the door, opens it, and Powell says, "I have medicine from Dr. Verdi for your master." And Bell says, "He's asleep. Bring it back in the morning." And Powell shows a little bit of himself here because Bell is black, and Powell doesn't really care about what he has to say, so he kind of forces his way into the house. At that point, the commotion is being heard by Frederick Seward. And so Frederick, who was in his father's room, comes downstairs, and because, Bell is trying to get Powell to leave. And Frederick stops on the stairs and stops Powell and says, he's asleep, bring the medicine back. It's not a big deal, doesn't need to take it tonight, just bring it back tomorrow, let him rest, that's more important. And for a minute, it looks like Powell is going to agree. He starts to turn. But really, it's a cover. As he starts to turn, he reaches into his coat and he pulls out a pistol. And he has a revolver.
Yeah, it's a Navy revolver.
It's a Navy revolver. Yeah. And he aims it right at Frederick's head and pulls the trigger and misfire.
Yep.
So imagine these two guys are staring at each other for a moment. Frederick should be dead, and Powell should be a killer, and Powell reacts really violently and really rapidly and decides that since he can't trust that the gun is going to go off, he's just going to incapacitate Frederick by hitting him with it.
He just pistol whips the...
Yeah,
he
it's the
chops
butt.
him. Yeah.
Imagine a karate chop down with the butt of the pistol.
Yeah, it's a kind of pistol whip. But yeah, same thing. But yeah.
Hard enough that he breaks the revolver.
Holy
It's
schmoly.
not operational. He fractures.
How does he not kill...
He
damn
Frederick
near
is very
kills him.
lucky.
Yeah.
He splits his skull open. The swelling is incredible. Their brain is visible. The wound that Frederick receives, everybody thinks is fatal.
It affects the rest of his life, obviously.
Yeah. And so now it's getting louder, right? Powell throws away the pistol and he charges up the stairs. He knows what room Seward's in because with all the noise happening, Fanny had poked her head out to say, "Be quiet, you've woken father." So now he knows where to go. He barges into the room and he shoves Fanny aside. And then he shoves George Robinson aside. Now, George he's caught off guard just like everybody else. So Powell has the element of surprise. He's got this knife and he jumps on the bed and he starts hacking and slashing at Seward. And that brace is saving Seward's life right now. He takes a horrible cut across the side of his face that splits his skin all the way down to the bone, permanently disfigures him. But he's not suffering any fatal wounds. By the time Powell, you got to imagine he's kind of in that bloodlust moment,
Oh, he's in berserker, the adrenaline's going.
Right. He's realizing that he can't kill him this way, so he goes to flip the knife to do a plunging stab into Seward's chest,
heart,
right? Yeah. Just as that's about to happen, George Robinson has got his wits together again. And remember, he's a convalescing soldier, so he's been wounded. He's not all the way healed. He jumps on Powell, who's 6'2", big dude, got a knife, clearly in a rage, and wrestles him to the ground, suffering several stab wounds himself in the process. But that buys time for Seward to roll off the bed. And they asked Seward about it later on, you rolled off the bed. Was that painful? And he's like, yes, but it was better than being stabbed.
Than dying.
And so at this point, the house is in uproar. Fanny's yelling and screaming out the window for help.
There's pandemonium in this room.
So Powell, once he disentangles himself from Robinson, he doesn't see Seward on the bed anymore. And, now he's losing it. And so he starts to leave the house. He flees. In the process, he encounters Seward's other two sons and cuts them both. And then there's a clerk from the War Department who shows up to deliver a message. I got his name. I can't remember his name.
Not off the top of my head.
But he shows up. He shows up to deliver a message, and he gets in Powell's way. And Powell cuts him as well, and then runs out. Now, here's where things start to go bad for Powell. Well, worse for Powell because
things are
but
pretty
they've
bad
gone
right
bad from
now.
the start, right?
Yeah.
He comes out into the street, and Harold is supposed to be there with the horse, waiting for him so that he can guide him out. Now he's not there. Why isn't Harold there? Well, Harold hears all the commotion, and he hears Fanny screaming, and he sees lights coming on in the houses around.
Well, Bell had even run outside.
Bell had run out.
And he was yelling like murder, murder, and stuff like that. Yeah.
So the neighborhood knows that something's happening. And Harold does probably what 99% of people would do in that moment. And he ditches Powell, and he says, "Peace, man, I'm out." And he books off. And so he leaves to flee the city to make the rendezvous with Booth outside of Washington and Maryland, which now leaves Powell. Powell comes out. His horse is there, but no Harold. He doesn't know his way out of the city. He doesn't know anything about the city other than the couple places that he stayed. So he hops on the horse and tries to get away, but the horse is skittish and it won't really run the way he needs it to. So he ditches the horse and he runs off. He throws the knife towards a gutter, and unbelievably, he finds a really secluded courtyard and hides in a tree for a couple days. And that's how he spends the next 2 days. He's in hiding.
In a tree?
He's in hiding in a tree in a courtyard.
I heard he might have been in one of the cemeteries at one point as well.
Yeah. So he's sticking to the shadows, and he's staying as low as he can in whatever places that he can find safely. But again, he doesn't know his way around the city. He knows one place in the city, and that'll come into play in a couple days after this. But
all right, so that's actually it's going to be a question I have for you right now in a way. So all right, so George Atzerodt looking for liquid courage, right?
Yep.
President's been shot. Look, Atzerodt's looking for this courage, can't find it, bails. Johnson has no attempt made on him. Lewis Powell doesn't really need liquid courage because he's a bit of a bruiser, brawler, pretty violent guy. Mm-hmm. Been in battles, right? Like he's either been in scrappy fights or dangerous situations as an individual, but as we know, he's a Confederate soldier or veteran. He's been in battle.
Oh yeah.
So he knows a blood fight when he sees it, so he's ready to go.
Yeah.
To the point where he just meleeed the entire Seward family and staff. It sounds like, right? Plus a soldier, things like that. When this is all happening, what's happening at H Street?
nothing.
So Mary and Anna are just tending to their duties as
just doing their normal.
Administrators of a boarding house?
Yep. Just doing their normal. Their guests are there. Weichman is there. All the other guests are there.
Okay.
They don't really seem to be doing anything. If they're being observed, they're not doing anything worth note because nobody says anything.
All right. So
before we step away from the Seward, the attempt on Seward, I just got to say George Robinson is one of my personal heroes. I've done a lot of research on this guy, and he saves Seward's life, hands down.
Absolutely.
Augustus does get in there. Everybody scraps with Powell a bit, but the fact of the matter is, had Robinson not tackled him when he did, we have a dead Secretary of State.
Yep.
And the process of decapitating the government is that much further along.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Robinson is an amazing character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now all hell is likely breaking loose, it's safe to assume, right?
Especially around Ford's Theater.
Well, that's what I mean. So the president is taken out of the booth.
Yep.
Well,
Eventually.
yeah, let's backtrack. Let's backtrack. So Booth has jumped to. Let's get back to this part of this. So Booth has jumped. Right, we've had our dramatic moment. Sic semper tyrannis. The South is avenged, or whatever he says or didn't say, based on who you're reading. But it's here where it's commonly accepted that his ankle's broken from the 12-foot jump from the balcony to the stage deck. But whether he breaks it here or not, which we'll get into in a minute, he makes it off the stage, out the back ways, into the alley where somebody named Spangler is holding a horse.
The horse is actually being held by somebody called Peanut.
Oh,
That's right.
Oh, that's right.
But it was supposed to be held by Spangler.
Right.
Spangler is, and he gets caught up in all of this. Spangler is a stagehand. He works at Ford's. He knows who Booth is. He kind of like, we were talking about Tom Hardy earlier. If I worked somewhere and Tom Hardy was doing a film shoot, I'd probably do just about anything he asked because
Well, yeah,
he's
his horse,
awesome, right?
you were-
I would hold
you
his
were
horse
like an
for sure.
intern, right?
Yeah, you know. So that's basically Spangler, right? And he knows Booth. He helped arrange to put a little small stable on the back of the theater for Booth to keep his horse. And so he's originally the one that's holding the horse. But at a certain point during the play, he calls Peanut over to hold the horse so that he can attend to something backstage. And he actually encounters Booth fleeing the theater.
Peanut or
No,
Spangler?
Spangler does. Of course, Booth just runs by him, hops on the horse, and takes off to escape the city.
Are pursuers hot on his feet? Because remember, like, we're going to touch on this more in the follow-up because I do love to get into like the only movie that this subject matter really gets, which is the Robert Redford film, which
So good.
yeah, it's really
Sarcasm?
good. It's really good.
Yes.
But I mean, look, we'll get into it. There's a lot of but there's some really neat things that they did tuck into that film.
Yeah.
So we won't crush it completely. And Robert Redford is the man. He's been in an ultimate number of other great films.
For sure.
So you can't put out gems all the time there, Bobby Redford.
That's right.
But anyway, in that movie, they make it seem like he's getting on the horse, and essentially there's a guy like right there trying to grab him, and he's like, no, and they're like hand smacking.
Yeah. There's one account of that, and that is the account of the guy who's actually doing the chasing. Nobody else accounts for that.
Oh, it's the guy that's I was there. I was really brave.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Grain of salt.
it's debatable. Yeah. I mean, probably I imagine somebody did try and chase him out.
Well, sure.
That wouldn't surprise me.
There's some accounts of guys like climbing onto the stage, and whatnot. I
yeah.
always figured Booth had such a head start on him, though.
Well,
weren't,
that
and
was
that's the
my thing was that he just already had all the momentum of being on the run already.
Right.
And remember, when Lincoln is shot, a lot of people don't hear the pistol, and those who do hear it are used to hearing shots in the theater because they fire blanks.
Right.
It isn't until you start hearing the screaming of Clara and Mary in the booth that they realize that something has happened to Lincoln. By that point, Booth has already hit the stage. He's already called out, and he's already turned and run.
I mean, it takes a while for you to process things. I'm going to compare it to something a little more modern and a little more personal to me. But I am a big heavy metal fan, and I grew up listening to Pantera. They are one of my favorite all-time bands. Interestingly, we have discussed that there's probably really no place for Pantera to exist in the modern world that we live in, but for the time they were around, what they were instrumental in developing me as a musician, things like that, and specifically Dimebag Darrell, their lead guitar player. And when he was murdered playing with his band Damage Plan in Ohio in 2004, he was shot on stage while performing in front of an audience. And it took time for people to register it. And you can, it's unfortunate because VH1 included the footage when they were still doing behind the musics and things like that. And they aired it quickly. They did like a real fast, like, we're going to show you this. And then they aired it. So like it took time for, like, I didn't even have a chance to be like, oh no, I don't want to see this.
Right.
So I've seen it. And then once you've seen it, you can kind of go back to it and kind of try to digest it to help yourself grieve. Because I'll be honest, like when he was killed, it hurt me a lot personally. It was devastating. He was one of my musical idols. But but when you see that awful moment playing out, because it's Dimebag Darrell getting shot, it's a stagehand getting shot, it's a couple people in the audience getting shot. You see people realizing what's going on in different phases, Like you see people in the audience react right away. You see some of the band members who were like right on stage, kind of like weirdly not getting what they're seeing, and then like you can hear the singer be like into the microphone, like call 911. Like he processed. So I could imagine a similar moment taking place in Ford's Theater. And maybe even slower, because unlike with the modern analogy I'm using, where that was front and center on the stage taking place, where all the eyes were directed, this is taking place kind of up in a balcony, where the eyes aren't always drawn there. I mean, you might be taking a break every minute or so from the stage just to look, oh, there's the president.
Yeah.
But I doubt it, right? Because seeing Lincoln at a theater is pretty normal at this point, and Grant's not there, so most people are probably not looking up. So the chaos, people might not have even realized it for a good few moments.
Well, to build on this, wasn't Booth also known for kind of like, to use a modern term, bombing or photobombing, if you will, other productions, like just showing up and being kind of coming onto stage or
I've
doing
heard
some.
that before.
Yeah, I've heard the same.
Because I think that's also one of the reasons why folks weren't too shocked when suddenly Booth jumps onto the stage. He's an incredibly athletic actor. He's known for that at the time. And if he's known for doing these little stunts, I mean, they may have thought it was part of the show. Yeah, it's a really weird part of the show. A pistol shot doesn't really fit in this comedy.
This is where they think he goes Shia LaBeouf and he's just doing weird acting things that nobody gets.
It's Charlie Sheen.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Right.
So
it all comes together.
So I mean, I angle on the human reaction and interaction with a lot of things, and so I could totally see that because having seen the awful video in Ohio take place, like you watch people react to this horrible moment in varying capacities. So I could totally see what you're saying, Coby, by having people like go, "What just happened?" And then by the time they finally realized it, right, Booth never stopped moving.
Right.
So he's out the back door.
And like one of the first to react is the band director because he knows what's supposed to go down that night, and he's like, nobody said any. The only surprise was that we played "Hail to the Chief."
He's like, play more dramatic music, more dramatic. This is dramatic, very dramatic.
And he hears this thump of Booth landing on the stage, and he pops up to look. He's like, what's going on? And that's when Booth just runs by him. Now, he also says that Booth swings the knife and accidentally catches him on the shoulder. But he's like one of the first to come up on the stage, and it's because he knows that something's off script. It's not because he's aware that something has happened. It's just, why are we off script here?
And do you guys have any involvement in theater in high school?
I was a techie, yeah.
So you know what's
don't get it off strict.
That's what I mean. There's somebody in every theater troupe that takes that so seriously that they're coming up like a drill sergeant, like, who is improvising? And they're freaking out. And that's this guy.
That's this guy. And so, there are plenty of witnesses who saw Booth run through the back of the theater and exit the theater. Peanut doesn't try to hold him back.
So he grabs the horse directly
from Peanut and hops on and books it.
Is Peanut an enslaved individual, or is he like a freedman working at the theater?
Well, if he's in D.C. at this time, he would be a freedman.
That's true. Right, yes. Good call.
But I'm not sure. I don't know a lot of details on Peanut. I don't know that there's a whole lot on him that I've read yet anyway. So,
all right, well, if you know more about Peanut's story, please reach out to the History Things Podcast through our social media on Facebook, Instagram, or email us at historythingspodcast@gmail.com because, we're always interested in learning. And obviously, Peanut has a moment in this story, but it's a very important moment. It's the first real, I'm going to get away for John Wilkes Booth. Not just out the building, but once you're on a horse, you're a lot more mobile. So, all right, so Booth's on the horse, right? We are going to go with his ankles broken for right now, right? Yep. Just because that's what the most accepted and popularized version of the story has been. But we are going to challenge that in a few moments here. So what happens now? Booth's on the horse. Powell, we've sort of put up in a tree in a courtyard. Surratt's heading north. So let's focus back then on Booth, since Booth's the biggest part of this story. So Booth is now on a horse. He is working his way out of the city towards the Navy Yard Bridge. So what's happening?
There's a long bridge. So he's riding that horse. There are reports of the sound of fast horse hooves going through the city. He gets to the bridge. There's a curfew in place. 9:00 p.m. You are not allowed to cross that bridge.
And he shot Lincoln at like
10:15-ish. So he comes to the bridge and he's stopped by a sergeant whose name I forget now. But this guy kind of figures in a couple ways and lends some credence to any thought that Stanton might have been behind this because there's a curfew. You're not supposed to allow anybody out of the city. Anybody. And he allows the killer and one of the killer's accomplices out of the city.
The same bridge,
the same sergeant. Now, whether Stanton's not involved and he's not a part of it or anything. I just think he's just a tired dude, man. He's a sergeant. The war's coming to an end. He's guarding a bridge. It's 10:30 at night.
Well, another Star Wars reference, and you'll be impressed that I'm going to do this because, Matt, I don't know anything about Star Wars, but I learned
We'll see if you get it right.
I learned it from a meme because, those are always accurate, but I have a bunch of my friends who are prior service, in our modern military, and so they'll share a lot of relevant to their lives and service memes, and one of them was one of my buddies who's a Marine said the most accurate part of Star Wars was when two stormtroopers came to check out a sound and decided it was nothing, and then went back to
away.
That's.
I've seen that one.
This is the guy on the bridge. He's like, just go. I know who you are.
I know who you are.
Just go.
And I mean,
but the bridge interaction itself is an interesting little side tale because the way the story that he uses to get across the bridge relates back to we said men will do things when women are involved.
Well, and for Booth, I mean, he just shows up and they know him, and he's like, I've got business in Beantown. Which is
you do.
Yeah. And so, that's what he says. And the sergeant's like, yeah, okay, I know who you are. He doesn't know anything about the shooting yet. No.
Yeah, he's riding on his fame.
Yeah.
I'm Booth.
I mean, he has used that a lot. He used that to move through the theater. He's using it now to escape the city. So, so he's got an appointment in Beantown.
He's got an appointment in Beantown, and Sergeant lets him go. Harold, who shows up at the bridge layers, similar story. His story is not in Beantown, but he just has a hot date. There's a lady friend on the other side.
I thought it was Booth that.
No, it's Harold.
Had the appointment in Beantown.
Booth didn't have to create that excuse. The sergeant was like, "Yeah, just go." But for Harold, I mean, he grilled him a little bit.
Yeah.
And Harold's like, "No, I have a lady friend."
He's like, "Bro, stop blocking.
Yeah,
stop,
right?
Stop C blocking."
And
I gotta go.
I gotta go, man. You're slowing me down, dude.
Dude, this is not cool.
Right.
Like, I will remember this. Bro code.
Seriously, we don't even know each other, but we know not to break that, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
So the sergeant eventually looks at him and says, "Look, I can let you go across, but you can't come back." And Harold's like, "Well, that's all I'm asking, because I'm not going to need to come
Harold's
back."
like, "Yeah, cool with me, man. Like, totally, I'll accept the deal right now. Good.
Good. I'm not going to come back. I won't have to come back until tomorrow, right? I'm good. This, if everything goes well, I'm fine with that." And so he lets him across the bridge as well. So that's the long bridge. So Booth gets across on his fame. Harold gets across on a fake booty call.
Who made it over first?
Booth.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, Booth is waiting for Harold on Soppers Hill, which is on the Maryland side of the Potomac, outside of Washington City.
Well, Booth really has to get out of the city because everybody knows that Booth is the guy immediately because they have ID'd him in.
Yeah.
I mean, the fame has backfired a little bit because.
Or it will.
It will.
Well, it's already at this point happening. It's just he's traveling faster than the communication is traveling at this point. So he gets across the bridge before the bridge finds out what's happened at Ford's Theater.
Yeah.
So it's Booth first.
Booth first.
What time does he get across the bridge?
I couldn't tell you.
Like within 20, 30 minutes?
I would say within 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
And then Harold like a half an hour after him?
Maybe a little bit longer.
So like 90 minutes?
Well, Harold is going to take less than 90 minutes because it's only 90 minutes from the shooting to when they show up at Surratt's Tavern.
So I want to talk about that in a minute. So hold on. So they're both across the bridge.
Yep.
All right, and now we're riding hard. When did they link up?
On Soppers Hill. So Booth reaches the hill and he tucks away into some trees and he sits there and he waits for his crew to show up because, as far as he knows, the plan is everybody's going to do their job and ride and meet on Soppers Hill. He hears horse hooves coming rapidly. So he steps out and it's Harold. Well, he doesn't step out. He trots out, right? Because he's on his horse. And it's Harold. And that's when Harold tells him that he left Powell behind, but that he heard commotion and screaming and all kinds of stuff happening. So he's assuming that Powell did his job. He doesn't know anything about Surratt. And they're like, okay, well, they know the plan. I guess they'll try to get away on their own. And they head off for Surratt's.
How does Booth feel about Harold abandoning, for lack of a better term, Powell?
Honestly, at this moment, I think he's probably fine with it because
less baggage. I mean, literally less baggage to deal with.
And
right
Powell's a tool. He's a very blunt instrument for that job.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, purpose served at that point.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Exactly.
You're dead baggage to me now.
And what I need is somebody who knows the way through Southern Maryland to get me across the river. And
so they're being used in their phases. So Powell's purpose served. Now Harold's purpose is now.
served. Now, one thing that might have hurt him is and not that Surratt didn't either carry out his job or hasn't showed up, is the thought that he's my guy to smuggle me across the river.
Right.
So he's got to be thinking at this point in time, I'm going to have to find another way across the river.
He cares more about Surratt's lack of information than the speculative information about Powell.
Yeah. And remember, he was willing to blackmail, right? He made it that he was more than happy to sell them out.
Right.
If he wrote that letter for real, then he was way more than happy to sell them out. And if not, he was happy to threaten it. So,
all right. So Harold, Booth, Soppers Hill, they've met up now. They begin to ride towards the tavern.
Right.
Is this where we have the incident where we can challenge popular theory, or does that happen before they link up?
No, it would probably be about now.
Okay. So why don't you get into that so we can talk about that for a minute, because I'm a big fan of that conversation.
Right. So it had rained. The hillside's going to be slick. There's a theory based off the type of break that Booth had that it didn't occur when he jumped off out of the box onto the stage. Nobody records him limping. Nobody records him screaming out in pain. There are no accounts that there's anything wrong with him when he's leaving. I mean, adrenaline is a powerful thing, but a broken leg, I would imagine there'd be some sort of sign. Whether
adrenaline or not, you're physically affected.
You're not going to be able to put weight on that the way that you could previously. So whether, you would think if it was broken, he would have gimped himself off the stage.
And some of the popular culture has even shown him, like some of the films and things that have covered the assassination shows him gimping off the stage.
Right. And there are no accounts of that.
My brain also has a hard time squaring with if he was gimping off the stage, how nobody could have caught up to him before he got out of the building.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
So this is why I like this conversation.
Yeah.
Continue because I don't want to steamroll it. But I think people kind of know what we're getting at here.
Right. So based off the type of break, the location of the break, where in the leg it is, there are two really good theories besides jumping off the stage. Now, he does talk about his back being hurt, and it's wholly possible that he hurt his back. He wrenched his back jumping onto the stage because he did get caught on the bunting on the president's
didn't exactly
box.
stick the landing.
Right.
The Russian judge, everybody agreed with the Russian judge that time. They're like 4 points.
He's right. 4 points to you. But so he gets to Soppers Hill, and he changes horses there with Harold. They swap horses.
Same horses though, not like new
same horses, not new horses. But he wants to ride the horse that Harold has. It's just a little bit more manageable. And there's a thought that as, these horses are hyped up, they've been running. Of course, horses feed off the energy of who's riding them. And as he's going to mount the horse, it's in the process of shaking itself, and it does a violent twist, and his leg, the way his body would the torsion and the amount of force generated by the horse with his foot in the stirrup could have caused a break right then and there. So a stirrup break. It's also possible because David Harold later on says multiple times when he's introducing Booth to people, not as Booth, but as his brother, that he broke his leg because his horse fell and rolled him. So that's another possibility for a break. Both of those seem extremely likely on wet surface with hyped horses.
Coby, can you explain the stirrup break a little bit?
Yeah, so, anybody who's ridden a horse, and if you haven't, you've got the saddle, and then hanging off the side of the saddle are those two things where you put your feet, and that's the stirrups. When you mount a horse, you're always mounting on your off leg. So it would be your left that you would plant and throw yourself over. If a horse was to twist suddenly while you're in that process, all of your weight is bearing down on that left leg.
One leg.
Or on your off leg. And so, for me, my off leg, that's my left when I'd mount a horse. If they twisted properly and enough force happened, you could break your leg. And it's a common injury in the 19th century.
We see it a lot during the war.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
That's why I like this conversation, because the people that examine the wound, the break, they describe it in a similar way to these these stirrup breaks.
Stirrup breaks, yeah. So, for me, it's kind of one of these instances, as a historian, I look at it. Nobody talks about Booth shouting in pain. Nobody talks about him limping out. You have medical professionals who are talking about stirrup breaks. It's like, looks like a duck, sounds like a duck.
Plus, have you been there, right? It's not as unmanageable of a leaping distance as people think. I think people in their minds have this, I have two experiences with jumping. I either jump and everything feels fine, or I jumped from a little too high and that hurt. It shocked my body, my knees, my hips kind of thing.
Right.
That's Booth didn't jump that and just be like, woo. Booth, that hurt for sure. I think what I'm trying to get at is personally, I don't want to speak for you, Matt, even though it's our show, but personally for me is I just don't see him as actually having broken the ankle here. There's no reports of it like you're saying. There's no, descriptions of him gimping or limping off. The back injury I buy because, you can land wrong from a half a foot up and torque your lower back out.
Well, and we know that the jump didn't go as planned because he does catch his spur on the Treasury Guard flag.
Right.
So the famous photograph showing the flag kind of off kilter and all that.
So that's why I like this, because I am of the belief, based on the evidence that's available to us, that it does stem from being rolled or torqued by the shaking horse. These two theories to me make more sense, that the that the injury takes place outside of the city limits.
Yep.
Which doesn't really change the story all too much. It changes some of the drama in the initial flight from the theater.
And it removes some of the drama and legend that Booth himself put into this thing. Because I think that's where a lot of it comes from, is from his diary entries.
Yep.
Are we a history podcast, or are we just debunkers now? We're just like deflating people. This is what you believe?
That's a little of both.
And then here's what actually happened.
Right. I mean, that's what historians do.
Yeah, God. We're the fun people. We're Buzz Killingtons. We're the fun people in the room.
Yeah.
It's like, here's where this person did this, and we're like, actually.
He lied.
Yes. That is not correct.
All right, so we're Matt, can we make this the official History Things podcast line, is that Booth breaks his ankle outside the city?
I'm okay with that.
All right, so officially here, we're all in agreement. This is what we feel as a show based on the evidence at hand. Booth breaks his ankle out of the city. But do your own research, make your own judgment. It's, history is really interesting and cool to interact with in that way. Think of it like a court case, right? You're a juror. There's a set of facts out there. It's up to you to interpret them how you will. We just believe it happened where it happened outside the city, because to us, that's what makes sense. So, All right, so now Booth's hurt. They're continuing the flight, and the first stop has always been the tavern.
Right.
And you said that they get there in about 90 minutes.
90 minutes.
This cracks me up for a couple reasons. I drive around for a living as a contractor. I'm all over the D.C. metropolitan area, and I have literally driven from Ford's Theater to the Surratt House.
How long did it take you, Pat?
Dude, it took me like 90 minutes, sometimes 2 hours, depending on the traffic and time of day.
Yep.
These guys get there, and that's driving, guys. Like, this is a modern day vehicle, which, I'm driving at the speed limits or slightly above them because, Dale Earnhardt for life.
Slightly above is the speed limit, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially in D.C.
Yeah, in D.C. and Maryland, we live, we die, we live again.
Right.
That is our Beltway philosophy. Yes. So, hour and a half, 2 hours, depending on the time of day, things like that. Like, sometimes you can get there in an hour kind of thing, but an hour, but you're talking in a modern day vehicle with an engine, which is multiple horsepower.
Right.
Here's
Indeed.
Here's Booth, here's Harold, and single horsepower engines, literally just horses. And they do this in 90 minutes in a riding situation.
Mm-hmm. They're pushing it.
Which just boggles my mind, but it also makes me feel super bad for these horses, because I love horses. I get very sensitive about horses. Like, I still haven't, we're First World War guys, still have never seen War Horse. Can't do it. And here's the thing, spoiler, it's an old movie, so if you don't know, the horse lives throughout this whole movie. He doesn't die in the movie or whatever, but I know this, and I'm like, I can't. Because I know what happens on the Western Front, and I don't want to know that horse had to endure it. Horses are cool. I feel bad for Booth's horse and Harold's horse, because these horses have been ridden super hard, and I guarantee you they're in pretty rough shape when they get to the tavern.
So here's my thought on that, because it's actually a really important point.
Sure.
The horses are rented, and they're described as being in good shape. Now, we're not talking about they look good. Good shape in an expedition horse would mean stamina-wise.
Physical shape.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So I think that these horses are actually probably in better condition than we would tend to think. And I've had a couple conversations with people who have been on fox hunts and have horses and raised horses, and they tell me how they can push their horses, sometimes for 5 hours on a fox hunt between
used horse salesman. She ain't pretty, but she runs good.
She runs good. All right. So, and one of those horses for sure was not pretty, but ran well, right?
Wasn't it like a one-eyed horse?
Yeah, one-eyed horse. So, I think by the time that they get to Surratt, especially since they had the little stop on Soppers Hill, the horses are probably okay. Right. I don't think they've been ridden into the dirt yet.
All right.
Especially because they're expeditions. So these horses that were rented weren't meant to go from like the stall to the post office and back. Like, they're meant for country expeditions that could last a day or so. So a horse like that, you could probably get some good hard riding.
All right. So I know nothing about horses, is what we just learned.
I'm glad you brought up, though, that they're rentals, because it's something we don't think of in a modern society, for renting a horse for a day, a couple of days, something like that, like we would go and rent a car. Mm-hmm. It's the same idea.
Right.
But isn't it because they didn't return the rentals. That's like some of the breadcrumbs begin to fall into place.
Yeah, that leads to more questioning of other people, which lead to more arrests. So, yeah.
This is another human.
Always return your rentals.
People always
That's
be
right.
people treat rentals poorly.
I know, right?
I'm going to get this car. I'm going to drive it a million miles an hour. I'm going to spill my crap. I don't care. These
Right.
Booth and Harold are like, you know what? I'm just going to ride the out of these horses.
Yeah. So, I mean, they don't care. They just they got to get out of the area, but they also needed horses that could sustain that.
So they get to the tavern between like what, 12:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, even maybe a little earlier, quarter after 12, somewhere in that range.
So like I guess if they do it in 90 minutes, there's a pretty simple timeline you can do there. So they get there between like 12:15 and 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay. So they arrive at the tavern. They are there, and what happens? Why'd they go to the tavern?
So the tavern, remember, that is, if you remember way long ago in the conversation, that is where David Harold had taken the supplies for the kidnapping plot, and that is where John Surratt Jr. hid them. So in order to get to Richmond or south now, they need supplies. And among those supplies are those carbines, because they know they're gonna eventually have some kind of gunfight, probably in Booth's mind, hopefully. And they also need a few other things, whiskey being among them, and a pair of field glasses or binoculars that had been dropped off for John Booth by Mary Surratt.
I can't wait to talk about this in the next episode.
Yeah.
But man.
Yeah.
Well,
I know.
So these are the things John Lloyd is aware of.
John Lloyd is aware of the supplies.
Remember, this is the I don't want to know.
Yes. He knows where they are. He knows that somebody is coming to get them that night.
Is he the guy that's physically doing this retrieving and handoff?
Yes.
Okay.
He is in charge of the supplies. He's been forewarned, again, by Mary Surratt, that people will be arriving at his door, not necessarily two, because it should have been more, but that parties will come calling, and you need to have those shooting irons ready.
Yeah,
now,
but nobody by name, right? Nobody is named. So Lloyd is expecting, but not specifically.
Right. And so Lloyd, he knows they're coming because he's had the conversation with Mary. He's had a little bit to drink, and he's decided to. Now, I'll say this: he's got a reputation. That's what I was going to say. There's a reputation about John Lloyd. A lot of people like to say he's his own best customer at the tavern and stuff like that. I don't necessarily agree. They say the same thing about John Surratt Sr. But Lloyd definitely had stuff to drink because he commented on it when he was interrogated. But he was sober enough to fix Mary's carriage before she returned to the city, even though he was supposedly so drunk he couldn't remember what she said at first. So I think Lloyd is probably a little bit more with it than...
I hate that this is the third time I'm going to bring up my formal musical past, but I've been pretty hammered on stage to the point where like you would be like, that guy is on another celestial plane, and I'll still hit the solo.
All right.
Like I don't remember it, but I hit the solo. So like I'm not saying...
At least that's what they tell you.
No, there's video. We live in the digital age. I've seen myself astral project a guitar solo.
Muscle memory. It's muscle memory.
That's what I mean. Is like because we'll get into it, but I don't feel positively about John Lloyd and how the story played out for him. But I definitely will say I could believe someone being too hammered to remember, but totally doing a ringer thing, like fixing something that they've just done a million times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So whatever the case is, he's been drinking and he's asleep when David Harold dismounts and bangs on the bar door.
Yeah, because he's a normal person. He's asleep at midnight.
Yeah, And so he wakes up. He answers the door. Booth has not dismounted his horse because by this point his leg is broken for sure. Whether it happened in theater or on the hill, whatever. And so he brings Harold in, gives him a bottle of whiskey and a couple tumblers, and says, "I'll be right back with those supplies." So Harold does not have to specify what he needs to grab or where they are, because Lloyd knows what they are and he knows where they're at because he's already gotten them together. And it only takes 7 minutes.
So does Harold just say, "Get the stuff"?
Yeah.
Or does he just not even need to say it?
No, he probably says, "Hey, Lloyd, grab those things, or I'm here for those things," or whatever, just something along those lines.
Get the shooting irons.
Right, exactly. One thing we can say about these guys is they all are, for the most part, courteous. So I'm sure he said something along the lines of, all right, Lloyd, could you please bring me those supplies? Or, something stupid like that. But regardless of what he does or doesn't say, Lloyd knows exactly what he's wanting, and he gets them. They're at the tavern for 7 minutes. So that is another indicator that Lloyd is prepared for them.
Right.
So he grabs the field glasses dropped off by Mary, which I keep bringing up, but I'm not going to go into.
No, please don't, because I'm just as excited for that episode as I am for this one.
So he grabs that. He grabs another bottle of whiskey. He grabs the 2 carbines and some rope. But the rope they were like, we don't need the rope now, so keep it. He brings out the carbines and gives one to Harold after Harold is remounted, and he offers one to Booth, and Booth refuses. Says, I broke my leg. Controlling the horse is hard enough. I can't do it with
So Booth makes it known. I was going to ask, does John Lloyd know? Because, when he doesn't dismount, is he like, why?
Yeah. And Harold says, my companion had his leg rolled over by the horse. That's Harold's account.
What didn't just get picked up on the microphone was my physical reaction, duh! Yeah. That's my whole thing. It's right. like David Harold says that he gets rolled.
And Harold says it multiple times, and I think the idea, the assumption is that it's a cover. He's saying that to provide cover for the fact that, everybody's going to know that Booth broke his leg jumping off the stage, even though at this point Lloyd has no clue that any of this has happened, so he has no reason to say anything about why the leg is broken other than that broke his leg.
That also makes no sense either, because they've outridden the news, and whether it doesn't matter. The timeline doesn't matter at that point. No. You got rolled.
Well, I'm glad you reiterated that point, Pat, that they're outrunning the news, because is this the point where Booth starts bragging?
Yes.
Okay. At the tavern?
At the tavern to Lloyd. So he refuses the carbine, leaves it in Lloyd's hands. Takes
so they only leave with the one.
They only leave with the one. So there's pictures and paintings where there's 2 carbines and a pistol in the barn. There's just one in the tobacco barn later on. Just 1 carbine, 1 pistol.
Right.
And so at this point, they're about to ride off. I don't know. They may or may not have said that they were going to go to Mudd's house. They probably didn't. There's no reason for them to tell Lloyd that. But Booth looks down at Lloyd, and you got to remember, this is after midnight, and he says, "Hey, Lloyd, would you like some news?" And I put myself in Lloyd's position here because I love what he says, and he's like, "Tell me if you want. I'm not too particular." Right. It's like midnight.
I don't really care, dude.
Man.
Spill it or don't.
Going to bed.
I'm getting a hangover. Come on, what do you got to say? And so Booth looks down at him and says, from his horse, he's like, "It may be that we killed the president and Secretary Seward tonight." And that's it. And then he and Harold ride off for Mudd's. And that's what Lloyd is left with. And so this is Booth's first time speaking it and admitting it, other than to Harold, that he had shot Lincoln.
So what does John Lloyd do immediately?
John Lloyd panics. So remember, John Lloyd is a former police officer. He knows that the tavern has been under observation by federal agents. He knows that for a fact because some federal agents had arrested a Confederate agent in the tavern 2 weeks before this. So he knows that...
He's doing that thing in the movies where somebody's on the run and he's like, "You came here?"
Yeah, right, exactly. So it's like that scene in Pulp Fiction when they show up at Tarantino's house.
Great.
Right? So he's like, what is going on? And not only are they going to eventually come here because they're going to know the Surratts are involved.
You came here.
They're going to find this carbine. And if they find me with this carbine here, I'm dead. I'm toast. So he's trying to figure out what he's going to do with the carbine. And so what he does with it is he takes it and he hides it back in the house. But he doesn't hide it in the same place that he got it from. He drops it between 2 walls. He rolls it up in a blanket or a tapestry. I think it's probably more like a coverlet. And he drops it. And that's it. Now, there's a rumor that he hangs it by that rope. And it's just dangling between the walls and eventually falls because the Spencer carbine sight's not a very prominent sight. It's small.
Yeah.
So it would slip out of the rope. But here's my thought on that. If I was trying to hide something, why would I tie something and let it dangle where agents who might be investigating see this rope hanging between 2 walls and be like, "Oh, what's that all about?" Or do I wrap it in a blanket and throw it down into the wall because I'm hoping to never have to see it again?
Right.
So I think he throws it down on the wall to hide it. And, the reason that it gets found is again for the next episode. But
Bad drywall.
Yeah.
We're sitting in a room of really good drywalling.
That's
This
it.
is we're talking about.
I think all drywall is bad when an axe gets taken to it, though.
Yeah. So here's the thing that like kills me. It just you think about the amount of property that the Surratts are sitting on, or that's even available to them, whether they own it or not. Like, go ride somewhere so freaking random, dig a hole, drop the gun in the ground, leave.
Yeah. Well, he kind of follows your advice. He hides it in the wall.
What do you mean? Like, get it off site, jabroni.
Yeah. But he does leave. He does leave.
He leaves.
Yeah. So this is the 15th, right? By now, it's the early morning, April 15th, and Lloyd does have reason to leave the area. He and his wife are going to go and visit family in Charles County, and so he leaves. And he will become the first person arrested in the investigation because on the 16th, when he's coming back, agents meet him on the road and they arrest him.
Do they let him get close to the tavern?
Yeah, oh no, he gets to the tavern and it's really kind of brilliant the way they do it because they have one of his friends basically talk to him and he tells them, yeah, no, I hit this gun in the wall. And they go and they tell the agents. And
Are you wearing a wire?
Yeah, right. Exactly. So, that's what's happening there.
That's for telegram. He's just tapping a button on his jacket. He's like doing like Morse code from his chest.
So, that's how they find out about the gun in the wall, which has giant implications for Lloyd and Mary and everybody else. But so Lloyd is the first one arrested on the 16th. Meanwhile, Booth he has no clue that Lloyd has been arrested. And it probably doesn't really pop onto his radar too much because Lloyd's not part of the inner circle. So I don't know if it would concern him.
It doesn't really matter if he's arrested or not.
Meanwhile, Booth is hanging out at Samuel Mudd's house. And this is where the break matters. So a lot of people tend to think that the route was predetermined and they were always going to go from D.C. to Surratt's and from Surratt's to Mudd's and then from Mudd's to Oliver Swan's and then to Thomas Jones and then across the river. But that's probably not the route. The original route would have made more sense to go from Surratt's to Port Tobacco. It's a more direct route. It's more online. You go to Mudd's, you're going way east of where you need to go. He goes to Mudd's because he broke his leg. Now, Mudd's reputation is very much falling into most people are giving up the fight that he had nothing to do with any of this. Even at the museum itself, I've talked to people over there and they're like, yeah, we're starting to acknowledge more and more Mudd's part. And part of that is because they've moved away from the fact that it's primarily descendants giving the tours. It's really hard when you're a descendant of somebody who's involved in something like this. I mean, think about that. What was that movie with Nicolas Cage where it's like his grandfather was supposed to have been involved in the plot.
National Treasure.
Yeah, National Treasure 2, the second one, right?
Yeah.
The first
Book
one.
of Secrets.
Yeah. So, the human element, you're going to want to, make your ancestor seem in the best light there. So I understand their position initially, but fact of the matter is Booth could have gone within a 5-mile square circumference of Surratt's. There are about 6 other doctors. He could have ridden to any of them. Yeah. He could have ridden to any of them and demanded treatment, and on their Hippocratic oath, they could have treated him.
Which was a thing by then.
Yep. But no, he goes to Mudd's. Why does he go to Mudd's? It's because he knows Mudd. He's been there. He trusts him. And he knows that Mudd knows he's a Confederate agent. He's not going to ask any questions. He's going to treat him. He's going to put him in. He's going to feel secure for at least a day or two and then move on. So the fact that they go to Mudd's was not predetermined in my mind. It doesn't make any sense.
Let's. I didn't know when we were gonna. We'll probably address it again in the follow-up when we talk about the trial and things like that and all that stuff. But I like this because I am a fervent believer that Mudd wasn't an act of random, just medicinal aid. I don't like you. I don't necessarily believe that he was involved in the plot to outright assassinate or even kidnap the president. But what I do fully believe is if you're a guy like Booth and you're setting up the infrastructure of either of these plots, you need guys to serve purposes. You needed Surratt to get across the river. You needed Lewis Powell to kick everybody's ass. You needed David Harold to get you from basically the middle of southern Maryland down, I think, to the area to cross, things like so you'd be a fool to imagine you'd be able to accomplish any of this without risking getting injured or wounded or worse. So you'd likely need to know a doctor that you could go to that would ask either no questions or whatever, blah, 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 which is why this December 1864 or even earlier, the church meeting with Booth and Mudd really matters in this story because while he might not have been a part of these plots, he immediately becomes a part of them by having this predetermined understanding of, I will aid you.
Yeah, it goes back to aiding and abetting.
Yeah, I will aid you if you show up in need.
Right.
Which we're going to get into, I guess, right now or maybe in a few minutes with how how Booth exits the Mudd house and how Mudd is apprehended. But but he goes and he's injured. He needs the help, and Mudd administers.
Right. Cuts off the boot, splints the leg. I mean, all the treatment that you're looking for, right? Just another point I thought of, Harold. I mean, you and Pat, you keep bringing up the point that I should bring up more at work, that each of these guys has a purpose. Harold's purpose is to get him from point A to point B. Harold's not very familiar with the area where Mudd lives.
Right.
They get lost. They get lost trying to leave Mudd's and getting to where he knows. So again, another reason why they probably were not initially intending to go to Mudd's.
That's a great point.
So, but you just made me think of that.
So they go to Mudd's, right? And Mudd sets the ankle, right?
Yep.
No bones sticking out,
Right.
despite Booth's grand tale of this badassery that didn't happen.
Yeah, it's the lower leg bone more than it is the ankle, right? Okay.
Yeah, lower leg.
It's what they would call like a high ankle sprain now, I guess, maybe, but like a lot more violent than the sports version you're probably thinking of.
I don't know.
I mean, it's probably more along the lines of a break than a sprain, but it's probably somewhere in the same general
it's definitely
area.
a break.
It's a break.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like in the same general area of the leg.
It's the lower down, and it's the small bone.
Okay.
The small bone lower down.
Okay.
So yeah,
Is that
not
the tibia?
pleasant.
Ooh. Get your anatomy hats out, boys.
Yeah.
All right, well, somebody who knows the anatomy.
I wish you could have seen all the blank faces when he said that.
Yeah, I mean, including the guy who said it. I don't know the answer. But anyway, all right, so Booth, so Mudd does his job.
Yes.
How long are they at Mudd's house?
They're there for about a day and a half.
Okay, so we're talking into the 17th.
Into the 6th, yeah. So they leave there the night of the 16th and the 17th.
Okay.
And they're expedited because later on the 15th, Mudd and Harold ride to Bryantown because Mudd has business to do there. And when they get there, as they're approaching Bryantown, they see a federal cavalry patrol. And Harold sees that, and he says, hey, Doc, I'm going to go back to your house. And he turns and he rides away, something Harold seems to be getting really good at doing. And and Mudd rides on, and so this is his moment, right?
Well, that was weird.
Yeah.
That's Mudd. He's like, all right,
okay,
cool.
buddy, sure.
See ya.
So, but this is Mudd's chance. Like, he could easily talk to these troopers, and when he finds out what they're looking for, if they ask, have you seen anything? This is his moment to say it, and he doesn't. He says nothing. He goes on about his normal day, makes the purchases that he intended to make, and then returns to his house. And that's it. So Booth and Harold are able to get a meal, get a night's rest, and then they leave the next day to proceed on their escape route to get across the river. And that's when Harold gets lost, and they end up at the house of...
Is it the Brockenbrough Peyton house?
It's Samuel Cox's house on Rich Hill.
Brockenbrough Peyton south of the river.
It's on
we'll get
Virginia
there.
side, yeah.
Real quick, we just got a real-time fact check / correction from Dr. Matthew Borders over here.
Yes.
He is not a doctor, not a medical doctor, but he did just do a quick search. It is the fibula. The tibia is the larger of the two leg bones, so he's got a fibula break.
Yeah. So
take that, science.
We got it.
Yeah. All right, so Mudd finds out the president has been slain.
Yes.
And is like...
It's like, well, this might go badly for me.
Yeah.
And he begins to start figuring out how he's going to distance himself from Booth and trying to figure out...
Other than turning him in.
Other than turning me, because he's not going to do that.
Is that because he's sympathetic to the South and like F. Lincoln?
Yep.
Like that kind of mentality?
Yeah. He's still fighting the war. And the war's still going on. I mean...
No, for sure. But I mean, a lot of people's reaction in the South, including Jefferson Davis's, was like, look, we're not big fans of the North, but like that's kind of like... that sucks. That's a little too much, maybe.
Yeah.
And obviously, I'm simplifying a lot of that sentiment because there was
You think?
There was there's a ton of people who are like, get some,
Right,
but so Mud's more in the get some camp. Like he's like not a fan. Like I don't care about the war ending. Like I still hate you.
Yeah, I mean, and he recruited Booth.
Right.
You know, so there's
Because
that.
like we all have
that-
enemies. Like I
that
have enemies,
feeling
but I don't
there,
want to see them dead. Right. So like Mud's one of those guys who'd be like, I don't really care if my enemy died.
I mean, I think Mud is, you know, this is a part of the. You mentioned it earlier. You know, this is a part of the game we're playing.
Right.
And he did his part. I'm going to do my part. I'm going to look out for him because that's what I said I would do.
But now I got a CYA. Got to cover my AES.
Yep. And you don't do that by leaving a boot with somebody's initials in it in your house. And that's what he does. The boot that he cuts off a booth, he doesn't get rid of it.
Come on, this is Crime 101.
I know.
Destroy the evidence.
Clearly, they are not watching cold case files or forensic files or anything like that.
Do crime. Do it better. You're all getting caught.
You gotta
All
think.
right. So he goes and he's like, look, you guys got to go. And they end up at the house of Samuel Cox.
Yeah. So to get there, I mean, they get lost and they meet up with Oswald Swan, who's a freed black man in the area. And he guides them to Samuel Cox's house. And from Samuel Cox's house, that's when they are hooked up with Thomas Jones. Because Thomas Jones is, again, the handler for all the Confederate agents in Southern Maryland. And Samuel Cox is one of those agents. And so when Booth and Harold show up, they don't say who they are. They just say they need help. And so Cox sends Franklin Roby to go get, well, he either sends Franklin Roby or his son to go and get Thomas Jones.
Somebody from the Roby family.
Yeah.
Now, are the other, say, Samuel Cox, Franklin Roby, and whatnot, are they recognizing Booth? Because he's done a little bit to kind of disguise himself when
He's
he
shaved
was
right now, hasn't he?
Right,
He
exactly.
shaved his mustache, yeah. I don't know that they know him really,
Okay.
other than maybe his you know, the
Maybe
fact
by
that,
name.
Yeah. Okay. So I think, you know, between the shaving of the mustache, they might know Harold, but Harold saying, you know, this is a friend of mine.
Right.
You know, I think there's not a whole lot of thought on, is this guy John Wilkes Booth? It's just that he's obviously another Confederate agent at this point that we need to help.
This is John Wilkes Thube.
That's
It's a
right.
different guy.
John Watson.
John
It's
Watson.
John Watson. So Thomas Jones does not meet them at Samuel Cox's place. He has them taken to a pine thicket in the Zakiah Swamp, which is a huge swamp down in southern Maryland, and people have always hidden there, from Piscataway people all the way up to present day people.
Yeah, people still run into the woods there to
Yeah.
get away from law enforcement.
So it's a good place to hide. And basically what's going on here, and you're starting to see again, the plan is evolving because the original plan is not valid. Booth breaking his leg is a huge
Setback?
yeah. I mean that's the best word I can
Wrench.
give it to.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
it's a
is
huge wrench.
literally
Anything
a major derailment / obstacle in this now.
It's like the giant black flies from Maine in the ointment, right? I mean,
Yep.
it's terrible, right? So you know, it really screws things up for the timetable. If they're going to be using Jones at all, he's expecting them probably days before this. And now news has gotten out. I mean, everybody knows Lincoln is dead. Everybody knows that he's been assassinated.
So this
Everybody
news
knows-
is now wildfire.
Yes.
It's no longer this creeper out of the city. It is now, it is wherever wires are, it is there now.
it's known. Yep.
Okay.
And his condition was being updated every 15 minutes by telegraph when he was in the process of dying.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
So everybody knows. And so the Potomac, which was already a heavily guarded river with gunboats, is even more heavily guarded now because they know there are 3 potential routes that Booth could have taken. He could have gone to Baltimore. They went there really quick. He could have gone north to Canada, or he could have gone south. So you've got agents covering the northern route and looking for him. You've got agents in Baltimore looking for him. And now you've got agents moving south.
Are they more worried that he's heading to Canada than he is heading into Virginia?
I don't know that they'd really put a priority on. I think their first thought was Baltimore because he had connections to Baltimore.
Right. He's from Baltimore.
Yeah. Either way, they're not happy with the thought of him either going to Canada or south because it is going to become extremely difficult to find him once he's beyond a certain point either way. You know, Canada, I think if it was me and I was Stanton, I would want to stop the Canadian aspect of it as quickly as possible, because that involves you sending troops and agents into a foreign country,
Right.
which you don't have the greatest relationship or experiences with doing that.
But there's a future History Things podcast episode in that conversation between 1865 and 1869 that we'll get into. But
Yes.
Fenian raids are a big favorite of Matt and mine's, but a whole different soup,
Different
messy
kettle of
soup.
fish.
Yeah. But that was my thing, is if he gets there, you're talking about an international affair
Right.
at that point, and then you're also talking about the great wilderness of the Canadian frontier.
And you're talking about an extensive Confederate underground network,
Right.
which John Surratt Jr. takes advantage of when we talk about him. So,
Ironic that the Underground Railroad's one of its major destinations was getting across the border and into Canada, but then also the Confederate underground spy ring was also huge up into the same areas,
Yep.
Canada and stuff. So,
yeah,
Any way to screw over the states.
that's it.
God damn it, Southern Confederacy. All right, so we have a massively on edge and alert city and surrounding area. We've obviously got the tentacles of cavalry and infantry everywhere looking. We have federal agents in whatever capacity those exist at the time are
Yep.
looking. And Booth and Harold are hiding out in Zacchaeus Swamp.
Right. They're hiding and they're waiting for Jones to tell them when it's clear to cross the river. Right. And so it's kind of interesting, because this is when Booth really starts to get newspapers brought to him by Jones and Jones's, people. He brings food, he brings newspapers, and Booth is starting to read what the country thinks of him, and where in his mind he's performed this great, courageous, and heroic act. He's being described as cowardly and dastardly, and he hates it. He's going into a rage, and that's when he begins to write some of those really interesting entries into his diary.
I'm going to rewrite the narrative.
That's it. That's exactly what he's doing. And so he's basically sitting in Zacchaeus Swamp stewing over all this. I mean, his leg hurts, his back hurts. He's getting some food, but he's really not comfortable. Harold is constantly wandering around the swamp because he's feeling kind of penned in. This is supposed to be where they ditch their horses. The one theory is that Harold takes them into the swamp, kills them, and lets them sink into the quagmire to be gone forever. But when people go to the spot where that was supposed to happen, there's no evidence of it, and there is evidence that the horses are alive later on and end up somewhere else. But that's really a moot point. Sure. But basically, you just have Booth sitting here in this pine thicket for 3 or 4 days, depending on the timeline you like to accept, stewing and reading about how the country hates him, and feeling very unappreciated. Meanwhile, the manhunt is on, and it's not just Booth they're after, right? So they arrest John Lloyd on the 16th. Well, on the 17th, almost all the conspirators are picked up. You have Michael O'Laughlin and Sam Arnold. Booth's Baltimore connections are known, and
Where are they arrested?
Baltimore.
Yeah.
So there are two manhunters that I really like to bring up, because there's one. His name is he's a provost marshal, James McPhail. He's the one operating in Baltimore. Thorough investigator. I mean, the work that he does to bring in these guys, the leads and the connections he makes are really impressive, especially when you consider that they're working in a non-digital age. The other one is Henry Wells. He's a colonel. And Henry Wells is a completely different investigator. He's the one that's operating out of Southern Maryland. He takes the Bryantown Inn and turns it into, a lot of people call it his meat grinder. But everybody who gets picked up gets brought to Bryantown from Southern Maryland and interrogated by him, and he is not gentle in his interrogations.
You are going to tell me the truth.
Yeah. So
He wasn't German.
it's McPhail that makes the first arrests of conspirators, and he picks up Sam Arnold, and then Sam Arnold sells out Michael O'Laughlin. And so O'Laughlin gets word of this, and he knows he's wanted. O'Laughlin does not wait to be arrested. He turns himself in.
Probably wise.
Yeah. When he turns himself in, he starts to sell people out, and he's the first one who mentions mud.
So what are these guys' arguments like, look, we were here, we were kidnappers, right? We're not murderers.
And that's exactly what it is. These guys are like, we knew nothing about the assassination plot. We left the conspirators group before the assassination plot. We left after the failed kidnapping. And then the legal response is you're a part of a conspiracy until you actively try to stop it. So you did not try to prevent. You didn't.
This is my conversation about John Lloyd. Damn it! I don't want to do this now. That's like we're gonna put that in the follow up. But like, spoiler. That's my entire beef with John Lloyd. Like if you did nothing to stand in front of it, you are a part of it.
Yeah. So it brings us back to Mudd, though.
Right.
You know, if Mudd was just a doctor that was stopped, you know, that just happened to be the house they called on, why would Samuel Arnold and Michael O'Loughlin mention him before Mudd was even really being brought up? Nobody asked them about Mudd. They were telling the story about how the group was recruited and what they knew, and they knew that Samuel Mudd was a contact point. So investigators were already putting Mudd into the picture before they show up to arrest him.
Right.
So meanwhile, who else do we have that's out there? Mary and Powell. They're also both arrested on the 17th. And this is one of those comedy of errors things that happens that the only way this happens is if you make it up, but it's completely true. Mary has been under suspicion since about 4 hours after the assassination. The first police officers show up at Mary's house 4 hours after Lincoln is shot.
Wow.
Imagine that. I mean,
how does that happen?
There's an anonymous tip. Anonymous tip. So
is it anonymous today in 2021?
we have no idea who gave it.
Wow.
We have theories, but
Is it
we
David
have
Harold?
No, it's not David Harold.
Who's your theory?
My theory. All right, so we mentioned this guy and we've let him drop for a while, but it's Louis Weichmann, and I'll talk more about Weichmann
He is
later on.
huge in the next episode. I
But
know.
one thing that Weichmann, he's observing everything because he lives in Mary's house. He's a friend of Surratt, and he wants to go to the seminary in Richmond, and he is considered by Booth and John Jr. to be a Southern man because of his desire to go to Richmond. They think that he's a Southern man, which means he's very sympathetic to the
Where
South.
is Weichmann when the trigger is pulled at Ford's Theater?
In the H Street house.
He's at the H Street House.
So Weichmann actually starts to be concerned by the number of meetings that he's seeing happening and Mary's role in these meetings. He's seeing her involved in more and more meetings with just Booth by himself. He's the one that drives Mary to Surratt's Tavern on the morning of the 15th to drop off the field glasses. He's with her when she delivers the message to Lloyd. He knows everything. And he tells his superiors at a certain point before the assassination that there's something going on. My theory is that there were already federal agents observing that H Street house, and they dropped the information to the police officers who showed up at Mary's on the early morning of the 15th.
I didn't know that last part. That's a very interesting that they were kind of on it that quickly.
4 hours. I mean, think about it. How often, even in a case today, do we get a
Lincoln's not even
4-hour
dead
response
yet.
time?
Lincoln's not even dead
Not
by the
even
time
dead
the
yet.
cops show up.
Yeah, that's a good point, Pat.
And they show up not necessarily looking for Mary in particular, but somebody says, the tipster says,
Hey, you're going to want to check that place out.
check out the Surratt house. Check out the Surratt's boarding house on H Street. And so they show up there just looking for information. And furthermore, on the 15th, that's Louis Weichmann and one of the other boarders. They go down and go to the police station, and they give everything out that they know. They tell where they were. They tell who they saw that day, who they've seen in meetings at the house. So they really are giving out a lot of information. So the investigators in this case are actually working with a really strong foundation on who's involved and who's not, based off of Weichmann, and then what everybody else is telling them.
So very quickly, they moved from fact-finding to manhunt.
Yes.
I mean, less like what the hell is going on, more like where the hell are these people?
Yep. And
That's fascinating.
it's so quick. It happens so fast. And I mean, I imagine a part of that, like, I credit that to Stanton, because, I mean, Stanton, he turns on a dime.
He's effectively running the country right
Yeah.
now.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't personally.
From the parlor of the Peterson house.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So when Mary is cooperative, I'm guessing she lets these officers in.
She lets him in, and she says,
Are they
that-
officers or are they soldiers?
They're officers. They're
So
police
MPD
officers.
comes over there, Metropolitan Police, or whatever they are.
So they come in, she talks to them, they ask about her son, they ask about John Jr., and she says she hasn't seen him in 2 weeks, that he had come by right before the fall of Richmond and said that he was on his way to Canada, and that's the last she's seen of him. And that's her story, and she sticks to it forever.
Is that her truth? Like, that's her best understanding, or is that her just saying that?
I think it's just her story.
We're not going to be gentle. By the way, just a heads up. If you're tuning in to the follow-up episode for this, we're not going to be gentle to Mary Surratt. We're going to be very truthful.
Yeah.
So get ready.
I think that I personally, my personal opinion, and I kind of stated earlier, is that Surratt Jr. is in the city when the murder happens.
Right.
If you buy the artillery sergeant who says that guy who looked like Surratt left and went down H Street, I'm thinking he probably went to his mother's house. So she's seen him that day, that very night. And I think she knows that something bad has happened. I think she knows what's going on anyway. But and she's covering for him. She's buying him time. Whatever the case is, Surratt Jr. is not at the house when agents show up. And one of the things that make me question Mary's statement is that there is a former enslaved woman there. Her name is Susan Jackson. And she'd been working for the Surratts for like 3 weeks before the assassination, before the murder. And she says that she saw John Jr. there that day. But a lot of people just say no, she was mistaken. She misidentified him. It was late. She's new. She doesn't know what he looks like, really. And that's kind of been the accepted version, is that Susan Jackson has been incorrect. And one of the reasons for that is because there's another enslaved woman named Rachel who basically counteracts her testimony and says, no, the conversation was that Susan said Surratt Jr. has been gone for 2 weeks, not that she had just seen him. So there's a huge amount of confusion as to whether or not Surratt Jr. is in the city or not. And it goes all the way to people who live within the H Street house.
I don't like the logic of she's new. I wouldn't recognize his face after only 3 weeks. Like, if I got to meet my boss's kids and I got to see them regularly over like a week, I would recognize their face.
Well, and let's think about it too. She is a former enslaved woman who's working there. It would behoove her to know who everybody is.
Yeah, like there's
Well, and the lady who testifies against that, it behooves her to keep her job.
Yeah.
And so she's probably like, "Hey, shut up."
And other thing,
This is the story.
Yeah, and I'll bring Rachel up more in the next because I think Rachel's really important in the next episode. So, it really taps into what Matt was just saying.
So police are at the Surratt house. They're looking for John. They're asking questions, things like that. When is Mary actually arrested?
On April 17th. So the 17th is kind of like the Waterloo Day.
But like day and a half. Are they at her? Like, do they leave on the 15th, or is there a constant police presence that entire time?
They leave. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of surveillance.
Yeah, I imagine it's being watched.
Like the old cop car sitting out front kind of thing?
Sort of thing.
Yeah.
They leave and they come back on the 17th because by then they've talked to Lloyd. They found the gun. They've heard Lloyd's testimony. And so now they have physical and other evidence against her. It's time to go pick her up. So they don't just come to the house to arrest Mary, although she's the primary target. They come to arrest everybody because they don't know who all is involved.
So it's a dragnet.
It is.
Okay.
Because they arrest Anna, they arrest all the other boarders, with the exception of Weichman and the other man who went and reported John Holohan. Yeah, John
Before
Holohan.
I forget, I think we just jumped right over it. When Lloyd was arrested, he directed them to where he hid this rifle. Like they weren't just smashing random walls in a house. Like he was like, it's there.
Yeah.
So they cut it out. They were like, there it is.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's when Mary gets arrested.
Okay.
So they're federal now. All right. So it's the night of the 17th. Federal agents are there, right? And a number of them. And they're getting her ready to be arrested. She's prepared.
She knows she's being taken into custody at this moment, kind of thing. It's like you haven't been read your Miranda rights, but like you're not going anywhere, and you're probably going to leave with us in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's well aware. She asks for a chance to go into her parlor to pray, which is a legitimate request, probably coming from Mary. She's very devout.
Very Catholic.
Very.
And so it's while she's praying in the parlor that there's this knock on the door. And federal agents open the door, and Lewis Powell is standing outside. Now, he's a bit disheveled from when the last time we left him hiding in the cemetery. He's carrying a pickaxe over his shoulder. He's wearing a weird gray duster type of trench coat sort of thing, for lack of a better descriptor for you. And he's formed a hat out of one of his shirt sleeves. Mm-hmm. So he looks really weird. And he's like, oh, I must have the wrong house when these guys answer the door. And they're like, well, who are you looking for? And he's like, I'm looking for Miss Surratt. I'm like, nope, this is the right house.
Come on in.
Dumb.
Here's my thing. At this point, Powell probably thinks he's at the wrong house because he doesn't know the city. He's like, I thought this was the right place, but these guys aren't the right people.
Right.
You know, but they're like, oh, no, you found the right place. And so now Powell's under the spotlight. Well, why are you here? Why are you looking for Mary? Oh, well, she hired me out to dig her a ditch. And I'm supposed to do it tomorrow, and I have no place to sleep. So I thought I'd come by here and see if I could at least sleep in the backyard or something, so I'd be here to get started early in the morning. And they're like, I mean, that's a pretty plausible explanation, honestly. You know, but some of the things that they're hearing from him and some of the things that they're seeing don't add up. Right. His boots are really nice. His pants are really nice. The cut of the coat's really nice. He doesn't look like he's intransigent. He doesn't look like he's starving. He looks big and strong. He doesn't have worker's hands. You know, his hands are beat up a little bit because he's just been involved in all this stuff, and he cut his hand with a knife. But he doesn't look like a worker. So they bring him in. They're like, yeah, I don't know, man. You're like, your story seems plausible, but there's something off. So come in, you know. So they bring him in on gunpoint. They close the door behind him, and they bring Mary out, and they ask her if she knows who he is, and she swears no. I don't know, you know. And you know, the story is that she's really dramatic about it. I swear by God that I don't know who this man is and all this stuff, which, you know.
Like, cool, Mary, way to just act guilty.
Right, I know. Red flag. If you're ever just going to say you don't know somebody, just say no.
Yeah.
Anytime you add explanation, you just look guilty.
No clue who that is.
Right? So
See, that's two fathers that chiming in on that.
so Mary denies knowing him. But, you know, he showed up. It's weird. It's late. Nobody should be calling on the house at this point in time. We're going to go ahead and arrest him anyway. So they arrest everybody, take him down to the station, and they start interrogating them. Mary's in one room continuing to deny that she knows him. Powell's in another room waiting, hopefully, to not be identified, but, you know, it's probably going to happen. And then Anna's in another room being interrogated saying, yes, we do know him. He's rented a room from my mother. His name is Brown. He's a Baptist preacher because that's who she knows him as. Right. That was his cover. So
because his father had been a preacher.
Yes, a Baptist preacher. So at least he's falling back on something he knows, which, hey, there's a lot of talk about Powell and his mental capacity, but I find his handling of these questions in Mary's doorway on the spot pretty well done. And the fact that he uses some kernels of truth from his background as part of his cover stories indicates that, you know, he might have been a little bit more capable of handling himself in these situations than we tend to think. But regardless,
but he was dumb enough to say Mary Surratt at the door.
Yep.
Like, literally, the moment federal agents opened that door and they were like, who are you looking for? I'd have been like, Miss Cruz?
Yeah,
like,
right.
Just make up any name. Miss White, Miss Brown, Miss Tommy Chong. Like, I don't know. Say anything else. But he's like, no, I'm looking for the woman you're putting under arrest.
Miss Surratt. Yeah. So, you know, Anna, without even meaning to, sells her mother out by acknowledging that.
So Anna is initially arrested.
Anna is initially, just like everybody else in the house, except for the two gentlemen. But it's very quickly determined that she doesn't know anything.
Because that was going to be my question for the next episode, but we can, I guess, squash it here since it's kind of relevant. Is I was going to ask, how is it possible that everybody in the Surratt house was arrested and had their fates played out how they did play out, either Booth or Mary or John, and then Anna is involved in all of these things in one way or the other, but like doesn't have like, so I guess it's because they truly kept her in the dark about who people were.
I think Mary was shielding her.
Yeah. Like entirely. Because there's part of me is like, if you're helping to run the house with your mother, how do you not know about what's going on? But if you think about the hierarchy of 19th century families and things like that, and now Mary's this widow, Mary's the boss.
Yes.
So if Mary's like, this is Baptist Preacher Brown, like, you're like, okay.
Yep.
Whatever you say, Mama.
That's it.
Well, they're also... they're not ne'er-do-wells per se. Booth certainly isn't would not have been seen as a ne'er-do-well, but I can definitely see Mary wanting to keep her away from these other guys.
Right.
You've got a foreign-born individual, dun dun dun, for 19th century. You have this big kind of looming guy who's little quiet, little weird, kind of a wild look in his eye. And you've got these other individuals who she doesn't know who they are. You're going to keep your daughter removed from them.
I'm a father of a daughter. You're a father of a daughter. Creepy men are getting nowhere near my girl.
Exactly.
So I'm with that. So all right. So they're all arrested. They're kind of going through the interrogation process, and Anna slips unintentionally.
Unintentionally, because she doesn't know any better.
Right.
And then the big shoe drops, because while Powell is in the lockup, Seward's servant comes in, Bell.
IDs the crap out
And
of him.
IDs Powell. That is the man right there who attacked Mr. Seward. And now it's undeniable that he was coming to Mary's house because it's the safe place for him to go. Mary knows who he is. Mary's involved. Powell's involved. Case closed. Open and shut for them. So now you've got Powell and Mary arrested, O'Loughlin and Arnold, and there's one more arrest that happens on the 17th, and that's Ned Spangler. Poor Ned, right?
Right.
So, and Ned is really grabbed up just from talking to people at Ford's. The investigation leads them to Ned. It's determined that he was there to hold the horse, that he probably let Booth in through the back door. And so that is enough in investigators' eyes to include him in the conspirator circle. And he's wrapped up and arrested as well on the 17th.
What is your thought on Spangler? Because I think he's innocent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just think he got caught up in the situation, maybe a little starstruck by Booth, so forth and so on, but I don't think he has anything to do with.
Well, I think your analogy, Coby, is perfect, right? He works in the industry, right? And he's a lower tier employee, and I don't mean that in a demeaning way if you're like a key grip out there or anything like that, but you're on the crew.
Right.
And one of these A-listers, and Booth's, what do we agree? Booth's not just an A-lister. He's like a well-known A-lister.
Right.
Like Charlie Sheen is not like an Academy Award winner. Like he's not Anthony Hopkins. So he's not churning out these masterpieces, but he's got a really prominent place in his own right. Excuse me. And, if Charlie Sheen, is on set and he says to the key grip, like, get me a coffee.
Yeah.
You're going to go get that coffee for your star.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Charlie Sheen's going to be flipping out and tiger blood everywhere. And so I like that analogy. I think Ned Spangler was just doing his job, and a celebrity said, "Hey, do this on set," and it went away, and Ned just did his job, which was to support the star, support the talent,
the house,
the talent,
the talent kind of thing. So, and his story never changes.
No.
Like I don't think there's even like an iota. Like years later, I think it's just like all I did was hold this effing horse.
And I didn't even hold it the whole time. I had somebody else hold it
Peanut
because I had
held
to
the
go do a
horse.
job.
It was Peanut.
And I think eventually that comes through in the fact that his sentencing is different than everybody else's.
Yeah, and we'll get into that. But just short answer: do you think that do you think society in real time for him kind of moved on from him similarly? They were like, "Yeah, you probably just did hold the horse."
I think at a certain point, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get into that in the next episode. So, all right. Yeah. So cool. So people are being arrested.
People are being arrested.
Ned's arrested.
Yep.
The Mary and Lewis, who can apparently handle an interrogation, but not the first question.
The first question thrown at him.
So the 17th's a huge day.
Yeah. I mean, that's fast, right?
Yeah.
And we know Booth and Harold are the outstanding guys, and they're on the run. So now the entire thing by the 17th has shifted from fact-finding to manhunt to, like, straight-up manhunt now because they're the only ones out.
Right. And so you're looking for Booth and Harold and Surratt. Right. And
I forgot all about Surratt.
Yeah. What's George been up to since he left,
That's right? He's heading north.
He's headed north because he's got family in northern Maryland.
I like this because his family is very close to where I grew up.
Yeah.
I grew up in Montgomery County, Maryland, and he is apprehended off of Clopper Road, which is from the house I literally spent the first 10 years of my life in maybe 11 minutes.
There you go.
It's very close. So, and I was well into my adulthood because, again, this topic is an afterthought if you're kind of a Civil War buff, to use a term Matt loves so much. But I didn't get into this subject until I was more of an adult, and when I realized that like George Atzerott's apprehension took place like what do they say, a stone's throw from my house that I grew up in. I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
So he's heading north, and is it a cousin?
Yes.
It's a cousin. The area, in my best modern day understanding, is sort of in the area of Germantown, modern day Germantown, Maryland, where like the Clopper Road and Richter Farm area is. So up around Northwest High School, if you know the area.
Yeah.
Which I always found ironic since he is of German ancestry.
Yeah.
It's picked up in Germantown. Yeah.
Couldn't have written it any better, folks.
Pretty much.
And I think the little outcrop building that they found him in is still standing.
I don't know.
I think it's in derelict condition, but I think the stonework of the building is still very much recognizable. So if you're one of those history hunters and you want to get out there and see a tangible piece, go find that and snap a picture and send it to us.
Yeah.
All right. So he gets picked up when?
April 20th is when he's arrested. And it's his own doing. He's at a dinner with family and friends, and he starts talking about the murder of Lincoln, and he starts throwing out some thoughts like, and if Grant was there, we'd have got him too, or maybe we could have got him on the train and stuff like this. And it's just enough detail that it concerns a number.
You know too much about this.
So they report him that night when he goes to bed. He doesn't know it, but his statements and his presence are being reported to a number of different officers and agents, including his brother. George Atzerott's brother was actually one of the manhunters. He was a
Montgomery County police officer?
I don't remember exactly what his title is, but John Atzerodt is he gets the report about his brother.
So that was what was going to be my question is Atzerodt, he's not off the radar, right?
No. He's definitely one of the guys that they're looking for. They know
somebody else has said his name at this point.
Lots of people.
That Booth letter, right. Because the Booth letter, right, the blackmailing letter,
right,
doesn't exist today. It didn't exist as we best know then. So it's not like that is a physical piece of evidence they're holding and they're reading the name Atzerodt. So everybody is saying everybody's name's involved. So he's been brought up.
And if nobody else has brought him up, Louis Weichman has, because Weichman has seen him in the meetings.
Okay.
And so Atzerodt is known, and he's also known as Port Tobacco because that's where he lived. So,
which you said earlier, commenting on Port Tobacco, that it's a lovely little town, but it kind of had a reputation back in the day as a much rougher town.
Yeah, it's a smuggler's den.
Yeah.
Like a pirate would like it?
A pirate would probably feel at home with some of the stuff going on there.
Like a pirate.
We loving the pirates dens there. So
he loves his pirates.
I know it.
All right, so he's picked up on the 20th.
On April 20th, and it's another huge bombshell because he confesses everything twice. So he spills everything, and he's the one who really starts to rope in confession wise the notion that the Confederate government is behind the assassination plot and the gunpowder plot and all that good stuff. So George Atzerodt is clearly out of his depth. It's not like he was rushing north. He's meandering north. He's traveling with people, staying at places. He's making his presence known. And when time comes, he is more than happy to tell everything that he knows. And I think it's more like what Matt was saying earlier. He's doing whatever he can to try and save himself because he knows he's in deep poo. So.
With the meandering north, though, is he just trying to look inconspicuous, or does he really not sure where to go, and so he's just moving towards family?
I think it's more of that.
Okay.
Because he kind of trickles his way out of the city too.
Right.
He doesn't just rush out of there. So, and this could be where we see the indicator that not all is right in George's mind.
Sure.
Because he's not acting with any urgency, and he's very careless about what he's saying. So.
Plus, the stress of the moment, there's something to be said for that. That could get to him. The realization of what has just happened and you've been a part of it, whether you liked it or not. Like, I don't like when things steamroll out of my control.
Yeah,
sure.
And I feel like I'm in pretty good control of things all the time. And like when it happens, I don't react to it well. Mm-hmm. And everybody, I think, like you just said, goes through that sort of reaction to losing control of a situation, of yourself, whatever. And and some people do it angrily. Some people, or get sort of despondent. Some people turn kind of lunatic. And like, I wonder if he just kind of broke.
Yeah.
Like if he might not have been there altogether, but didn't want to be involved. Now it's happened, whether the letter existed or not. I was coerced into doing it. Like he might have just snapped from the pressure and just been like unable to control his ability to talk about it because he was just not there.
Yeah.
Guilty conscience.
Guilty consciences. Yeah.
So by the 20th, Booth has made it to where? Because now we have a good number of days.
He's still in the pine thicket.
So he's still in Sakaya Swamp.
He's still in Sakaya Swamp on the 20th now.
He's got to love it there.
Right? And of course,
Mr. High Society.
It's already warm in April during the day in the Mid-Atlantic, so he might have a cold night, but I mean, during the day, there's skeeters out.
It's not a pleasant place to hang out. No. As a child growing up around the Sakaya Swamp,
he's like,
he's not having a good time. Yeah.
Get me out of here.
So he's in the pine thicket. Now, he's either in the pine thicket for another day or 2 more days, depending on the theory you want to buy. The traditional narrative is that Thomas Jones gets them out of the pine thicket on the 20th and sends them across the Potomac on the 21st from his property in Charles County. And that while Harold and Booth are going across the river, they get lost, they get turned around, and they end up back in Maryland up around Indiantown. And so that they have to chill out there, and then they leave again on April 22nd. That is the accepted traditional narrative. And there are plausible reasons why they could have gotten turned around more than gotten lost. We know that the USS Juniper, which was a gunboat, was in that vicinity on the night of the 21st or the 20th. So it's wholly possible that coming out of the fog, they saw this gunboat and quickly turned around.
I think Booth even writes about that in his diary, too.
But we can't take Booth seriously.
Oh, no, I understand that.
I was
but,
just being a jerk right there.
but-
I'm sorry.
Several of the accounts talk about how the boat was basically had the Juniper right on top of it,
Yeah.
but they just stayed silent.
They stayed
and all
silent,
that.
yeah. So, it's a theory that, it makes sense. It's plausible for sure. There's another theory, which is building ground, that they didn't actually cross the river until the 22nd. And they crossed the river on the 22nd in a boat that was about 14 feet long, that was rowed by Thomas Jones and another individual whose name I don't know, and that they were taken across the river, dropped off, and then Jones and the other guy brought the boat back. It makes a lot of sense. There's also a statement attributed to Thomas Jones later on. Now, Thomas Jones didn't talk at all, really, when he was arrested, because he does eventually get arrested. But later on, he writes some memoirs, and he leaves a statement, and the statement's something along the lines of, on the 22nd, we put them in the boat and rowed them across. Thomas Jones, the way that he conducts his operations, that seems to be in line with his character, to have taken them across, and then the job is done for him. So he's done his bit.
Well, if you want something done right, do it yourself.
Do it yourself.
True.
It's also a 14-foot boat. That's a monetary value. He fishes. He needs that boat, so you're not going to trust it to somebody else and hope it makes its way back. So there's a lot of strong reasoning to believe that as well. The other thing is that the Indiantown story is seeming more and more likely to be family lore. There's not a whole lot of account independent of the family.
Which family?
Oh, man. Let me tell you. I know it. Peregrine Davis. Peregrine Davis's farm.
Oh, okay. The family who owned the farm.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Got it.
So, if it's family lore, sometimes family lore comes from fact. Sometimes family lore is it's not from fact. It's like, hey, maybe they were here. So it's just one of those little debates that rages within the Surratt Society.
The History Things podcast, shattering your great-granddaddy's stories since 2019 or 2020, whenever we launched.
I think in the end, whether or not Thomas Jones takes them across on the 22nd or they fail on the 20th and then go across on the 22nd really doesn't matter, because the fact is they are in Virginia on the night of the 22nd, early morning of the 23rd.
That's in King George County, right?
Yes. Right, Matthias's Point. So it's right across the river from Charles County. Is that King George?
I think it's King George.
Right there on the other side of the nice bridge.
Which is not so nice.
No.
That is a terrifying one-lane bridge to drive over.
It's not fun.
There was a little gunboat fight down there, getting back into the war itself, right there at where the Knightsbridge is. There was we like little naval fights. There was a pretty good scrap that took place down there. So we're in the same general vicinity. This is where Booth is crossing the river.
Yep.
All right, so if you're looking for a modern day place to see this, drive down to the not so nice bridge.
Yeah.
Is it Nice or Nice?
Nice.
It's Nice?
The Knightsbridge.
It's spelled like the word nice, but
Yes.
I've heard people pronounce it Nice all the
I
time.
don't know. I've only ever heard it pronounced the Knightsbridge.
All right,
He's
well,
from the area, so.
I will trust you. I like that. And it works with my joke better because it is a terrifying
It's not
bridge.
a nice bridge. Yeah.
You get to the top. It's similar to the one that you have near you down in Solomon's Island,
the Thomas
except it's
Johnson
like
Bridge.
older and crappier.
Yeah.
So it makes me more nervous.
It is. It's funny. The Johnson Bridge right down there in Calvert, between Calvert and St. Mary's, is held together by rebar. They wrapped rebar around the pilings, and they didn't even do that for the nice bridge. So
Yeah, don't say that. I don't need to know that.
No, it's the sturdiest bridge in the world. You're safe.
We're not going to get into it, but we are going to bring Coby back onto the show in the future because in pre-prep for this whole show, we were talking about all the rabbit holes that historians get into, and we found out that Coby is a deep knowledge, deep well of knowledge on things like the War of 1812 and other more indigenous peoples to the area. Like we found a whole other episode we could do with Coby. So look out in the future. We're going to have him back to talk about the British and Navy history and all this other cool stuff. So, all right. So Booth crosses the river right down south of La Plata, Maryland.
Yeah, if you go down to Dahlgren's, the base, you can actually see some of the spots that he came across. It was Matchadock Creek, I think is how you would say it. And so the first stop for them on that side of the river is the Quisenberry house. And Elizabeth Quisenberry her house is on the Confederate secret line. And Thomas Harbin, who is the handler of Confederate agents in Northern Virginia, knows about the Quisenberry house. They land in Gambo Creek. It's about a mile from the Quisenberry house, and they hoof it a little bit, but then Booth can't make that hike on his leg.
I was going to say, what do you mean by hoofing it? This guy's
they're walking it, right?
splinted up pretty good, right?
So eventually what Harold does, and I think he probably doesn't take him very far into the woods, so he just gets him into cover, drops him off, and then he goes to Quisenberry's house and gets some help to get him up there. The Quisenberry daughters are present, and, the mom is a little leery about having Booth and Harold there, so she really quickly sends for help.
Do they know them as Booth and Harold? Like, are they not trying to travel under alias?
They are traveling under aliases right now. They're claiming they're brothers. The names they're using are different, but John Watson tends to be the name that is used for Booth, and David Harold is the only one who does the talking. Because he can walk, so he walks up to the doors and he makes all the introductions and he gives all the reasons. They're escaped Confederates. They're from Maryland. They didn't surrender. My brother hurt himself while we were trying to leave. He broke his leg.
So the Confederates have linked up with them at this point?
Oh, no, that's just their story right now. That's their cover story to whoever they talk to.
So
Because they're on the line.
Are
They're
there
on the
real
secret line.
Confederates that link up with them in this story?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so
And
that's
that's
still
about
to
to happen.
come. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So I just was confused
Yep.
for a minute. All right, so they're at the Quisenberries. Things
Yep.
are weird. Mrs. Quisenberry's like, help.
Yeah, so she sends for Thomas Harbin and Joseph Baden. Joseph Baden, they're both part of the Signal Corps. They're both on that secret line. Harbin is the chief operator of agents in Northern Virginia. And Harbin has been introduced to Booth by Mudd, so he knows Booth. And so it's really important to point out that Mudd made introductions to the head agents. So Harbin knows him. Jones knows him.
Mudd involved.
Thomas Harbin, he decides to give them some horses and to get them pointed in the right direction to go to Dr. Stewart's house. Dr. Stewart is also on the line, and his house is named is Clydell. Still exists. You can drive by and see it. It's really kind of a cool house, but the reception at Clydell is not what Booth is expecting. He shows up and so Harold knocks on the door and gives the story, and okay, so Mudd, his defense is that he helped because of the Hippocratic Oath. Well, here's another doctor, and he's refusing to help because he thinks they're really shady. Stewart comes out and he's like, I'm not helping you. And so then what Harold says is, well, you were recommended to us by Dr. Mudd in Bryantown. And Stewart gets really angry and says he has no business recommending me to anybody. And so he's refusing to be hospitable to them to the point where allowing them to stay. Now, what he does do is he says, you can come in, you can have a meal, and then we'll get you somewhere else, but you're not staying here. And he's just kind of rude about it, in Booth's opinion.
Are people starting to just like, again, go back to that, I can't believe you brought that shit here?
Yeah, a little bit. And you're seeing, too, I mean, the war is ending. You know, by this point, Lee's guys are being released. I mean, they're making their way home. So you've got all kinds of riffraff and desperate soldiers and stuff on the road. It pays to be careful right now.
Right.
But Harold and Booth's story that they were veterans isn't necessarily accepted by everybody because they don't look like the other veterans that are walking on the road on their way home.
Neither of them have any sort of uniform.
Nope. Huh. And they just don't have that look. I mean, imagine these guys had that look, right?
We've seen it. I mean, there's a bunch of photographs of Civil War veterans. I mean, but you can see the faces of any veteran that's been photographed that has seen the hardships of an active war, and you can tell.
Yeah.
Like, and you can straight up tell.
Right.
No uniform, even variations of uniform. Too good. Well, excuse me, the horses are already gone by this point, but yeah.
But I mean, and then also just like dispositions that don't make sense.
Yeah.
Like you, what were you, like the towel boy in the army and you escaped?
Yeah, I mean, so you look like you've done some rough living in the last few days, but you don't look like somebody who's been on active campaign
for
4 years.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, they do have horses now because Harbin gave them some horses. And so that's another aspect. So bringing up horses again is a good point because they're on horses that are going to be in much better shape than any of the Army horses.
Yeah, than the rental horses either. Yeah. These are privately owned horses.
Right.
Yeah. So
they get a meal.
They get a meal.
Horses.
They get horses, and then they're sent off. You know, you can't stay the night, and so they leave, and they're trying to find their way. They really are shooting for Port Conway on the Rappahannock.
But they end up in Port Royal.
They end up in Port Royal, which is on the other side of Port Conway.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah.
So out of Virginia, actually.
Yeah. They decide they do need a place to stay, so they stop the night at William Lucas's cabin. And William Lucas is another colored freedman, and he's an elderly man with his wife and children living in the cabin. And Booth, who just had basically, in his opinion, the door slammed in his face by a white doctor, is not about to allow a black family to keep him from a bed. And so he threatens the family, and the family leaves the cabin and sleeps on the porch, even though the wife is sick. And Booth and Harold sleep inside.
Do we know what happens to that family after all this? Like, she's sick.
As far as I know, she survives. Like, I haven't found a whole lot of other information about them other than their statements.
Sure.
So, So the next morning, Booth and Harold need to get to Port Conway, and they need to get there quickly. So what they do is they actually take the wagon of William Lucas, and they pay for it. You know, so it's almost like they rent it. And Lucas doesn't trust them to get the wagon back to him, so he sends his son with them. And so Lucas's son takes Booth and Harold to Port Conway. They get to Port Conway, and by now we are on April 24th. So we're getting really close to the end. And Port Conway, there's a ferry that goes across to Port Royal.
We're 12 days on the run now.
Yep. We're just about at this. So 10 days. 10 days. So 12 days total.
Was it? Oh, yeah. Sorry.
So at Port Conway, there's one ferry, and the ferryman is busy because the shad are running. And even though Harold and Booth really want to get across the river rapidly, he says, sorry, buddy, but you guys, no matter what money you're going to give me, can't trump what I'm going to make off of catching my shad. So I'm going to lay the baskets, and then I'll get you across the river. And that's what he does. And
that's a fish run for those who are not familiar with the term shad.
While they're waiting to cross the river, William Lucas's son, Charlie Lucas, he leaves and takes the wagon back to the cabin and his family. And they see three guys come riding down the road, and they are Confederate soldiers. And it is they're really important because their names are Absalom Bainbridge, Willie Jett, and Mortimer Ruggles. And Mortimer Ruggles is actually Signal Corps.
That sounds like such a made-up name. Mortimer Ruggles.
His father was
What's your real name?
General Daniel Ruggles, I believe. And I think that is the Daniel Ruggles who commanded the large artillery battalion that pummeled the Hornets' nest at Shiloh. but I'd have to double
But
check.
Daniel Ruggles is a normal sounding Mortimer Ruggles.
Yeah, Mortimer Ruggles, right? So Willie Jett, Mortimer Ruggles, and Absalom Bainbridge. Willie Jett, these guys are all headed home. They're actually on their way to Port Royal as well. Booth and Harold start to talk to them, and Harold decides it's time to let the cat out of the bag. And he tells these guys that this is John Wilkes Booth, and he does it because Ruggles is part of the Confederate Signal Corps, and so he's an agent. And he's like, man, what better luck could we have than to have 3 new members of the party that can help us get to safety? There's another agent who shows up, possibly. His name is Enoch Mason. We don't know much about him, but he's with them when they go across the river, and then we don't hear much about him after that.
Okay.
But it's just a weird wrinkle that if anybody ever wants to dig into anything, Enoch Mason.
Jet's got ties to Mosby, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So, and Jet has ties to the area. Jet is desperate to get to Port Royal because there is a young lady waiting for him in Port Royal that he is trying to woo. It's I believe she's the daughter of the judge. I think her name was like Isidore Gold or something like that. I'll remember it better as we move on. But he wants to go and meet up with her. And so when Harold tells them who Booth is, they agree that they'll travel as a party, and that Jet, who knows the area, will introduce them to people as they go, by different names, obviously, to find them a safe place to stay. And so the first place they go, once they cross into Port Royal, is the
Brockenbrough Peyton House.
Yeah. And so they go there, and of course, they run into Sarah Jane and Lucy, the daughters, who are there by themselves.
Yeah, because I think Randall Brockenbrough is not there.
Yes. And so their initial thought is they will allow Harold and Booth to stay because they know Willie Jett. And they're like, yeah, well, he's a good boy. He's going to introduce us to, we don't have to worry. But
small part of them like, who is this guy with the broken leg?
Yeah, right? It's so dashing.
Yeah.
But they think better of it.
Sure.
And, they're like, you know what? If my brother comes home or anybody else comes home and they find these 2 men here, that's going to go badly for us.
What I like about this is that they've already told them they can stay.
Yes.
So, these guys are all thinking that it's time to relax, take your load off for a couple hours, things like that. And so they're starting to do this.
Exactly.
And then they're basically told to limber up.
Yep. Get out.
Get out of this house. Yeah.
And, they tell Willie.
They're not happy about it.
Yeah. They tell Willie, and Willie tells them. And there's still enough of that Southern gentlemanly behavior that they do not say anything to the daughters, to the 2 sisters. But once they leave,
they say to Willie,
they're above and beyond angry. They're like, this is despicable. And that's twice now that they've been denied.
I was going to say, because I wonder how much of a this temper tantrum that happens for a moment. I wonder how much of a cumulative effect it is that Booth is just not between getting the door shut at, the Stewart House,
yeah.
and then the sitting in the swamp for way longer than you probably ever wanted to. And then when you got the news coverage while you were sitting in there, and then you just kind of got kicked out of another house. I think the narcissistic world is closing in around Booth right now, that he's probably persona non grata everywhere.
Well, and, he takes the time to write a letter to Dr. Stewart, basically lambasting him about his inhospitable behavior, and gives it to Charlie Lucas to deliver. So, he's angry enough that, he has to let him know.
I might have killed the president, but you have some nerve.
Right. Jesus. Hopped onto his Yelp account and said, rude behavior.
Don't go to the Stewart House.
Try the Stewart House.
They'll kick you out if they think you killed the president.
Right.
Hippocratic what?
Yeah. No. Loser.
Supposed to be a Southern gentleman.
So Booth's mad, and they got to keep going.
So Willie Jett's like, don't worry about it. I know somebody else. They'll definitely take you in. And it's just up the road here, and it's the Richard Garrett farm. He takes him to Richard Garrett, makes the introduction. Richard Garrett's 2 sons have just come home from the war, real veterans. And he's like, yeah, we'll take them in. Sure, no problem. He doesn't even put a timeline on it.
So there are 5 Confederate veterans in this moment.
At this moment, yeah. 5 out of the 7 gentlemen are actually veterans. And so they agree to allow them to stay. They put them up in a room. They stay in the house. They feed them. And this is that moment for Booth. He is sheltered, right? This is his first moment to relax, feeling like he might be protected. to the point where he is in total agreement with Harold and Willie Jett and Bainbridge and Ruggles because they want to go to Port Royal because they're not actually at Port Royal yet. They're in between Conway and Royal. And he wants to, or Bowling Green, Bowling Green. They're through Port Royal. They're on their way to Bowling Green.
Port Royal now.
And so they want to go to Bowling Green because, well, Jet wants to visit his lady friend, and there's a nice hotel, and it's just civilization.
Yeah, because where the Garrett farm and specifically the tobacco barn that's going to be brought up in a minute, that's basically just south of where 301 and 17, I believe, intersect, and you're talking about Fort A.P. Hill.
Yep.
And I think the historic markers pretty much
where the barn was.
Right.
Like it's in the the barn was in the median.
In the median.
Yeah. Thank you. Yep. That's the word I was looking for. It's right in the median of this this highway now.
Highway. So what Booth agrees to is that Harold and Jet and them will go to Bowling Green, and he's going to stay at the house because he feels safe. And so that's what happens. And it's really a crazy part of the story. Of course, while all this is happening, Dr. Mudd is being arrested. So that's another one of those.
Is he the last conspirator, not Harold or Booth, to be picked up?
Yes.
I thought, because I might have even said it in this recording. I might have thought that was at Surratt. So when is Mudd picked up?
Mudd is actually picked up on the 24th.
Okay.
So by the time they get to, he's being arrested, I mean, probably pretty close to or right after, before they get to the Garrett farm.
Okay.
So the timing is, I mean, it's catching up. Things are moving, and even though Booth is now feeling protected and safe and allowing his buddy, his constant companion of the last 10 days to go to Bowling Green, he's not as safe as he thinks he is.
Right.
Now, what's really cool, and we don't talk about this much at the museum, but we should because it shows people being people, is that on their way to Bowling Green, these four gentlemen, Willie Jett and Bainbridge and Ruggles and Harold, stop at a place called the Trap. And the Trap...
Is it a brothel?
Yes, it is.
Yes!
Yes. It's run by a Mrs. Carter and her daughters.
Let's go smutty action during the American Civil War.
It's a cat house, right? And they show up at the Trap, and, they go in and they enjoy themselves.
Of course.
I mean, hey, they've been in war, and, they're tired. And
Willie's riding off to see his lady, but he's still going to
Mrs. Carter's house, right?
I'll tell you, because everybody knows what happens to the Lincoln conspirators, so it's not a spoiler. This is probably the last time David Harold gets laid in his life.
I think you're probably right. At a place called the Trap.
Well, he might have had the clap afterwards.
So, but this stop, while it seems really insignificant, actually becomes really huge in what happens. Because from the Trap, they do go on to Bowling Green. And once they get to Bowling Green, Jet and Ruggles will stay at the Star Hotel, which is where Jet is going to try and woo his lady friend, which he fails at, by the way. And
I'm going to say something so foul, but I won't say it.
Harold and Bainbridge, meanwhile, go a little further up the road to, I forget, it's like Clark's Farm or something. It's just another little farm just north of Bowling Green, or south of Bowling Green. And that's where they're chilling out. The next day, they all meet back up, and Bainbridge and Ruggles and Harold decide they're going to come back to Garrett's farm, check on Booth. And from that point, Bainbridge and Ruggles are going to go on to Port Royal, and then wherever they're going to go from there.
They're on their own again.
Yeah, they're back on their own. Jet refuses. He's like, nah, I'm going to stay here in Bowling Green. I got this whole situation I'm trying to work out, so you guys go on without me. Maybe I'll see you later. So Harold gets to the Garrett farm with Ruggles and Bainbridge, says, thank you, farewell, fellas. Thanks for introducing me to the Trap and, all that good stuff, right? And then he rides down the lane to the Garrett farm to meet back up with Booth. And here's where things get crazy because Ruggles and Bainbridge are going to Port Royal. And, I mean, if you've driven through the area, the hills and, you get a good view of the river. They get to Port Royal to where they can see it, and they rein their horses in really quick because in Port Conway, they can count about 30 federal cavalry.
Yeah.
And they're loading up on the ferry, and they're coming across to Port Royal. And this is the cavalry detachment that is going to nab Booth and Harold.
So we're talking the 16th New York Cavalry.
16th New York. And it's accompanied by a couple of detectives, Conger and
Are there any Pinkertons in this?
No Pinkertons.
No. This
Here's a great story about the Pinkertons. I love this because I hate the Pinkertons pretty much.
Yeah.
So
Throwing shade.
so when Stanton first put out his request for investigators to help, Alan Pinkerton sent a note. He's like, "Hey, yeah, man, we're willing to help you," and Stanton just said, "Nope, we're good."
Wow.
He refused it. So
Wow.
Because I don't know if this is solid, but it's probably due to the Pinkertons' connections with McClellan.
Yeah. So aside from the political things, I don't want to take any investigative tips from a guy who can't count Bobby Lee's army.
Exactly.
Like
We also-
200,000 guys, was
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
We also have to realize that the intelligence chief in Washington is Lafayette Baker, and Lafayette Baker and Alan Pinkerton hate each other.
Yeah.
And included in the group is Luther Baker.
His brother, isn't it?
His brother,
Yep.
Lafayette's brother. So
Well,
he's,
Lafayette Baker's also running an effective intelligence, or he's running a bit more effective operation, I'll just say.
yeah,
Yeah.
Investigative operation.
yeah.
you could say.
He's a grandstander just like Pinkerton is, but he's a fascinating character.
Yeah.
More effective in his craft. So they're heading north. Holy crap.
They see
The
the
cavalry is
cavalry.
arriving.
So
Literally.
literally.
Yeah, literally.
So they real quick wheel around and they ride back to the Garretts. And they let Booth and Harold know there's federal cavalry on the road. Now, this cavalry is there off of a misconception. It was reported to them that Booth had been sighted crossing the river like days before he actually did. So they are there on a complete mistake, complete faulty intelligence that came out of St. Mary's County. But they happen to be in the right place at the right time. So they see these cavalry guys, and Bainbridge and Ruggles ride off. They warn Booth and Harold, and then they ride off, and Booth and Harold are left to figure out what to do. And the cavalry's coming, so they go and they hide in the woods behind the Garrett place. And that's really shady, suspicious behavior to Garrett's sons. And already they were starting to doubt these guys in their story about being veterans, but now they're hiding from a potential federal cavalry patrol. Why? If they were veterans and they had surrendered and been paroled, then they shouldn't have anything to worry about. And even if if they hadn't surrendered, they still really don't have anything to worry about if that's all they are.
Right.
So the cavalry ride on by Garrett's. They're headed for Bowling Green. But on their way, they come to the trap. And so they stop and they go in to question Mrs. Clark.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Oh, no, legitimate questioning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they go in to question them. And
We're here to question you. And she's like, oh, yeah, you are. And she's like, not this time.
Yeah.
We are here.
This is legitimate.
This is legitimate business today. We'll see you next week.
Right. So they do. They go and ask, have you seen anybody with this description come through? And of course, they haven't seen Booth because Booth didn't go, but they have seen somebody who matches Harold's description, as well as 3 other soldiers. And so they say, yeah, they stopped by here yesterday, and then they went to Bowling Green. And one of them was Willie Jett, and he has an interest in Izora. Izora Goldman is her name.
What a name.
Yeah. And so that's it. That's all that Baker and Conger need to hear. And so Baker and Conger and then the detachment's officers, Lieutenant Edward Doherty, they mount up and they ride for Bowling Green. And they get there. It's nighttime. It's the night of the 25th.
What's Willie Jett doing?
Willie Jett is sleeping. He's sleeping. He is not with Izora Goldman. Like I said, that doesn't go well for him.
Oh, well, that's anticlimactic.
Yeah. So he hears the sound of horses coming, and Baker and Conger and Doherty are really, they split their detachments up to block all the exits and all the entrances to the building, and basically they intimidate Jett to come out. And Jett comes out and he spills his guts. He tells them, Jett is 18 years old. He's an 18-year-old kid who was hoping that by staying in the hotel, he would get a chance to maybe get the lady of his dreams at that moment. And so he's like, this is, I also just been rudely awoken, and here's what I know. And he says, no, yeah, we had them with us. They're at the Garrett farm, which you passed on your way here.
They're there now.
They're there now. So they mount up, and this is interesting.
Is Willie Jett arrested, or is he just like, thanks for your help? Good luck.
Oh, no, they keep him. He's with them. Because he guides
Luther
them
must
back.
have just been like, thinking they just lost him again.
And so there's an argument, though, between Conger and them about even going to Bowling Green, because they know that they went to the trap, and they know that they went to Bowling Green, but they don't know that it sounds like Booth's not with them. So do we go after Booth or do we go after Harold in the last known positive sighting? And it's Doherty who decides, no, yeah, we're going to go after Harold.
Yeah, you got to follow your actual leads.
And so that's what leads them to Bowling Green and to Willie Jett. And then Jet's like, yeah, I'll take you. And Jet guides the cavalry patrol back. Now, in the meantime, the Garrett brothers let Booth and Harold know they're not going to be able to stay there after this night. It's just they can't allow that to happen to their family. They can't keep them there. You know, they don't buy their story. They can stay there that night, but they can't sleep in the house. They can sleep in the tobacco barn. And so, you know, Booth and Harold take it because that's what they can get. And they get taken into the tobacco barn, and then the brothers look at each other and like, we need to keep an eye on these guys because they might try to steal our horses and ride off. So they lock them in the barn. In the barn. They lock them in the barn, and then they sleep in the corn crib. They take turns, one asleep, one awake, watching the barn to make sure they don't break out. So it's while they're watching the barn that suddenly the Federal Cavalry Patrol comes riding down the lane.
Are they riding heavy or are they riding like quiet and slow?
They're riding heavy because they know Booth is there.
So like the brothers likely are hearing these gallows before they're seeing them.
Yeah, and Richard Garrett hears it. And so Richard Garrett actually comes out onto the porch because he's hearing all these riders come up, and he meets Conger on the porch. And Conger just launches into him because Conger knows. Where is he? It's Booth, and this and that and this and that. And at this point, Garrett doesn't really know. Like, he's so confused by what's going on. He doesn't really know what to say, and they take his silence kind of to be mute defense of Booth.
Like a tacit admission that like...
So they threaten. This is where Conger starts to show his colors, and he's like, that's fine, you rebel. If you're not going to tell me, we're going to string you up. And he gets a couple troopers to get a rope, and they're going to hang him. They're going to hang Richard Garrett from a tree. And it's at this point that the brothers come over, and they're like, wait. He doesn't know what you're talking about, but we do. And the men you're after are in that barn. And so Conger's like, take us over there. So they go over and they surround the barn. And
so Booth and Harold didn't hear the heavy gallop?
Booth and Harold heard it.
So
they're just hunkering down.
Yeah, they're hoping that these guys won't sell them out. But of course they do.
But they're still locked in the barn.
They're locked in the barn, so they wouldn't have been able to get out. And of course they figured that out by now because they've tried to get out. So they're stuck. Hoping for the best, probably thinking it's going to be the worst. And the federal troopers surround the barn. Doherty and Baker and Conger call out for them to surrender. They won't, so they look at the two brothers and they're like, go unlock that barn.
I was going to say, how do they surrender if they can't get out?
Right. So they tell the brothers to unlock it. And the brothers are like, I'm not going to go and unlock that. He's going to shoot me because he knows that we've betrayed him. And Conger's like, well, I'll shoot you if you don't. So
damned if you do, damned if you don't,
pretty
son.
much. So
You're going to learn today.
Yeah. He goes over and he unlocks the barn. And so now you have this weird situation.
And does not get shot.
He doesn't get shot, yep. And they go step off to the side. You know, the Garrett family is just kind of like witnesses at this point.
Yeah.
And so this whole weird situation plays out where Booth starts talking with Conger and Baker and trying to lay out how this is going to go down. Like, he's trying to control it. And it's like, all right, I have a man in here who wants to surrender. So he's going to come out, but I'm not. But if you guys back off about 20 yards, I'll come out guns blazing. You have 20 yards on me with all your guns blazing, and we'll shoot it out, and that'll be that. And you know, they're like, no, we're not playing that game, but send out your man. And so that's when Harold comes out. And Harold's unarmed, but he's hysterical, according to witnesses. And they tie him to a tree. Yeah. So they don't have to worry about him, you know, but they can keep him close. But he's also hysterical, apparently. So they tie him to a tree. At this point, Booth is still refusing to come out. So that's when Conger decides, we're going to burn you out. And he has his guys set fire to the barn. So you got to imagine Booth is kind of prowling around inside of this barn. He's got a carbine and he's got a pistol.
And a broken leg.
And he wants to go out in a blaze of glory. He does not want to be captured and hanged.
Walls are coming in.
Yep. He's silhouetted by the flames. He's still trying to work a deal so that he can come out and they can shoot him. And even though he doesn't realize it, he's well on his way to getting his wish because there's this sergeant with the 16th New York Cavalry whose name is...
Boston Corbett.
Boston Corbett.
We're going to get into him in a minute.
Yeah, man. Now, this guy, he's, by all accounts, a very good soldier.
Right.
He is watching the situation unfold, and he is starting to to fear for some of his comrades. It was Booth is clearly not going to come out willingly, and he may start shooting. And I don't want to see anybody killed with a war about to end. So he takes aim through the slats with his pistol, with his revolver, and he shoots Booth. And he hits him, and it's
similar in style to Lincoln.
That's right. And it actually what it will do is it fills Booth's lungs with blood and paralyzes his respiratory muscles. So eventually, what Booth does, he dies like 3 hours later or whatever. He suffocates on his own blood. He can't breathe as a result. So
Good.
Booth is shot. He's paralyzed. He falls to the ground. Conger and Doherty run in and they drag him out with Baker and some of the other guys, and they carry him up onto the garret porch. They start talking to Harold, and they start piecing together things, and they identify Booth. Even though he's got no mustache, they're able to identify that it is indeed Booth that they've shot and they've caught. They have a doctor from Port Royal come up and examine him, and he tells them what they already know. He's not going to survive. And Booth dies on the garret porch.
How great would it have been if it was Dr. Stewart?
I know, right?
This one isn't going to make it. And he just stares at him.
Sorry for your luck, friend.
He says, no.
Yeah.
Now, how much of Booth's final minutes, if you will, are dramatization of history versus what actually happened? Because I love that idea of him looking at, asking him to hold up his hands because he's paralyzed,
right.
And useless. That's a perfect epitaph for this hat.
Yes, for sure.
Just say it.
Ass hat.
I can see it.
It's true though. I mean, it's hard to say how much of it's been dramatized or not. I mean, this is such a historic, dramatic moment for these guys. There's a lot of discussion about Booth's final hours and his final minutes. Somebody says that he does try to speak and he whispers something into Conger's ear. That account doesn't really say much about his hands being raised up and him saying useless. If Conger's got to come in real low, then Booth's barely able to make himself heard, which would make sense with the fact that he's suffocating.
Right.
But could the useless have happened before that? Before he got to that point where his muscles were just completely quitting on him? What we do know is he said something to Conger and took a couple of convulsive breaths and died.
But the next morning, similar to Lincoln, he held on for a little while, right?
Yeah, for like 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
So I think it's like 7:30 in the morning when he dies.
Oh, right, because they get there, it's like 2, 3 in the morning.
Yeah. So, I mean, one of the descriptors is that the sun just starts to shine over the trees and the ray of light hits him as he dies.
So God killed him?
Maybe, right? So who knows? The moment in itself is crazy dramatic, and I wouldn't begrudge any of those guys to add their own little wrinkles to the story.
This entire story has been dramatic.
Yeah. So that's Booth's end. That is Booth's end.
Thank you for emphasizing that, Coby.
Yeah, so let's address that right now. So one of the things we did in pre-show was we addressed this whole John Wilkes Booth survived this incident.
He didn't.
I can't even let me get it out. I love it. But the conspiracy theory is that he survived this and he lived out his life and this and that. It's similar to the Adolf Hitler surviving World War II thing. Like, Hitler died in a bunker in 1945, and the Russians didn't handle his remains properly. And John Wilkes Booth was gunned down by Boston Corbett, who we're going to talk about in a second here, inside the Garrett tobacco barn, and he died on the front porch hours later. End of story. There really isn't much we're going to validate other than that. But like, if you're following this Booth survived, like, stop.
Yeah.
Just stop. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. He died.
Yep.
Yeah. He's buried in Baltimore. He's buried in a really, I don't remember the name of the cemetery. There's a humble stone that's there. I think now it's really hard to find. It's also, I think, in a part of Baltimore. You want to go early in the morning.
Mount. Cannot remember.
Greenmount?
Is it Greenmount? I think it might be Greenmount
Cemetery.
Yeah.
But go there in the morning.
Yes.
It's in an interesting part of the city, and by the time the city wakes up, you might not want to be there. So go before the city wakes up.
Yeah.
So John Wilkes Booth dies. He's absolutely killed by Boston Corbett, or mortally wounded, should we say, by Boston Corbett, and he dies there.
Yep.
Now let's talk about Boston Corbett, because Boston Corbett is one of the weirdest people I have ever studied in all of my years of studying history.
Yes.
And I think most people that are aware of what we're about to talk about are aware of this guy being this kind of weird. So Boston Corbett in a cavalry unit now.
Yes.
was not always in this cavalry unit. He, earlier in the war, was in an infantry unit, I believe, and had quite the ride as a soldier. Matt, you want to talk about a little bit about what we know about Boston Corbett prior to him wounding John Wilkes Booth? Or
Well, he's a fanatic, for lack of a better term. He is a religious fanatic. Are we even certain what sort of, or is it just kind of generalized Christendom?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
I don't personally know, and I don't want to speculate just to accidentally offend someone.
Right, exactly. But he is a religious fanatic, extremely so, to the point where he will fear for his soul, particularly from temptation.
Temptation of what?
Temptation from the ladies.
From the trap.
Lady flesh.
From the trap.
To the point where he will...
He's going to mutilate himself.
Right. In an attempt to deny these thoughts and cravings, he would castrate himself.
Yes.
That man's going to snip the boys. DIY snip.
That's it.
Oh, my God.
I say it though. I said it to these guys in pre-show and stuff though. What was his thought afterwards when he realized he was still having those impure thoughts?
Yeah, the brain is the largest sexual organ in the body. It's got nothing to do with those.
I can't believe I did that.
Dang it!
Dang it! But it's so not just a fanatic, not just self-castrating to deny himself the urges of man, but he also. I think I'm trying to remember. There's a story. I think he gets into it. I think he's actually at one point arrested and sentenced to death by firing squad because he reprimands or like goes patent on a superior officer for using like foul language.
He is reduced to the ranks at one point in 1864, so it wouldn't surprise me if he did get in trouble with a superior officer.
Somebody will need to fact check that, and that might be something we'll just bring up at the header of the follow-up episode. But I'm like more than north of 90% sure that he is in trouble because he either just outright berates an officer for using foul language or like pulls a patent and smacks him.
Wow.
But I am north of 90% sure that all of that drama ends up with him being found by a court martial and sentenced guilty of through a court martial. And then I think he is sentenced to death and something changes it and he is not, but he's kicked out of the army. But like, a lot of people at the time could do, you can just go and re-enlist somewhere else because we don't have digital records that go from station to station. So they're like, do you have a bad military history? He's like, no.
And
they're like, welcome to the cavalry.
Was it Daniel Butterfield?
Was it Butterfield?
Was it Butterfield? Did he reprimand Butterfield?
No. God, I would love that.
That's just popping into my head right now.
I'm only seeing.
You ever hear Dan Butterfield?
I'm only seeing him being attached to the 16th Cav in 63. I don't have the information at my fingertips for if he was ever in the infantry, but I'm not seeing any references to him being infantry.
Was he Cav when the incident happened?
Well, he is reduced to the
12th Regiment New York Militia, so he was probably in the 12th New York.
Got it. Okay, but he's already in the 16th Cavalry when he's reduced to the ranks because he enlists. He enlists as a private. He's bumped up to corporal in September of 1863, and then in February of 64, he's reduced to the ranks. So he got himself in trouble, ticked somebody off, but by the time of the manhunt. He's a sergeant. Yep.
And of course, he's arrested after shooting Booth.
Right.
Under charges for disobeying orders because apparently there's an order not to shoot. Though later on, that's determined that there was no don't shoot or shoot order. But Stanton isn't going to have the man who shot Lincoln's killer arrested and court-martialed.
Right.
So
exactly.
He, even though he is arrested, he's released. Stanton's like, nope.
Boston Corbett had an interesting post-war experience too, because he did enjoy a small amount of celebrity.
He did
as a result of slaying John Wilkes Booth, and at one point received so much celebrity that he started to get hate mail.
Yeah,
and I think was fully convinced at one point that there was a plot to kill him, like a revenge plot.
Well, there's so many tiny tragedies attached to the larger tragedy of the Lincoln assassination or murder and all the other attacks that go on as well. I mean,
Rathbone and
his
Clara.
wife.
I mean, that's a murder-suicide.
Yep.
So, just to wrap up on Corbett, because his ending of his story is interesting and then sad and then speculatively interesting. He's definitely starting to lose whatever edge he has by the time the 1870s and 80s roll around, because there's a moment in 1875 where he is being directly interrogated. I don't want to say interrogated because it's not an official interrogation, but like a couple of people are giving him a ton of crap about did he really kill Booth, and it like pisses him off, and so he starts pulling like his gun out on people, and I think he gets some job. He's not the sergeant at arms, but it's maybe something similar, like a doorkeeper's position with the House of Representatives, and I think it's Kansas, but. Basically, he gets into it with like a bunch of legislators and other people, and like pistols start coming out in the House of Representatives and stuff like that. So like he's on edge, and I don't know if he's committed or self-committed.
They sentence him. He gets sentenced to the Topeka Asylum and escapes.
Yeah, and then and then I think the last thing I'm familiar with is his speculative demise. I guess you could say is that there's. People suggest, even though there's zero evidence to back it up, but people suggest that he died in the Great Hinckley Fire in 1894. Right. So, Boston Corbett, presidential avenger, eunuch,
eunuch, yep,
religious zealot,
yes,
or some other term similar. He might not have been a total zealot, but I mean, he was a fanatic, is a good one, like Matt said. And interesting temperament, and may have died in one of the biggest fires in our country's history.
Yeah,
he, so certainly the guy that shot John Wilkes Booth does not fade into obscurity. He's an interesting character in and of his own right. So,
does Boston get a part of the
$100,000?
Yeah,
part of the money. I thought everybody in that crew got a chunk of it.
Gets a chunk of it. I'm pretty sure he does. I know a lot of people get in on that money.
Yeah.
And so the amount that Corbett and those guys get is actually not as significant as they were hoping.
17 cents.
No, it's like $1,200 or something like that. But it's out of 100,000.
But I mean, but in 1865 money, $1,200 was still a good bit of money.
Yeah, but 100,000.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, I'm with you on that.
Which is a really good amount of money even today.
I can do the math. I can do the math.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys, just as a quick wrapping it up note, make a little bit off their celebrity too. I mean,
Corbett makes some money off.
Pat mentioned some of Corbett's celebrity, but a lot of them have many photos taken and are selling those
in books.
That's true. Yeah,
memoirs and stuff.
I don't know if there's truth to it or not, but there is something in my brain that's sticking out that says that Boston Corbett is the genesis for the Alice in Wonderland character, the Mad Hatter, because he is a hatter, a haberdasher, I think by trade prior to the war.
I'd never heard that.
And he's obviously crazy.
Yeah.
So I think or maybe he's described as such in a newspaper article somewhere, and that phrase I think exists. But I think if you look into it somewhere, I think there's some connection. If I'm wrong, call me out. Just don't. You know the rules. If we're wrong, don't be rude. Just point it out.
So maybe Boston Corbett's issues are what? What is that? Mercury poisoning?
Yes,
that's like the Hatter's madness.
Yes, that's. I was going to say there's a very real bit of evidence to suggest that his lunacy comes from his profession. So.
Lewis Carroll does publish it in 1865.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Interesting. So, all right. Well, look, we have spent a ton of time here unpacking one of the most overshadowed elements of the American Civil War story. Obviously, the presidential assassination of Abraham Lincoln was. I don't want to undersell it, so I'm just going to say it, and you have to just understand the magnitude I'm trying to apply to it. It was one of the pivotal moments in our nation's history. I mean, it literally changed so much about how we operate government, how we operate justice, things like that. So we are, before we wind down here, just to sort of look forward to how we're going to continue this story. So our usual follow-up episode structure is more of like a question and answers from the listeners. We definitely still want you guys, the listeners, to send us your questions.
Yeah, please do.
So send us, again, through our Facebook or Instagram at the History Things Podcast, or you can send us to an email at thehistorythingspodcast podcast@gmail.com. But so go ahead and send those in. So aside from asking Coby a few of your really awesome listener questions, what we're really going to do is focus on the trial of all these people that have been arrested, because now that apprehensions have been made, people are in custody, there's litigation and consequence that have to take place. And it is a story that is massive enough in its own right that we wanted to sort of devote some special coverage to it. So tune back in. This is April 1st. If you're listening to this on episode drop day, this is April 1st, 2021. So tune back in sometime around mid-May. We'll have you back, Coby, and we'll get into the trial of the Lincoln conspirators. And things like that. So we're very excited about that. We're gonna talk about Robert Redford's movie.
Yes.
A little bit.
We're going to talk about Yankee wind chimes.
Yes, right. Oh man. So that was a good one, Matt.
Man.
Well, Coby, did you have fun doing this, man? I wanted to tell this story with you for years now.
Yeah, no, it's been a blast. But I had so much fun.
Oh, dude, I had so much fun. Thanks for spending a couple hours with us.
Thanks for diving deep with us, bud. This is awesome.
No, I mean, that's the way to do it.
Yep.
Absolutely, and not everybody learns from all the authors. Actually, let's get at it. Let's do a couple quick book recommendations before we go. We don't usually do that, but that's something that Matt and I have talked about maybe moving forward on certain topics. So let's do a couple book recommendations. I will start with Manhunt. I'm blanking on the author for a minute. It's James Swanson. It's the first book I read on the subject that had both a ton of material in it and was like readably digestible for me.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you get a book that's full of a ton of material and it's hard to read, or you get a book that's really readable but it's pretty light. Manhunt by James Swanson was the book that I pick as my book recommendation. If you're looking for a single book to read, that's the one I pick. You can find that where most books are available.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that was super popular when it came out, and it is a great read too. For diving deep on this, I highly recommend Come Retribution. This is probably the older work of the works that we're going to be mentioning, but William Tidwell's book on this really started to bring out the idea of the Confederate Secret Service and the deeper involvement of elements of the Confederate government, and I highly, highly recommend that one.
That's where we get away from this was an actor who snapped and went rogue on his own, and there's more of a plot.
Right.
I mean, how can you beat former special operators and intelligence agents piecing together this story? I love that book. It's great. And then a book I would recommend by Ed Steers is called Blood on the Moon. It's a little bit more in-depth than Manhunt, so Manhunt's like the great introduction. Blood on the Moon will get you a little bit deeper into the story. Very well written. Excellent book as well, and I could throw out a lot more, but
and that's the thing, right? So if you want to send us an email, you want further book recommendations, obviously, Coby and Matt and I are sitting here with a stack of books on our recording table right now, so we have a ton more as far as literary resources for you. So, all right, well, let's break this down. Let's get out of here for the day. All right, we'll call an end to the Lincoln Assassination and the Manhunt. We'll get into the trial in a few weeks coming up. So I had a lot of fun. Thanks for spending some time with us in our new and improved War Department studio. This is a very exciting day for me, not just as the host of this show, but as just like somebody who enjoys engineering and professional sounding work. I think this is hopefully the best the show has sounded thus far. For all you, the listeners, I think it sounds right now, just under the headphones recording it, the best it's ever sounded. So hopefully moving forward, we've really enhanced the show experience for you guys. As always, make sure you get good with our sponsor, TR Historical. Use our promo code HistoryThings over at trhistorical.com to get 10% off your next purchase. They are your one-stop shop for all your history fan gear needs. They got really cool swag from stickers and magnets and other items to wearable things like T-shirts, sweatshirts, stuff like that. And I guess maybe not sweatshirts right now unless you're the hoodie in the summer guy. But you can go get some pretty good summer swag from trhistorical.com. As always, you can follow the show on social media, Facebook and Instagram at The History Things Podcast. You can follow Matt on social media at Matt Borders Books. You can follow me at The History Things Podcast. Coby, where can we find you out in the world or on social media? Do you share public social media?
I don't yet.
All
I
right.
don't yet,
That's
but
fair.
it is something I am in the works of doing.
I'm dragging my co-host kicking and screaming into this world. So
Yeah,
you
no,
have
it's-
friends over here.
I am making my way into that realm.
All right. Well, how do we interact with the museum then? I guess in an official capacity.
So you can go to the Surratt House Facebook page. That's run by the society, which I have access to. So if you want to message me, you can message me there. And then if you go to PG Parks History, that website will direct you to the Surratt House page as well. So those are your two best bets to reach out.
What's the plan for the museum in the next few weeks as the state of Maryland starts to open up in the pandemic?
Right now, the way it's looking for us, the commission that we fall under is going to do a several tier opening. First tier is mostly nature centers. We're going to be second tier, which if that goes according to plan, is looking like we could potentially be opening back up to the public on a small level at the end of April.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We look forward to getting down there with you and doing some work in person. Obviously, the one time I've been to the museum, I got like the best tour you could ever possibly get.
Yeah.
I know a guy down there, so hopefully I can get another one of those tours again. Maybe that'd be cool.
You know, see what we can do. See what we can do.
No, it'd be really cool. And
sure.
and yeah. So Coby, thanks for spending Saturday with us recording the Lincoln Assassination episode. Obviously, once the world opens up, we can't encourage you, the listener, enough to get out down to Clinton, Maryland, and go see Coby at the museum, support it, and really check out the really great work they're doing down there, telling a really small but important part, like majorly important part of the overall story of the American Civil War. So, all right, guys. Well, we'll see you next time here on the show. For your co-host, Matt Borders, for our special guest today, Coby Treadway, I'm your host, Pat McGuire, saying this has been the History Things Podcast, and we will see you next time. Later.
Have a good night.
You've been listening to the History Things Podcast. Follow the guys on Facebook and Instagram at the History Things Podcast for all the latest news and exclusives. Make sure to also follow Pat and Matt on their social medias at History Things with Pat and at Matt Borders Books. Have a question, comment, or compliment for the show? Send us an email at historythingspodcast@gmail.com. Thanks for listening. We hope you enjoyed the show.